के साथ में क्लब में पार्टियां कर रहे हैं और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया, जिसके बाद विक्टिम अपने सेल्फ में नहीं रह पाई। फिर उसको संभाला जाता है और दूसरे शॉट में भी देखा कि उसको लिक्विड में कुछ पिलाया जा रहा है। करीब 4:30 बजे जब वो अपने आप को संभालने में नाकाम रही तो मुलजिम विक्टिम को बाथरूम टॉयलेट की तरफ लेके जाता है और फिर वहाँ करीब 2 घंटे वो रहते हैं टॉयलेट में, जिसका एक्सप्लेनेशन अभी तक एक्यूज ने नहीं दिया है। अब चूँकि कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन किया जाएगा, उससे वो क्या चीज़ पिलाया है, कहाँ पर उसने फेंका है, ये सब बात की बातें हैं। प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में दोनों एक्यूज्ड एस्टेब्लिश हो रहे हैं और उनको 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। फर्दर तफ्तीश ऑन है। फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी के एक्सपर्ट को बुला लिया गया है और एक्यूज्ड को फर्दर तफ्तीश के लिए एफएसएल की टीम के साथ बाकी मौक़ों पर ले जा कर के अन्य साक्ष्य इकट्ठे किए जाएंगे। थैंक यू। किसी भी एक्यूज्ड को पुलिस 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा नहीं रख सकती, इसलिए उसको हम अब से लेकर के और 24 घंटे के अंदर कोर्ट में पेश कर देंगे।
सेक्सुअली असॉल्ट करने की बात भी सामने आई है।
ये कंप्लेनेंट ने ऐसा कहा है, लेकिन कोई एफएसएल की रिपोर्ट में जो हमको पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में एस्टेब्लिश अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। ये कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में हो सकता है आगे कुछ निकले, क्या नहीं निकले ये कहना बहुत मुश्किल है।
So what is this chemical that you are talking about जो उनको दिया गया था?
It is an obnoxious chemical. We cannot fix the identity till we get its chemical examination done. उन्होंने बताया है कि ये एक कोई सिंथेटिक ड्रग थी जिसका नाम उन्होंने हमें तो अभी तक नहीं बताया है।
उन्होंने वो किधर से लाई थी, बाहर से या उधर से?
ये चूँकि कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में ही पता लगेगा। अभी हमारे पास 24 घंटे हैं, इस 24 घंटे में हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उसका सोर्स भी पता करें।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट सर वो इंजरी मार्क्स की बात कही है, ब्लड फोर्स से थोड़ा सा क्लेरिफाई करें क्या है?
ये जो जैसा कि कल डीजीपी साहब ने क्लियर किया है कि वो इतनी इंजरी नहीं है कि किसी को डेथ कॉज कर सकें, वो बहुत ही माइनर इंजरीज हैं। और जब एक्यूज से उसको कन्फ्रंट किया गया तो उन्होंने बताया कि जब उसको उठा रहे थे टॉयलेट से उस समय उसके ये एब्रेजन मार्क्स हैं।
Is it a premeditated crime sir, आपको लगता है?
Right now it is difficult to say, but soon we will, whatever details come, we will share it with you.
हर क्राइम का एक मोटिव रहता है। इनका इसके पीछे क्या मोटिव था कि उनको ड्रग देना या फिर ऑलमोस्ट दिल्ली से या नोएडा से इस तरफ आना गोवा में और ये उनका ड्रिंक जो है वो स्पाइक है।
और सर पहले भी इनके साथ कुछ हरासमेंट हुआ था विक्टिम के साथ एक्यूज से?
इस तरह का एविडेंस अभी तक हमारे पास नहीं है कि कोई हरासमेंट हुआ है नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन चूँकि हर क्राइम के पीछे कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट होता है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसमें भी इनका कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट है।
This heart attack theory is ruled out. Was there a heart attack at all?
क्योंकि जब इसको जब पहली बार अस्पताल में लेके गए तो विजिबल इंजरी का मार्क नहीं था, तो फिजिकल एग्जामिनेशन पर डॉक्टर ने ऐसा सस्पेक्ट किया कि शायद ही हार्ट अटैक हो सकता है।
But it was not. Since suspect हार्ट अटैक नहीं था।
तो जो हमारी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसका मुताबिक तो हार्ट अटैक नहीं है।
दिया गया जो सिंथेटिक ड्रग की आप बात करें उसकी इन्फ्लुएंस के चलते ही मौत हुई है।
इट सीम्स टू बी।
इसके अलावा क्या सीसीटीवी कैमरा में कोई और लोग भी मौजूद दिखे या ये 3 लोग ही थे?
जो पुलिस के पास सीसीटीवी कैमरा है उसमें बहुत सारे लोगों को पार्टिंग करते हुए देखा गया है।
इन्हीं के साथ साथ
वो अभी एस्टेब्लिश करना है कि हु दे वर एक्चुअली, बट देयर वर मेनी पीपल इन द कर्लिस क्लब।
Sir, the victim's family has alleged the involvement of former Haryana Minister Bhopal Kanda, sir, have the accused submitted to any...
Till now, they have not admitted anything. We will let you know if anything comes in the investigation.
फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट कब तक आएगा सर, which establishes कि कौन सा ड्रग का क्या था?
This only the forensic expert tell us as to when the report will be given.
सर कर्लिस में ही डेथ हो गई थी या हॉस्पिटल ले जाते हुए?
जब कर्लिस से लेके गए हैं तो उस टैक्सी ड्राइवर को भी ढूंढ लिया, उसको हम स्टेटमेंट देंगे कि उसने किस हालत में वो कर्लिस से होटल में लेके गया और कौन एक जो होटल से उसको लेके गया उसका भी ड्राइवर का हम जैसे ही हमें मिलेगा उसका स्टेटमेंट नंबर हमको मिल गया है।
आने का कोई मोटिव क्लियर हो पाया क्योंकि फैमिली बोल रही है कि उन लोगों को भी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी।
जो अब तक की इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसके हिसाब से कुछ बॉम्बे से भी कोई ग्रुप आने वाला था जिनके साथ में इनको कोई एक स्मॉल वीडियो बनाना था।
सर ड्रग्स के सिलसिले में इन्होंने बताया कि इन्होंने कहाँ से लिया है, वेदर कर्ली से इन्होंने प्रोक्योर किया या बाहर से लेके आए?
मैं आपको बता चुका हूं कि अभी तक कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन हो नहीं पाया है। कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में ही एक्यूज कुछ और डिटेल्स देंगे तो वो आपसे शेयर करेंगे।
सर कर्ली की जो ऑनर है उसको भी शायद कल आप लोगों ने बुलाया था, उससे भी
हम हर प्रकार से हर एंगल से इसको तफ्तीश करेंगे और जो भी एक्यूज पाया जाएगा उसको नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
सर रिसोर्ट के सीसीटीवी कैमरे भी चेक किए गए जब भी वापस पहुंचे थे तो वहाँ कैसे?
इस वो अभी खुला नहीं है, उसको हम अपने एक्सपर्ट के जरिए उस डीवीआर को खुलवाएंगे।
इस साथ में और लोग भी शामिल हो सकते हैं या ओनली दीस टू सस्पेक्ट्स हैं?
इट इज़ डिफिकल्ट टू से।
अच्छा एक परिवार कह रहा था एक और ग्रुप था जो साथ में आया, शायद उसका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है सर, इस बारे में कुछ आपको जानकारी है?
जो कर्लिस में एक एम्प्लॉय ने बताया कि कुछ 2 लड़कियां और भी थी जिनका केक काटते हुए वहां पर कुछ उनके अटेंडेंस ने देखा है, उनको भी हम इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
अच्छा they have been identified sir, have been
They have been a bit identified and they will also be questioned.
जो ड्रग दी गई थी सर क्या वो इनसे अलग कुछ और मिली है या इनके पास?
ये अभी चूंकि कस्टडी अभी ली गई है तो वी विल ट्राई कि इन्होंने बाकी का कहाँ रखा है भी कि नहीं और कहाँ फेंका है क्या किया है। दिस विल कम ओनली थ्रू
प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड मसला हो सकता है या फिर राजनीतिक मसला भी हो सकता है।
राइट नाउ आई कैन नॉट एस्टेब्लिश वेदर इट इज़ पॉलिटिकल और इकोनॉमिक, बट नॉर्मली आप सब जानते हैं जर जोरू ज़मीन के बिना कोई तीसरा क्राइम मोटिव हुआ नहीं करता।
सो ड्रग में सिर्फ ये सिंथेटिक ड्रग है जो उनको फोर्सफुली दिया गया, इतना ही एस्टैब्लिश करना है फिलहाल।
अभी तक जो एक्यूज ने कन्फेस किया है उसी के बेसिस पे मैं आपको
Sir, has the accused confessed to harassing her sexually or molesting her or having done right now, and also as per your autopsy report, has this been established?
In autopsy report, nothing like that has been established.
And the accused, sir, has the accused confessed to it?
I told you that many things accused will confess during the custodial interrogation, and it is too early to give you the whole details.
रिलेशनशिप में है इसके बारे में कुछ
Accused ऐसा confess करता है, but we just cannot ascertain it.
दोनों में से सर जो ड्रग पिला रहे थे कौन था सर, सुखविंदर था या सुखवीर?
I will say both are co-accused.
सर कितनी दिन के लिए आप
We will ascertain it. We do still have around 23 hours to interrogate them. We will let you know tomorrow. Thank you.
That is the Inspector General of Police in Goa, and this is the biggest twist that has come in Sonali Phogat's death case. Remember, she had died of heart attack, the 42-year-old artist, but it was the family that had started to claim that there is definitely foul play in this. I want to quickly go across to Arvind Oja, who broke this news first for us here on India Today. Arvind, you had been speaking to police officials, but the foul play angle, reference to the drugs that were given forcefully, allegedly, to Sonali Phogat, क्या एग्जैक्टली पुलिस की तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ये अपडेट आया है? क्यों वो कह रहे हैं कि इसमें ड्रग एंगल है?
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि जब सोनाली फोगाट की फैमिली ने एफआईआर दर्ज कराई और कंप्लेन किया, खास तौर पर जो उनके पीए है सुधीर और जो स्टाफ है सुखविंदर के खिलाफ, उसके बाद पुलिस ने एफआईआर दर्ज की। हालांकि जो पीएम रिपोर्ट है, पीएम रिपोर्ट में कॉज ऑफ डेथ पूरी तरह से क्लियर नहीं था, इसलिए ऑटोप्सी रिपोर्ट भेजी गई थी, विसरा रिपोर्ट एग्जामिनेशन के लिए भेजा गया। मीनवाइल जो 302 की एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड की गई थी, उसके बाद जो 2 थे जिन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, उनको पूछताछ की गई, उनसे गोवा पुलिस ने पूछताछ की और उसके अलावा तमाम जगहों के सीसीटीवी फुटेज वो सीज किए गए। सीसीटीवी फुटेज में कुछ क्लू मिला, जिसके बाद कोऑर्पोरेट किया गया, उनसे इंटरोगेशन की गई। उसके बाद जो सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को कंफर्म किया कि ड्रग, एक तरीके का ड्रग, अब वो ड्रग किस तरह का है ये पुलिस क्लियर करेगी, लेकिन एक ड्रग वो सोनाली को फोर्सफुली दिया गया। जब इस तरह की पूछताछ में जानकारी आई उसके बाद गोवा पुलिस ने दोनों अक्यूज्ड है उनको अरेस्ट किया है। जाहिर सी बात है ड्रग कहां से लिया गया, कहां से नहीं लिया गया, इसके बारे में जानकारी जुटाई जाएगी। लेकिन इंडिया टुडे को सोर्सेज ने सबसे पहले इस बात की जानकारी दी गई कि पूछताछ में इस बात का खुलासा हुआ कि सोनाली को फोर्सफुली ड्रग दिया गया था और इसी आधार पर दोनों की गिरफ्तारी हुई।
So, Arvind, these two men who have been taken into arrest, a close aide and a friend of that aide, specifically with regard to the personal assistant who had been managing a lot of details, plans of this artist. जो ये अक्यूज अब अरेस्टेड हैं, अकॉर्डिंग टू पुलिस कन्फेस भी किया है, किस तरह से कस्टोडियल क्वेश्चनिंग चलेगी इनकी, क्या पुलिस का प्लान है फॉर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू डेज टू एंश्योर दे मैनेज टू एक्सट्रैक्ट एज मच इंफॉर्मेशन एज पॉसिबल इन दिस ट्रैजिक डेथ केस?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए दोनों जो सुधीर है सुखविंदर है उनको पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और सोर्सेस ने ये बताया है जो इंडिया टुडे को पहले ही कि उनके पास वीडियो एविडेंस भी है। खास तौर पर जब पार्टी चल रही थी पार्टी के और कई जगह के सीसीटीवी फुटेज। शुरुआत में जब सोनाली फोगाट की मौत हुई थी तो जो हॉस्पिटल है अस्पताल से ही गोवा पुलिस को जानकारी मिली, लेकिन इस तरह का कोई इंडिकेशन नहीं मिल रहा था कि किसी तरीके से उनको हरास किया गया या कोई इंजरी मार के निशान जिससे ये क्लियर हो कि उनका मर्डर हुआ। लेकिन जब फैमिली ने लगातार कंप्लेन की, लगातार फैमिली की तरफ से बयान आने लगे, उसके बाद IPC 302 का केस रजिस्टर्ड करके
So it was primarily the family allegations, specifically from the sister and brother who had continued to maintain that there is something definitely foul play. It's not just a heart attack. Now, Arvind, stay on with me. What you're looking on your screens is a video of the party that appears to be from that same visit to Goa. And this is just hours before. In fact, the night before that tragic death case of Sonali Phogat. She was partying in Goa at a nightclub. What we're also being told, and I'll get that verified from Arvind Oja as well, that the men she is right now with and they're dancing, partying, are accused in the case. Arvind, and I'll quickly go across to, and Milan as well is joining me. Milan, because you've been speaking to the family members. We are running on a screen a video of the party that was just the night before. And hours later, Sonali Phogat is no more. So it was the family who had said that there are these two men, the personal assistant and his close aide, who have to be questioned. This is not just a heart attack, something has led to it.
Well, yes, Pooja, because of the family's allegations, the fact that they always said that there was foul play. Today, the IG police in Goa as well has said that there was some consumption of drugs that was involved in this particular matter. Because clearly remember what Rinku Dhanda's complaint to the police was. Because when he had telephone conversations with Sonali Phogat before her death, she did inform him on the phone that she's perhaps feeling uneasy because she has consumed something and she is not quite feeling well. And all this has been written by Rinku Dhanda and given as a complaint to the Goa police because they were suspecting foul play. And within what our colleague Arvind Oja has also mentioned after the IG press conference that was covered by Pankaj Upadhyay, at 4:30 when she was not in control, the suspect took her in the toilet and there is no explanation of what they did in the toilet for 2 hours. And the FSL team will take them to various places and then, it will be ascertained what kind of substance was given to her which made her feel uneasy. And the police here, Pooja, very importantly, has called it an obnoxious chemical. They have not ascertained which kind of drug it was, which kind of chemical substance it was, but they're calling it an obnoxious chemical substance that she was given. And of course, the police also here clearly saying very importantly that she was given this substance forcefully. She was not self-consuming. She was given it forcefully by these two people who are now the accused. And the IG there clarifying this to the press in Goa at the moment. They've also said, and as our colleague Arvind has also pointed out, that the CCTV footage from Curly's that Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder were partying together has also been seen. There are other CCTV footages that are also being ascertained in this matter. But yes, when we spoke to the family, clearly the family said that there is foul play. There is some kind of conspiracy against Sonali Phogat, and primarily the motive seems to be, and that's what the family claims, is properties that Sonali Phogat owns, and which is why right now also when we spoke to her brother, he said that he has not handed over, Sudhir, one of the accomplices, has not handed over the keys to one of the flats in Gurugram which they own.
Shocking.
And there are many other murky details that are emerging.
Milan,
but the
stay on
police
with
has
me.
made some
Milan Sharma, my colleague, is right now in Hisar. She's en route to different locations because she's trying to get as many voices. She was there when the bottle remains were brought. She's been speaking to the family. She's been speaking to the BJP leaders as well, because remember, she was Sonali Phogat was a member of the BJP as well. And therefore, at this point, what you're looking at is this video on your screen. This could be a sort of an evidence that's also being considered. Who was Sonali Phogat with at that point, just hours before? And eventually that led to her heart attack as well. So as we stay on with this visual, remember the point that the police will want to investigate, the Goa police, that she was taken inside a lavatory for about 2 hours. She was given drugs forcefully, which means she did not willingly self-consume. She partied with 2 accused. I want to quickly go back to Milan Sharma on that, because remember, we're talking about what sort of an obnoxious chemical that was given to her, and could that have been the reason that led to her heart attack? Remember, all of this is part of the investigation right now. Now, Milan, the visual that is on our screen right now, hours before, we're being told, but, you know, we're trying to get the date exactly verified as well. We are trying to ascertain it from the police if this is just the night before. Could it be an older video as well? But the family members are telling you that there should be rape, blackmail, any sort of any other threat to her that should also be considered and examined. Was she under any sort of pressure? And Arvind Oja is also now joining me. Arvind, फैमिली का कहना है फाउल प्ले है, उनका एलिगेशन है कि ये उनका जो पर्सनल असिस्टेंट था और उसका क्लोज एड है सुखबीर और सुखविंदर, उनको जो अब कस्टडी ली गई है, उनका इंटेरोगेशन होगा, लेकिन रेप, ब्लैकमेल और भी किसी तरह का प्रेशर, थ्रेट, धमकियां जो सोनाली फोगट को उनका मानना है उन पे थी, वो भी एग्जामिन किया जाना चाहिए पुलिस की तरफ से। अरविंद
जी देखिए पूजा, जो गोवा पुलिस है उनका कहना है कि जितने भी कंप्लेन फैमिली की तरफ से किए गए हैं उन सभी को एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ 2 बातें समझने वाली है व्यूवर्स के लिए पूजा, खास तौर पर सोनाली फोगाट के मामले में। जब उनकी मौत हुई उसकी जानकारी गोवा पुलिस को अस्पताल की तरफ से मिली और डॉक्टरों ने जो पोस्टमार्टम किया है उस पोस्टमार्टम में कॉज
All right, that's Arvind Oja, remember, who first got us this big news coming in, because Arvind Oja has been constantly in touch with the senior police officials, also with the family members. Arvind, आपका ऑडियो लाइन यहाँ पे कट हुआ था. Please continue what you were saying.
जी देखिए, तो वही समझने वाली बात है, जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसमें कुछ क्लियर नहीं है। गोवा पुलिस का कहना है कि किसी तरह के इंजरी मार्क नहीं है, जो कुछ इंजरी मार्क थे वो बॉडी को ले जाते लाते चूंकि 3 हो गई थी इस पूरे मामले में। लेकिन जब जो सोनाली की फैमिली है उन्होंने इस बात की कंप्लेन की, उसके बाद दोनों को इंट्रोगेट किया गोवा पुलिस ने, और उसके अलावा कुछ सीसीटीवी फुटेज जहां रेस्टोरेंट के थे वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज, जो होटल थे वहां के सीसीटीवी फुटेज, जहां पार्टी की गई वहां के सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब सीज किए गए तो उसमें से कुछ एविडेंस मिला। उसके बाद वो एविडेंस दोनों जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनके सामने रखा गया, और उसके बाद जो पुलिस के पूछताछ में सामने आया कि फोर्सफुली कुछ केमिकल और सोर्सेज ने हमें ये बताया कि वो ड्रग दिया गया, और इसी वजह से वो जो अपना कंट्रोल है सोनाली फोगाट वो उसने खो दिया। तो इस आधार पर जो दोनों अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको गोवा पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है। आगे भी फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलेगी, लेकिन इंडिया टुडे को गोवा पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज ने पहले ही बता दिया कि हमें वीडियो एविडेंस हमारे पास है। उसके अलावा पूछताछ में भी दोनों अक्यूज ने ये कबूल किया है कि एक केमिकल जिसे खासतौर पर गोवा पुलिस ड्रग ही मान रही है कि ड्रग दिया गया और उसके बाद सोनाली फोगाट ने कंट्रोल खोया।
अरविंद, लेकिन ये जरूर हमको बताएं कि क्यों इनके खुद के पर्सनल असिस्टेंट और उनका क्लोज एड जो है घेरे में है इन्वेस्टिगेशन के, और कोई आसपास किसी को वो जानती थी, किसी के साथ अगर वो पार्टी भी करती थी, कहीं और जाती थी, वो कोई अभी उस पे सवाल नहीं उठ रहा है। सवाल बड़ा स्पेसिफिक है, पर्सनल असिस्टेंट और उसका क्लोज एड। ये जो स्पेसिफिक एलिगेशन है क्यों आ रही है, कहां से आ रही है?
देखिए, आपको बताऊं, जो ये पूरा ये केस शुरू हुआ है, सोनाली फोगाट डेथ की खबर गोवा पुलिस को मिलती है। शुरुआत में ये बताया जाता है कि कार्डियक अरेस्ट है, हार्ट अटैक से उनकी मौत हुई है
जी।
लेकिन उसके कुछ देर बाद जो परिवार है वो लगातार, जो पीए है सुधीर और एक स्टाफ है सुखविंदर, उस पर लगातार, खासतौर पर पीए पर कई तरह के आरोप लगाए जाते हैं। उसके बाद जो गोवा पुलिस है, फैमिली की शिकायत पर पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में पूजा समझने वाली बात है, कॉज ऑफ डेथ बिल्कुल भी क्लियर नहीं है। जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसमें साफ लिखा हुआ है कॉज ऑफ डेथ इज रिजर्व्ड। विसरा रिपोर्ट के बाद ही 3 तरह के मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन होंगे, उसके बाद ही क्लियर हो पाएगा कि सोनाली फोगाट की मौत कैसे हुई। लेकिन जब फैमिली ने कंप्लेंट की उसके बाद खासतौर पर 2 लोगों के खिलाफ शिकायत की, ऐसे में गोवा पुलिस के लिए जरूरी बन जाता था कि उनसे पूछताछ की जाए। और जब पूछताछ की गई तो उसमें उन लोगों ने इस बात को कबूला है, क्योंकि कुछ वीडियो एविडेंस, कुछ सीसीटीवी इमेज भी रखे गए जब गोवा पुलिस की तरफ से उन दोनों अक्यूज के पास, उन्होंने कबूल किया कि फोर्सफुली ड्रग दिया था। और इस आधार पर गोवा पुलिस ने दोनों को अरेस्ट किया है और आगे की पूछताछ की जाएगी।
That's the big news coming in on your screen right now. Arvind, हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Milan Sharma is also en route Hisar right now. She's been speaking to the family members specifically. Milan, the family, and in many ways hats off to them for them to not bow down to any sort of pressure and say we do think there is a foul play which is now being investigated. So while we will wait for any official evidence to come forth about what does the viscera sample also say, what will the investigation by the police will say, but the family also has been saying that rape, blackmail, threats, all of these allegations must be investigated.
Yes, Pooja, but one of the key evidences that the Goa police is now putting forward is that she was forcefully given a chemical substance which they are calling obnoxious, and that is what perhaps would have led to her death. And this not being a cardiac arrest in the sense that it was not a natural death, it was a forcefully orchestrated and conspired, death scenario that we're looking at. The police is also saying that they have some CCTV footages of Curly's where she's been seen dancing, but they're checking for what kind of drug consumption was that. And this is something that our colleague Arvind has also said, that the police is considering it a drug, but a further forensic analysis will only reveal what kind of substance it was. The preliminary report of the forensic has said that there were blunt force injury marks on her body. We spoke to her brother this morning. He's also said that with the blunt forceful marks, there was also some sort of poisoning. So he had hinted that the forensic report did talk about poisoning, but they didn't say what kind of poisoning it was. Was it food poisoning? Was it because of a drug, etc.? This is something that has come forward after the Goa police has made this revelation today, and with our colleague Arvind as well. Now, the Goa
Milan Sharma have been tracking the latest coming in from not only Hisar, remember, but from Goa. This big story is tracking different states from Haryana, Delhi, Goa. And this involves not only about people who she could have been in Goa with, but this has also become political because she's been a BJP leader. The family has been asking, where are the BJP netas? So it is, of course, taking different angles. But when we stay with this investigation, and I want to just point out that the video on your screen appears to be an old video. We are not yet confirmed by the authorities about who are these men she is with. But the 2 men who have been taken into custody by the Goa police, who have confessed, and that's what the custodial interrogation further will also continue to add. What was that obnoxious chemical that was given to Sonali Phogat? Was that the reason possibly that could have led to a cardiac arrest? 42-year-old Sonali Phogat, a singer, artist, was also a participant in the Big Boss. She died. It led to a lot of tragic, of course, reactions coming in. But this is a death case that is a mystery, which is deepening, with the family now alleging there is a foul play. We did also hear, Milan, the IGP of Goa, and he very categorically said that we are looking at several angles. They are not ruling out any angle in this investigation, but they have definitely appeared to confirm that the drug angle has come in. But they are maintaining that she was forcefully given these drugs. And was it by these two men or others who could have been a part of that party? That's also now being investigated.
Well, yes, the police has said that there were two other women with Sonali Phogat, and they will also be perhaps questioned in this whole incident that has come to light. And certainly the incident of her consuming some kind of chemical substance, which the Goa Police suspects could be a drug, which will be revealed further in a forensic test. But certainly she was forcefully given this substance, this chemical substance, and which may have led to her death. Another very important revelation, Pooja, that has come forward from the Goa Police is that if the complaint that has been made by the family and the Haryana Police, wherein they are saying there were instances of rape, there were instances of her getting blackmailed, the Goa Police has clearly said that why will there be rape when they were in a live-in? So these are some other details that are coming forward, that her PA, Sudhir Sangwan, and his accomplice Sukhwinder, they were both close to her. Perhaps the PA was in a live-in relationship with her. This is another angle that's come forward, and which is why the police is saying there could not have been a case of blackmail. But the family still hints that a property assumption could be one of the reasons why Sonali Phogat may have been targeted by these two people. Also importantly, the police has said right now there is no role of Gopal Kanda, and they are also saying that there is no pressure from the Haryana government or the police that they are facing, and they are carrying out an unbiased investigation at this moment. But certainly the family was really upset in the beginning when they were complaining and they were saying that there is foul play, and the Goa Police did not go forward with those complaints. We also spoke to Kuldeep Bishnoi, who had come to the funeral of Sonali Phogat. Kuldeep Bishnoi did say that Ombir Bishnoi, they had spoken and they had said that the family is alleging that there is foul play. Why has an FIR not been registered? That was a delay that the police made, the Goa Police made. And the rule, we were told, is that without a post-mortem in such cases, they cannot register a full-fledged FIR, which is why the post-mortem details were awaited, the forensic report came, and after that an FIR was registered, and the two people.
Milan, stay on with me, because, you know, at this point, will the family be at least with a sigh of relief for them? Because they were constantly maintaining that there is definitely something beyond what just has happened. There is a foul play. They had some serious allegations to make against the close aide and the PA, who have now been both arrested. Milan Sharma has been speaking to the family. She's in Hisar right now to get us the latest. Milan, keep tracking all the latest. Stay on with me. I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but leaving you with these visuals. Sonali Phogat is dead. The family is alleging allegations, and there are old videos surfacing about who was she with, possibly before the night of her death. We'll track this story after a very short break.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's bring you all the latest stories coming in through the day. First, the headlines. Veteran Congress Party leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from the party. In a scathing letter, he has named and shamed Rahul Gandhi, specifically says consultative process has been demolished by Rahul Gandhi, but also alleging a coterie of inexperienced psychopaths are running the party. Sonali Phogat's death mystery deepens. Police claims that Sonali Phogat was forcefully drugged at a party. Obnoxious chemical was given to her. Savarkar showdown peaks in Karnataka after the Congress Neta compares Savarkar to Jinnah. Chief Minister Bommai hits back, says Congress loves Jinnah. Security tightened in Hyderabad for the Friday prayers after the days of endless protests. Telangana Chief Minister KCR, AIMIM Chief and Hyderabad MP Azad Owaisi appealing for peace after MLA Raja Singh's arrest. The biggest shocking twist has now emerged in artist Sonali Phogat's death case. The Bharatiya Janata Party leader and also TV actor died in Goa on 23rd of August. Now the state police of Goa has revealed that Sonali Phogat was drugged. Cops have said she was given an obnoxious chemical when she was partying with the two accused, Sudhir Sagwan and Sukhvinder Vasi. It seems to be that she died due to the influence of this drug that she was forcefully given. The Goa Police has said at about 4:30 a.m. when she was not in control, the suspect took her in a lavatory and there is no explanation of what happened after that in the next 2 hours. The duo have now been taken into arrest. The FSL team will take them to several places on locations and they will then be produced also shortly in the court. So that's the big news coming in. Remember, Sonali Phogat had died on 23rd August due to a cardiac arrest, but it was the family member, specifically the sister and brother, who continued to claim that there is definitely something more to it. They alleged a foul play. They wanted and demanded the Goa Police to investigate this case further, and their direct allegation was against the personal assistant and a close aide. Both of them have now been taken into arrest by the Goa Police and they are now investigating the matter. And it is from the Goa Police that has come up with, after the questioning and the confession as well, they are saying there was an obnoxious chemical-like substance that was given to her on the night prior to 23rd August. So that's the biggest twist that has come now in the case of Sonali Phogat. Remember, her last rites were done today. She was cremated, but it was the family that continues to maintain that it cannot just be simply a cardiac arrest. Something has happened before and have appealed to not only the BJP to which she belonged, but also to the Goa Police to investigate the matter further. We'll try and get you the latest coming in from the ground as well. Our reporters are on the ground, but first listen in to what the brother, the family members had said and what they had been claiming. India Today earlier spoke to the brother of Sonali Phogat, who is clearly claiming this is not a natural death and that there is definitely a foul play, according to the family.
मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के बिना आप श्योर कैसे हो सकते हैं? जब आप वहाँ का प्रशासन खुद ही बोला था कि हम मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के बेस पे ही केस चलाएंगे, तो बिना मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के आने से पहले डीजीपी साहब ने और सीएम साहब ने कैसे मान लिया कि उनका हार्ट फेल हुआ है? बस इसी बात को लेके था, लेकिन वो फिर पोस्टमार्टम हुआ, पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट के बेस पर हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज हो गई।
क्या आप कुछ और लोगों के नाम भी लिख कर दे रहे हैं पुलिस को जिन पर आपको शक है?
हाँ, डाउट तो है, लेकिन वो डाउट तभी क्लियर होगा जब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी और उनके बयानों के आधार पर होगा इनके साथ में कौन था। और
ऐसे और कौन लोग हैं जिन पर आपको शक है इस वक्त, रिंकू जी?
अभी कुछ नहीं बता सकते जो इस चीज के बारे में।
पर आपने पुलिस को लिख कर दिए हैं और नाम?
बिल्कुल।
कितने और नाम दिए, इतना बता सकते हैं हमें?
करीब 3-4 लोगों हैं अन्य लोग
जी।
So you're looking at the funeral rites that happened today morning in Hisar. You're also looking at some of the previous visuals of the artist and singer. But Sonali whether she was drugged, as the police is now claiming, could actually begin to surface with a lot of about who she used to hang out with and who gave her the drugs as well. Listen in now to more reactions coming in, especially from the Goa police.
जो CCTV फुटेज करली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलेज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
So the Inspector General of Police of Goa has now said that there was an obnoxious chemical-like substance that was forcefully given to Sonali Phogat. Remember, that's a big statement coming in from the Goa police that is now investigating if there is this drug angle really involved in this incident. Who was she with the night before? 2 men have already been taken into arrest. One, a personal assistant, and a close aide. Both of them, with regard to the custodial interrogation, the police will want to find out further details. Now, according to the police, she was given drugs forcefully. This happened on the night that she was partying in Goa. And this, remember, is what the family had also been claiming, that this does not look like a natural death, but there was definitely something like a foul play. Now, according to the Goa police, she was partying and then she was given an obnoxious substance. They're also saying that this, after the few hours into the night, there was, according to the CCTV footage that they have also accessed from that specific nightclub, she was then taken into a lavatory, and for the next 2 hours, that is when they're not clear what exactly happened, and few hours later, Sonali Phogat had died of a heart attack. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Himanshu Mishra for tracking all the latest on that. Himanshu, so many angles are surfacing in this case. और एक-एक करके चाहे क्लेम्स हो फैमिली के और अब गोवा पुलिस की स्टेटमेंट, एक डेफिनेटली ट्विस्ट जरूर आया है। जो पहले सिर्फ एक हार्ट अटैक की बात हो रही थी, क्या इसमें फाउल प्ले है, वो भी अब एग्जामिन किया जाएगा।
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से सिलसिलेवार जो सोनाली फोगट बाइक से जब वहां पर पहुंची थी गोवा, उसके बाद से पुलिस ने एक-एक उनके मूवमेंट को ट्रैक किया और उसके बाद जहां भी पॉसिबल थी उन सभी जगहों से सीसीटीवी फुटेज पुलिस ने निकाला। और उसी के बाद, क्योंकि पुलिस ने पहले ही डिटेन कर लिया था, जो उनका पीए है और दूसरा जो सांगवान, इन दोनों को पहले ही पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया था। और उसके बाद लगातार जैसे जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आती जा रही थी, पुलिस उनको कन्फ्रंट कर रही थी और उसमें कई सारे ऐसे सवाल थे जो अनआंसर्ड थे, जिनमें सबसे पहली चीज जो बॉटल में पिलाते हुए नजर आए, उसमें क्या ड्रग था और जबरदस्ती क्यों पिला रहे थे। उसके बाद बॉटल के अंदर 2 घंटे तक सुबह 4:30 बजे ये देखा गया सीसीटीवी फुटेज में कि सोनाली फोगट काफी हद तक अनकॉन्शियस थी, तो उन्हें 2 घंटे के लिए वॉशरूम में ले जाया गया।
हिमांशु, इसको जरूर ट्रैक करते रहिए because Himanshu has been speaking to senior police officials as well. He's been in touch with all and tracking all other angles as well. I want to now from Delhi go across directly to Goa because Pankaj Upadhyay spoke to the Inspector General of Police, asked him questions. I heard you, Pankaj, asking some very pertinent questions to the IGP of Goa. But this chemical obnoxious substance referring to a drug perhaps is the biggest twist that has come in this case.
Absolutely, and I asked him by what time are we expecting the results or the report from the forensic team, and we all heard that he hasn't really given a time frame or a timeline by which the police here is expecting the results. He says this is an ongoing investigation. He has to find out where did these 2 accused who have confessed to the crime right now procured this chemical from. Now, here the statement that has been given by the police here at the Anjuna police station, I'll read it out for the benefit of the viewers. He says, consequent to painstaking questioning and circumstances surrounding the death of deceased Sangwan, that is Sudhir Sangwan, PA of Sonali Phogat, has confessed to the crime, stating that after reaching Goa, he along with Sukhwinder is the friend of PA, Sudhir Sangwan. They took Sonali Phogat to Curly's restaurant. So it has been established. She went to Curly's restaurant on the pretext of partying. And there Sangwan, that is the PA, Sudhir Sangwan, mixed some obnoxious substance. The police is not clear at this point of time as to what this substance really is. They are not saying this is any form of drugs. They are saying this is some obnoxious substance. And the accused have not really given the details of this, of what this substance really is, where they procured it from, whether this was a premeditated crime, whether this substance was procured in Goa, whether they brought it from Hisar, Haryana or Delhi, or was this given to them in Goa by some person. There's no clarity on it. It's a matter of investigation, as the IG Ovir Singh himself has said. Now further, this note says that after drinking this water, she felt uneasy and sick in the restaurant. Later, she was taken by Sangwan and Sukhwinder to Hotel Grand Leone, where they were staying, and then to St. Anthony's Hospital, Anjuna, where she was declared brought dead. There's another interesting line which says that the CCTV recording, because of course, as we've been telling the viewers, even when the FIR was not registered, the Anjuna police station was carrying out investigation on its own, and they had procured the CCTV footages of not just the shack where she went, that is the Curly's restaurant, and also of the hotel and the hospital. And now the police has come out with a statement and
All right, we have big news coming in. This is with regard to the Delhi government that's led by the Aam Aadmi Party. Could this be the biggest face-off that the Aam Aadmi Party has had with the Lieutenant Governor? The Lieutenant Governor Saxena is seeking a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay on acting upon the CVC inquiry. I'll tell you more about what this CVC inquiry is. Now, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, V.K. Saxena, has sought this report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting on the CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools. Remember, the education model, according to the Aam Aadmi Party, has been their biggest legacy yet. But the report, which found gross irregularities and procedural lapses in execution of the projects, was sent by the CVC, which is the Central Vigilance Commission, to the Secretary Vigilance of the Delhi government in 2020. Seeking further comments on further investigation on this. So the LG, it appears, has taken a serious view of an alleged inordinate delay that appears to be an attempt also to cover up if there is any sort of gross malpractice. Remember, there are many charges here. We'll go through one by one, but I want to quickly go across to Amit Bhardwaj on that. Amit, because education model is what the Aam Aadmi Party continues to thrive on, but for additional classrooms of Delhi schools, Delhi government schools, there could have been gross irregularities, and this is coming from the Vigilance Department. So what happened here? Were they looking for a reply from the government? That did not come. Are they directly attacking the government here? What was found in this report? Because this clearly appears to be non-stop mentions of serious charges.
Well, Pooja, the leader of opposition, Vijayendra Gupta, in the last regime, had reached out to the Vigilance Department seeking investigation into the construction of classrooms. And the CVC had submitted its inquiry report. And now LG's office has sent a strong letter of note to the Chief Secretary. And the LG has sought report as to why there was delay on, to the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department, in acting on the report of the CVC, and the inquiry report that had gone into the details of construction of classrooms in the national capital. Now, remember, in the last government, the Arvind Kejriwal government had ordered to build nearly 10,000 classrooms, and they were actually going, there was huge expansion in the education infrastructure of the national capital, and it was advertised across the country as well. So inquiry was, there was inquiry which was done by the CVC, and the allegation is that the Vigilance Department has not acted upon the CVC inquiry report, and that is why the LG Vijay Kumar Saxena has now sent a note, strong note to the Chief Secretary. And in fact, that particular report, there were two recommendations. Number one recommendation was detailed investigation into the construction of classrooms. And the second recommendation was inquiry into the engagement of the architect firm Babbar and Babbar Associates. So these were the two recommendations. Now, it will be very interesting to see as to how Aam Aadmi Party responds to the LG's letter that has been sent to the Chief Secretary.
We will be waiting for a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party and specifically Manish Sisodia, remember, because he's also the minister dealing with regard to the education system. But is it also about not just the tenders that were given perhaps to someone they knew already than how it should have been? Was the cost escalated? Were there also toilets that were included as classroom construction? Was the quality also compromised? What was the sanctioned amount that was of earlier 989 crore rupees? Was it increased to a level? Was it utilized properly? All of this, whether it was the quality issues in execution, was there a gross violation of GFR, CWD work manual and the CVC guidelines? There are some serious allegations that have come. We are being told in about 194 schools. It is going to also, that was a part of the CVC investigation, which is dated 2020. And that had to be acted upon by the Vigilance Department in the Delhi government. Why were the comments not given back in time? These are the questions that are being now raised by the Lieutenant Governor. Could this be the biggest face-off we are to see between Kejriwal and the Lieutenant Governor? We'll be tracking on that, and we'll also await a reaction coming in on that. Stay on with this, Amit, because you've been tracking the party in the government also. Any reaction yet? Because what I see when I'm reading some of the CVC findings, these are serious allegations. The average cost of each classroom at about 33 lakh rupees, but it was no fresh tender that was called to carry out additional work. Quality issues in education, gross violation of rules, even toilets were counted as part of the classroom construction. There was an escalated cost beyond the sanctioned cost that was then mentioned. So these are some of the serious allegations that the Aam Aadmi Party government will have to respond. Amit, can you hear me? Because as we are reading through these serious allegations, and these are basically the findings of the Central Vigilance investigation, and there are these violations that are blatant in nature that are being alleged by these findings. So this is definitely a question mark on the claims of the Aam Aadmi Party government as well.
Well, absolutely right. You know, there are findings of the CVC, and these are very pointed findings by the CVC which has been done. However, you know, as far as the response of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, one-day special session of the Delhi Assembly is going on right now. So the entire party and the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Manish Sisodia, all the ministers are actually inside the Delhi Assembly as we speak. And the opposition leaders, you know, the BJP MLAs have headed to the LG's house because they were marshalled out from the one-day assembly session, special assembly session. There was a lot of uproar and confrontation between the ruling party MLAs as well as the opposition benches, which actually led to the marshalling out of those MLAs. So as far as the response is concerned, the response is yet to come because...
Amit, stay on with me. I'm joined by Harish Khurana of the Delhi BJP on these very specific findings that have come. Central Vigilance Commission's findings, Harish, and this, of course, while we wait for an Aam Aadmi Party reaction as well, this is a question mark being raised on the very pertinent education system that they are claiming that they have reformed. They've been showing these modern schools across Delhi and they're saying they've changed the education system, but these findings now come as a question mark.
See, this complaint was filed by me, my Manoj Tiwari and Pravesh Verma few years back. And at that time also we stated that it's a huge scam in the construction of the classroom, and we have the proofs of that. And now this observation has come in, we welcome that. And what we were saying, this government is deeply involved in the corruption, whether it's a excise scam or it's a school scam and other scams are coming in right now. We will also disclose at the time when the right time to come. But make sure this particular Arvind Kejriwal government is deeply involved in huge scams like what you have just stated about school scam, construction of classrooms.
Harish, how are you going to take this further? Because this is going to become a big face-off. It's very likely the Aam Aadmi Party will say that this is deliberate political vendetta. But these are the Central Vigilance Committee findings dating to 2020. So how do you think this is when it becomes a political face-off? How is the BJP going to lead it? You're saying it is the BJP's complaints earlier, a few years ago.
That's what I said. Me, Manoj Tiwari ji and Pravesh Verma ji had filed a complaint in 2020 only at the Central Vigilance Committee also. So that's now they have taken the vigilance, and I think the action will be taken soon. But Aam Aadmi Party has to give the answers why you have done a lot of corruption. For example, a normal school of 400 square feet may be consisting of 5 lakh rupees. But do you know how much they spent? It's around 28 lakh rupees on a 400 square feet room. A normal room of yours or my house will be constructed in 4 lakh, 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 7 lakh, not more than that. But they have spent 28 lakh rupees per room. Can you imagine? It's a huge exchequer money which has been spent. And there is some corruption in that. Make sure of that.
Harish, what do you think the Aam Aadmi Party needs to do to ensure that it comes clean in this big case? We're talking about future of children. We're talking about an education system. What do you think should be the Aam Aadmi Party government's next step? And is this a vindication for the BJP?
See, this is the same party which used to show the papers of Sheila Dixit and say, he's corrupt, corrupt.
Yes.
You remember that? But now, one of the ministers is in jail since last 3.5 months. No action has been taken. Manish Sisodia is involved in excise scam. No action has been taken yet. In spite of all the proofs which the BJP is showing, BJP is asking the questions, no prize given. Now the latest one which has come in now of the schools, still no answer, still no action. That shows Aam Aadmi Party is what they say, what they do is totally different.
Harish Khurana, Delhi BJP. Thank you so much, Harish, for speaking to India Today Television. I want to go back to Amit Bhardwaj. Amit, at this point, do tell us exactly what is the controversy, because there is a Central Vigilance Commission findings which are very specific and serious charges of gross malpractice, of course, changing the classrooms, but also an escalated cost that was eventually sanctioned as shown, and that was not primarily allegedly used for the construction. Now, the LG has raised an objection about why the Delhi Vigilance Department has not taken cognizance of that. Is that the big issue here?
Well, absolutely right. You know, the CVC pointed out there were problems, irregularities, alleged irregularities in construction of the classrooms in terms of as to how the tendering was done, the cost that eventually the Delhi government had to bear, as well as the number of classrooms that were built. So all these were under the scanner, and the Vigilance Department was supposed to act, the Delhi government's Vigilance Department was supposed to act upon that inquiry report. However, you know, in a short while from now, we believe that Aam Aadmi Party would possibly respond to the allegations that has been pointed out in the inquiry report. But there are very, interesting points out here, Pooja. For instance, the PWD was entrusted with the task of constructing 2,405 classrooms in 193 schools to improve the student-teacher ratio. But the government decided, after surveys, the government decided to construct nearly 7,200 classrooms to balance out the teacher and student ratio. So here the case is that government has also built more classrooms than it was recommended in the initial phase. And the Delhi government will actually use it. Eventually, you will see that in days to come, the Delhi government and Aam Aadmi Party will actually use it in their defense, saying that we went to the ground and we believe that we have to revolutionize the entire education system. And hence, new education system, the new education model of Delhi is not going to look like the old government schools. So we believed in ramping up the entire infrastructure, and that is why the number of classes that has been constructed was much higher than the initial recommendation, which also led to escalation in the cost. Now, there are other points as well. Right here in the CVC report that, the cost of constructing classrooms varied from up till 90% in many cases. So that has been pointed out by the CVC
so,
as well.
So, Amit, the Lieutenant Governor primarily, can we say, has recommended a detailed investigation into this case, which means also will involve the architects, the construction companies that were involved and were given that responsibility to be building and constructing these classrooms?
Well, you know, the two recommendations that I was referring to, number one, a detailed investigation into construction of the classrooms and inquiry into engagement of the particular firm, Babbar and Babbar Associates. These were the two recommendations of the CVC. Now, what LG has done is that he has written a strong worded letter to the Chief Secretary. And he has said that there is a CVC report pending for the past 2.5 years. Why has the Vigilance Department not acted upon it? So clearly the LG out here wants the Vigilance Department of the Delhi government.
Amit, stay on with me because Amit is breaking down for us about what are the CVC findings, what has the Lieutenant Governor recommended as an investigation. But clearly it is a shot in the arm for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember that had first bring forth and had put forth complaints against this case. I'm now joined by Ramesh Biduri of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi. बदूरी जी, जब ये एलिगेशंस आ रही थी और ये अब सीवीसी की इंक्वायरी है जिसपे 2 साल तक कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया और अब लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर सक्सेना ने कहा है कि इस पे आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करिए, क्यों 2 साल तक इस पे कोई स्टेटमेंट, कोई रिप्लाई विजिलेंस डिपार्टमेंट से नहीं आया? तो किस तरह से अब बीजेपी इसको आगे बढ़ाएगी?
नहीं, देखो, बीजेपी ने जो एजेंसियां हैं देश को ठीक करने के लिए, चलने के लिए, इस करप्शन पर रोक लगाने के लिए वो एजेंसी कॉग्निजेंस ले रही हैं। एजेंसियों ने इंक्वायरी की होगी, उसमें टाइम लगा होगा इंक्वायरी करने के अंदर, तो एजेंसियों ने इंक्वायरी की होंगी। तो 100% ये था कि सिसोदिया साहब ने जिन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को ठेके दिए थे उन कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स को उसी आधार पर बगैर दोबारा बिड किए हुए उनके रेट बढ़ा दिए, उन लोगों के विद इन द टाइम बाउंड काम पूरा नहीं किया। तो हर चीज में करप्शन है, लेकिन हमारा डाइवर्ट अभी हमारा कंसंट्रेशन सिर्फ लीकर पॉलिसी पे है। हम इधर उधर भटक जाएंगे तो लोग गलतफहमी में चले जाते हैं। अभी पहले मेरा आपसे भी निवेदन है, मीडिया से भी निवेदन है, लीकर पॉलिसी पे सिसोदिया साहब बताएं कि क्या वो ओबराय होटल में नहीं गए थे, क्या 2.5% से 12% बढ़ाया, यदि बढ़ाया तो ये एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पे जो सीबीसी काम कर रही है, चीफ विजिलेंस कमीशन, वो कर रहे हैं जी। वो ये तो अभी तो इस पे भी है, जल बोर्ड में भी है। इन्होंने पूरी दिल्ली को लूटा है हर चीज में जाने के बाद। तो लेकिन एजेंसियां जांच कर रही हैं, क्योंकि एजेंसी ये आरोप लगाते रहते थे, पहले एडवांस में कहते थे हमें काम नहीं करने दे रही एजेंसियां, हमें काम नहीं करने दे रही एजेंसियां, इसलिए इनके काम का इंतजार किया होगा एजेंसियों ने।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली सरकार में स्कैम पे स्कैम आ रहा है, लिकर एक्साइज पॉलिसी का स्कैम है, स्कूल का स्कैम है और जल बोर्ड में भी अब आप कह रहे हैं स्कैम है।
जल बोर्ड में भी है, ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट में भी है। जो बस खरीद घोटाला हुआ था उनको टेंडर देने में जल बोर्ड आज कम से कम 40-50 हजार करोड़ घाटे में जा रहा है। उसकी जिम्मेवारी किसकी है? बिजली में भी घोटाला मिलेगा आपको, देखना, बिजली के ठेकेदारों के साथ भी।
रमेश बिदूजी, आप देखिए, अभी आम आदमी पार्टी का हम रिएक्शन वेट कर रहे हैं। सदन जो चल रहा है वहाँ असेंबली है, उसमें वहाँ हम हमारे कलीग्स हैं वो पूछेंगे सवाल, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का एक एक्सपेक्टेड रिस्पांस रहेगा कि ये तो पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है। उन्होंने देखिए स्कूल्स को कितना बदल दिया और ये डेलिबरेट टारगेट है उनके खिलाफ।
देखो, अगर स्कूल को बदल दिया होता, आप अपना एक कैमरामैन मेरे साथ कल भेजिए। आप एक सेक्शन में, आज कल दिखा दूंगा मैं, आप एक सेक्शन में 80 बच्चे बैठते हैं, डेस्क उपलब्ध नहीं है, विंडो टूटी पड़ी है, कमरे के अंदर डेस्क नहीं है, दिल्ली देश की राजधानी में। और ऐसे एक नहीं, मैं आपको 10 स्कूल दिखा दूंगा जी, 10। आप कोई भी टाइम मुझे बताइए, मैं बायस्ड होकर नहीं कह रहा हूं कि मैं बीजेपी का एमपी हूं, आप मुझे 10 स्कूलों में मैं कल ले जाऊंगा। अगर मैं ना ले जाऊं, मैं राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा जी, कि 10 स्कूलों की हालत ऐसी है जो बिहार के इंटीरियर नीतीश बाबू के क्षेत्र में है जैसी।
सर वही आम आदमी पार्टी करती है। आम आदमी पार्टी भी कहती है कि हम 10 स्कूल दिखाएंगे, देखिए हमने कितना बदल दिया। तो क्या ये तो सीवीसी की इंक्वायरी है, क्या ये राजनीतिक भी है? क्या आपको लगता है बीजेपी ने जो कंप्लेंट्स डाली अब वो ठीक हुआ? क्योंकि उसी कंप्लेंट्स के बाद तो इंक्वायरी हुई सर विजिलेंस कमीशन की।
देखो मैडम, 1000 स्कूल हैं, 1000 में से 10 क्यों ठीक कराएंगे? मीडिया की जिम्मेवारी बनती है कि 70% स्कूल तो दिखा दे, वो 700 स्कूल दिखा दे, वो 700 के नेम फ्लोट कर दे। वो केजरीवाल साहब कहते हैं कि हमारे स्कूलों में जज, हमारे स्कूलों में IAS और मजदूर का बच्चा एक क्लास में बैठकर पढ़ रही है। केजरीवाल साहब की स्टेटमेंट है, आपके चैनल पे भी है। आप केजरीवाल साहब से कहो या आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी जिम्मेवार व्यक्ति से उस स्कूल का नाम बता दें दिल्ली में 1020 स्कूलों में एक स्कूल का नाम बता दें जहां किसी IAS अधिकारी, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स का या किसी बड़े नेता का या आम आदमी पार्टी के बड़े नेता का, किसी भी विधायक का बच्चा पढ़ रहा हो। एक स्कूल बता दें मुझे 1020 में से।
Ramesh Biduri ji, BJP member of parliament, thank you so much sir for speaking to India today. He's saying focus also on the liquor excise policy, and now there is an education scam also where a sanctioned cost that was escalated over the construction of these classrooms, definitely becoming a big face-off between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party. And of course, the target here will also be the BJP, a face-off that we are looking at in the next few days. Our Business Today's India at 100 event, Union HRD Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has lashed out at the Delhi government. Listen in now to what the HRD Minister has to say.
अभी एक नेशनल असेसमेंट सर्वे हुई। नेशनल असेसमेंट सर्वे में इस बार अभी आई, ये वेबसाइट में है, आप जाके मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन स्कूल डिपार्टमेंट में जाके उसको देख सकते हो। दिल्ली में 3 प्रकार की स्कूल है। दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूल है, दिल्ली में सेंट्रल स्कूल, नवोदय विद्यालय से भारत सरकार से चलने वाले स्कूल्स हैं, दिल्ली में प्राइवेट स्कूल्स भी है, बसंत महल भी चल रहा है, मॉडर्न स्कूल भी चल रहा है, डीएवी ग्रुप की स्कूल चल रहा है। तीनों स्कूल ग्रुप की थोड़ा आप 10वीं और 12वीं की रिजल्ट को थोड़ा आप देखिए। रिजल्ट तो सैंपल सर्वे हुई थी, दिल्ली सरकार की अनुमति से हुई थी। पिछले 2 सर्वे की कंपैरिजन आप करोगे, 10th और 12th में दोनों में दिल्ली की सरकारी स्कूलों की परफॉर्मेंस सब्सटेंशियली घट रहा है, सब्सटेंशियली घट रहा है। इसको काटना ना, इसको दिखाना, ये मेरा विनम्रता से मेरे मित्र अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब और सिसोदिया साहब को चुनौती।
मित्र हैं आपके वो?
मैं तो सिविलाइज आदमी हूँ, मैं तो मित्र ही कहूँगा, मैं तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम कहने वाला आदमी हूँ, वो तो मित्र ही होंगे ना। अगर उनको एक्साइज पॉलिसी की चोरी को पकड़ने में वो गाली देंगे, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स दिखा के बचना चाहेंगे, वो जनता तय करेगी। दिल्ली की शिक्षा व्यवस्था खोखला है, नौटंकीबाज है। दूसरी ओर ये गरीबी को शोकेस करके संपन्नता को गाली देने वाला एक उन्होंने फॉर्मूला बनाई है। क्या भारत की राष्ट्रपति जी की पोती, अभी द्रौपदी जी की पोती जाएगी पढ़ने में थोड़े दिनों में, क्या उनकी फीस स्ट्रक्चर और आपकी घर में काम करने वाले काम वाले बाई की बेटी की फीस स्ट्रक्चर एक होना चाहिए क्या? अगर वो ज्यादा पे कर सकते तो करे अपने पॉकेट से पे, जो नहीं करना चाहिए उसको सरकारी चिंता करे। लेकिन आप एक एंटरप्रेन्योरियल कैपेसिटी को ब्लॉक करते हुए, प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को एजुकेशन में ब्लॉक करते हुए, देखो हमने गरीबों के बारे में चिंता किया, कोई आपत्ति नहीं, आपकी दायित्व है, वोट आपको इसीलिए मिला है, टैक्स लोग इसीलिए देते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप आखिर सिसोदिया जी को सीपीडब्ल्यूडी में गड़बड़ी हो रहा है, अपने सरकार में पीडब्ल्यूडी में गड़बड़ी हो रहा है, उनको चिट्ठी क्यों लिखना पड़ा? सरकार तो उन्हीं की है। अगर घर को आप स्कूल मानते हैं, व्हाइट वॉशिंग को आप एजुकेशन मानते हैं, तो मेरे पास कोई
वो कह रहे हैं कि हमने सरकारी स्कूलों की स्थिति को बेहतर किया और आप अंबानी अडानी के दोस्त हैं, आप अपने मित्रों के लिए कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स को कम करते हैं, और चूंकि हम गरीबों को अच्छी एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं इसीलिए आपने सीबीआई ईडी हमारे पे लगा दी। तो ये पूरा फ्रीबीज वर्सेस
मेरे साथ हिंदी में थोड़ा आपको समझा नहीं पाया। एक प्रोवर्ब है, यू कैन फूल ऑल द पीपुल फॉर सम टाइम, सम पीपुल फॉर ऑल द टाइम, बट यू कैनॉट मेक फूल ऑल द पीपुल फॉर ऑल द टाइम। ये स्थिति होने वाला।
The biggest story today has come from the Congress camp. Veteran Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from the Grand Old Party, but it's been a scathing resignation letter that hasn't been seen in a long time. Azad resigned from all posts, including the primary leadership, but sending a 5-page long note to the party interim president Sonia Gandhi. Training guns directly at the party leadership, Ghulam Nabi Azad attacked Rahul Gandhi specifically, repeatedly, saying the situation only worsened since 2019 elections after Rahul Gandhi stepped down in a huff. Ghulam Nabi Azad also has written to Sonia Gandhi in that letter claiming that there is a remote control model that has destroyed first the UPA government and then is now being applied to the Congress party. Azad has cited the sidelining of senior leaders like himself and others, and there is an increasing sway of a small coterie of inexperienced sycophants as the reasons behind his exit from the party. Azad lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, blaming his immaturity for the Congress's dwindling political clout and poor performance not only in Lok Sabha elections but also repeatedly in assembly elections. And we get you the Mega India Today exclusive news break. The first reaction coming in from Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's resigned. Ghulam Nabi Azad has said, I quote him here, I will be going to Jammu and Kashmir, will form my own party, but I will not be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm not in touch with the BJP either, but all political parties respect me. Remember, Ghulam Nabi Azad is a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. He was the 7th CM. He's been a Lok Sabha Member of Parliament. He's been a Leader of Opposition in the Rajya Sabha. He's been a Civil Aviation Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Health Minister. He's also been a Padma Bhushan recently awarded. So we are talking about an experienced veteran of the Congress party who's now saying that he's going to head to J&K, but he's not joining the BJP. He may but form his own party.
वो जम्मू जरूर जाऊंगा,
हाँ,
जम्मू कश्मीर भी जाऊंगा, जम्मू भी जाऊंगा, जम्मू का अकेले क्यों जाऊं?
और ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप अपनी पार्टी बनाएंगे।
देखो जम्मू कश्मीर में तो मेरा यूनिट बनेगा, दैट इज निश्चित। बाकी नेशनल लेवल पे देखेंगे।
बीजेपी में जाने की बात हो रही है, तो वो क्या सही है या गलत है?
वो तो हमारे एडवर्सरीज 3 साल से बता रहे हैं।
हाँ,
हमारे एडवर्सरीज ने तो हमको प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट भी बना दिया था।
पर ऐसा नहीं है, आप ऐसा नहीं है, कोई बीजेपी नेता ने आपको फोन नहीं किया?
नहीं, वो क्यों करेंगे? आई एम नॉट इन बीजेपी।
नहीं, क्योंकि स्वागत किया है वहाँ पे जम्मू कश्मीर के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष ने भाजपा के कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद ने बहुत सही स्टेप लिया है और वो बहुत बड़े नेता हैं।
देखो सुनिए, जम्मू कश्मीर में आई एम फ्रेंडली विद ऑल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, लेट मी टेल A to Z. Because in my political career I have not abused any. I have not abused even at national level. But the least, even as Chief Minister, I have not spoken a word against any political leader or any political party in J&K. Unlike most of the leaders of political parties, ek kapde phalta hai. So I have respect for all political parties in Jammu Kashmir and their party presidents. So naturally, love begets love. Every political party has equal respect for me. Whether they agree with my thinking and with my ideology, irrespective of that, I have always when I was Chief Minister, my first speech in Kashmir was that I will be ashamed. There is the quote unquote. Of course, it was in Hindi. I will be ashamed if any of my colleague will do justice to the people on the basis of party and religion. We are my government is for every religion and for every political party. Whosoever belongs to Jammu Kashmir. And I will be ashamed if my officer or my colleague minister will work on the regional or religious or political basis. This is my first speech in Kashmir, जिसमें मैंने सब पार्टीज के नाम लिए, हुर्रियत से लेकर RSS तक और मेन स्ट्रीम पार्टीज और रीजनल पार्टीज के तो नाम लिए ही। Everybody wants school, food, पानी वगैरह, health care.
पर आजाद
साहब, I can't say कि कांग्रेसी को दे।
ये कह रहे हैं ना कि आप राहुल गांधी के साथ थे तो 15 अगस्त को, तो तभी भी आपकी बात नहीं हुई क्योंकि पूरी चिट्ठी में आपने राहुल गांधी के बारे में लिखा है, immature, childish, non-serious individual.
देखो, let me tell you, on personal basis, I have great regard for entire family. And my love and affection for the family has been always and remain always in challenge. Here I am not talking to personal relation. Whenever I will talk to personal relation, I will also discuss that the good part of our personal relation. Here I am talking about the downfall of the Congress party. And as one of the person Congress who spent 50 years, what I feel and what's happening. So that's, I should say.
बट डाउनफॉल में आपने पूरा राहुल गांधी के लिए जो बोला है, इंडिविजुअल आपने लिखा है, नॉन सीरियस इंडिविजुअल को लॉन्च करने की 8 साल से कोशिश हो रही है और इसीलिए पार्टी जो है एबिलिटी खो दी है अब लड़ने के लिए।
चलो आप आहिस्ता आप इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो, बाय, थैंक यू।
कांग्रेस पार्टी जैसा मैंने छोड़ते वक्त कहा था, वो एक दोबारा आज गुलाम जी की छोड़ने से भी उसको स्टैंप होता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी आइडियोलॉजी से भटक गई। जो इंदिरा जी और नेहरू जी की कांग्रेस थी या राजीव जी की कांग्रेस थी, अब वो कांग्रेस नहीं रही है। विचारधाराएं बदल गई हैं, सोच बदल गया है। एक कोटरी है जो फैसला करती है, एक कोटरी को जो सूट करता है, जो चाहे वो धन के बल पे या सिफारिश के बल पे, वो लोग वही फैसला करते हैं। जैसे मैं रहा, घुटन होती थी, मुझे दुख भी होता था। हम 53 साल कांग्रेस में रहे और हमने कांग्रेस के लिए, मेरे फादर ने हरियाणा को बनाया कांग्रेस पार्टी। हमने, हमारे जैसे लोग कांग्रेस छोड़ सकते हैं, जरूरत ज्यादा सिंधिया जैसा आदमी कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है, जतिन प्रसाद, RPN सिंह, आज गुलाम नबी आजाद, ऐसे लोग कांग्रेस छोड़ सकते हैं। इसका मतलब कहीं न कहीं कांग्रेस में डिफेक्ट है, लोगों में, नेताओं में डिफेक्ट नहीं है।
द फैक्ट दैट अ यंगस्टर लाइक मी complained about the sycophant Darbari culture, and now a senior seasoned leader who has given his blood and sweat to the party is speaking about it becoming a club of PAs and security guards, shows that leaders across age groups are disappointed, frustrated by this entire coterie culture which is thriving in the Indian National Congress.
If you read the Ghulam Nabi Azad letter and the letter I wrote in 2015, you will get lot of similarity. The problem is in the Congress party is that everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is an immature, whimsical and unpredictable leader. As a result, what happened? The people who were loyal to the party or who are loyal to the party, they are deserting one by one. I think these are natural process, and in 2015 I have predicted that in Congress party some time will come, only Gandhis will remain, all other will desert.
Well, his letter speaks for itself, and he's not the only one who has given half a century to the Congress to have left. Several other people have left. So it is pretty obvious that something is desperately wrong within the Congress party. And I say so with a heavy heart because I do believe that ideologically Congress party is still needed in the country. But it is for the party's leadership to look inward and see why one after the other tried and tested Congress people who have stood with the party through thick and thin are now with a heavy heart choosing to leave the party. I think the letter of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is exhaustive enough, elaborate enough. It is self-evident and requires no further elaboration.
I'm not surprised. I am not at all surprised that Ghulam Sir has resigned for the party. I mean, you look at somebody, Ghulam Sir, who has given more than half a century to a party, who has very sincerely worked, who has lived all his life working for the party, and today if he has revolted, today if he has spoken against the party, I think it's high time the Congress party has to open up and understand where they're going wrong. Mr. Rahul Gandhi refuses to understand. Mr. Rahul Gandhi lives in a la-la land where he refuses to understand and, touch the ground reality. This is the biggest failure of Congress. It's not Ghulam Sir alone. Prior to that, right from me to Jaiveer to Jyotiraditya and many more other leaders, Kuldeep Bishnoi, and so many leaders we have seen who have revolted and walked out of the party. So this is just, the beginning of the end for the Congress, I think.
Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit from the Congress party has triggered a big political storm. The Congress has come out all guns blazing against Azad. Youth Congress chief B.Y. Srinivas called the veteran leader an opportunist. The Congress is also now questioning the timing of Azad's resignation of 5-page long letter, accusing him of speaking in the language of the BJP RSS. The party says that Azad was part of Udaipur Chintan Shivir, where the issue of strengthening the party was discussed, and that as a resident of Jammu and Kashmir, he should have decided to welcome Rahul Gandhi launching the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Instead, he is now speaking the language of the RSS and the BJP. The Congress has said Azad does not have a mass public base, and that the bone of contention for him was the Rajya Sabha seat. According to them, it was because of which Azad also led the G23 revolt, remember, of senior netas of the Congress party. Azad, according to the Congress party, is a leader, remember, who enjoyed a lot of power within the party and the government also, but the party has said you have no mass public base anyway.
At a time when every congressman and every congresswoman is involved in ensuring that the Mehngai Par Halla Bol rally will be a success, and every congressman and congresswoman wants to be a Bharat Yatri, wants to walk along with Sri Rahul Gandhi ji on this 3,500 kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time, we have had to read this letter that has been released to the press.
दुख की बात यह है, अत्यंत दुख की बात यह है कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब ने ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस को छोड़ने का और इस लड़ाई के अंदर साथ छोड़ने का फैसला किया है। हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि ये लड़ाई जो जनता के मुद्दों के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं, महंगाई के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं, और कांग्रेस पार्टी सबसे प्रमुख विपक्षी पार्टी होने के नाते लड़ रही है। इसमें भी कोई दो राय नहीं है कि राहुल गांधी जी सबसे मुखर नेता अगर कोई पूरे देश में है जो विपक्ष की आवाज है तो वो राहुल गांधी है। तो ऐसे समय में हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के विपक्ष की आवाज और जनता की आवाज के को अपना बल देते। दुख की बात यह है कि वो इस आवाज के अंदर अपना हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाह रहे, ये बड़े दुख की बात है।
आज जिनको चापलूस कहते दूसरों को, उस वक्त में गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब लगा के जो संजय गांधी साहब थे वो चापलूस ही माने जाते थे, साइकोफेंट माने जाते थे उस वक्त में, और संजय गांधी ने परवाह नहीं करी, तब जाके आज़ाद साहब इतने बड़े नेता बने। जैसी उम्मीद राहुल गांधी से कर रहे हैं, तो आज इस देश के अंदर गुलाम नबी आज़ाद का नाम या जो बाकी नेता जो भी हैं उनका नाम देश में कोई नहीं जानता।
Joining us on this broadcast now is Mr. Manikyam Tagore, Congress MP from Virudunagar. Sir, thank you for joining us here on India Today. What do you make of Ghulam Nabi Azad, veteran leader of the Congress, not just resigning, but in that 4-page letter, Mr. Tagore, targeting Rahul Gandhi, calling him childish, calling him immature, blaming him for the 2014 loss of the Congress?
It's very unfortunate and very painful to read the letter of Mr. Azad Sahab. Ghulam Nabi ji Azad knows the thing that Congress party is going through a tough time, and they had been the ministers. Mr. Azad has been in 40 years in Delhi in the government of Bangla from the Congress party, and he has been ministers for Congress party for more these things than the LOP, all this kind of positions. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is fighting the battle in every level. In the parliament, outside the parliament, and he is starting a 3,700 kilometer Bharat Jodo Yatra, Pada Yatra. It is not a car yatra. It's a Pada Yatra for 3,700 kilometers across India from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. On the decisions of this Udaipur declaration, where Mr. Azad was also part of it. It is very unfortunate that these kind of attacks come at the time when we are fighting against the misrule of Modi and Amit Shah, and when democracy is at its crossroads and we are fighting in the street. But Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad ji, like senior people writing these letters, the same words of RSS and BJP has been replicated there. It is concern for us why he is putting it. That is the problem for us. Why he is doing like this. He is speaking the language of RSS and BJP. That is the concern for us. We are pained to hear this thing. When we are fighting, when our leader Rahul Gandhi is fighting against the BJP and RSS, and when civil society is standing with Rahul Gandhi, When common people are standing with Rahul Gandhi and they are going to join in the march from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, why Mr. Azad is not coming? Why Azad is
He's saying there's no need. He's saying there's no need for a Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's saying first start a Congress Jodo Yatra.
That Bharat has to be first united, madam. We can't be so mean to have only Jodo, mere seat Jodo, uska seat Jodo. Bharat has to be, Bharat Jodo was decided in Udaipur. He was also part of it. He was also part of the working committee when that resolution was decided. When Mrs. Sonia Gandhi announced in the Udaipur declaration about a Bharat Jodo, he was also part of it. We all decided to have a Bharat Jodo.
When you say, Mr. Manikyam Tagore, that Ghulam Nabi Azad is speaking what the RSS and BJP are saying, do you believe that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is being directed by the BJP and could join the Bharatiya Janata Party next?
I am not saying that thing. I am only saying that the language, whatever he is using, the remote control, all these kind of languages of BJP, it is cut and paste of BJP and RSS. These languages used by BJP, and against the attack on Rahul Gandhi, the language is BJP and RSS language. It is not any congressman language. Congressman will never use a language like this. We all think that it is a language of RSS and BJP, and that language has been used by the senior leader like Azad is only painful for me.
जो आदमी 5 पेज की चिट्ठी में 1.5 पेज तो अपने पुराने पदों के बारे में लिखता रहा कि पार्टी ने मुझे ये पद दिए, दूसरे पेज पर जाकर कहते हैं कि मैंने सेल्फलेस सर्विस की। अरे वाह, ऐसी सेल्फलेस सर्विस तो सबको करनी चाहिए। फिर एक के बाद एक आप पद गिनाए चले जा रहे हो और फिर कहते हो मुझे कुछ मिला नहीं इस पार्टी में। उस आदमी का रिमोट कंट्रोल नरेंद्र मोदी के हाथ में है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी और गुलाम नबी आजाद जी के प्रेम तो हमने खुद देखा, संसद में भी देखा, और वो प्रेम की परिणति आज हुई है इस पत्र में।
मैं तो मानता हूं कि जो हमारी पार्टी के संबंध में हमारी सोच है, उस सोच को एकदम से भुलाकर कोई नया रास्ता अपना रहा है, उसको वो नया रास्ता मुबारक हो। लेकिन हमें विश्वास ये कि हम कहीं जाएंगे नहीं, हमको कुछ भी मिलता हो हम जाएंगे नहीं, पार्टी के साथ रहेंगे। हम इस देश का भविष्य इस पार्टी के भविष्य जोड़कर देखते हैं और अपना भविष्य इस पार्टी और देश के साथ जोड़ते हैं, इसलिए हम यही रहेंगे और उम्मीद करते हैं कि पार्टी ऊपर ऊपर उठती रहेगी।
सर आप Not just this, the Congress party then released an old video of Rahul Gandhi to take a jibe at Ghulam Nabi Azad, where the Congress member of parliament from Wayanad lashed out at those who have quit the party. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi had said in this old video that is now circulating today.
और बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो डर नहीं रहे कांग्रेस के बाहर हैं, वो सब हमारे हैं, उनको अंदर लाओ, और जो हमारे यहाँ डर रहे हैं उनको बाहर निकालो। चलो भैया जाओ, आरएसएस के हो जाओ, भागो, मजे लो, नहीं चाहिए, जरूरत नहीं है तुम्हारी, हमें निडर लोग चाहिए, ये हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है, ये मेरा बेसिक मैसेज है।
We'll continue to get your reactions on this big developing story as well. Heading into a very short break, it is Sonali Phogat's death mystery that has deepened, and now with the Goa police claiming that she was drugged forcefully at a party. We get you the details on the other side about where this death case is now headed to.
You are watching India Today.
Kinmen Island. This is Taiwan's most threatened outpost, just 10 kilometers away from mainland China. If China made the Great Wall, Taiwan made a series of such tunnels right from 1949 onwards. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I report live and exclusive from Ground Zero, Taiwan, only on India Today.
जो भी हुंदा है वो हम कर दें या फिर हम हवा विच एवं ही उड़ते फिरते हैं यहाँ से वहाँ।
आजाद मैदान में भाषण देते वक्त गंगूबाई ने आंखें झुका कर नहीं, आंखें मिलाकर अपने हक की बात की है भाई।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं।
कश्मीर के मसले का एक ही हल, जिहाद।
अरे जब शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि ये तीनों ही औरतें हैं, तो इन मर्दों को किस बात का गुरूर?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Veteran leader of the Congress party, Ghulam Nabi Azad, resigns from the party, and in a scathing letter, a 5-page long note, he names and shames Rahul Gandhi, says consultative process demolished by Rahul Gandhi, but also alleging there is a coterie of inexperienced sycophants who are running the party. The Congress calls Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit unfortunate, says sad that Ghulam Nabi Azad left the party during a time that Congress was fighting against centre over mehengai and unemployment. Sonali Phogat's death mystery deepens. Police claim Sonali was forcefully drugged at a party. Obnoxious chemical was given to her. Savarkar showdown peaks in Karnataka after the Congress Neta compares Savarkar to Jinnah. Chief Minister Bomai hits back, says Congress loves Jinnah. Security tightened in Hyderabad for the Friday prayers after days of endless protests. Telangana Chief Minister KCR, AIMIM Chief and also Hyderabad MP Owaisi is appealing for calm after MLA Raja Singh's arrest. It's a big disclosure in Sonali's death mystery that is deepening. The 42-year-old artist who had died by heart attack, now there are fresh claims coming in with regard to this death case. We're now being told there is a CCTV video of the actor in Goa, the video of Sonali Phogat after being drugged at a shack in the Anjuna beach in Goa. This appears to be that CCTV footage on your screen. Look closely. The police has also said they are taking care in accessing all possible CCTV visuals coming in from Goa where she was at a party. The video shows, as it appears, that possibly under the influence of drugs, as is being alleged by the police also now, that she is being taken away by one man. Who is that man who is escorting her? Where was then she taken? Because hours after this video, as it appears, Sonali Phogat died. And the report had said that it appeared to be a cardiac arrest, but could there have been a reason of that obnoxious chemical that was given to her few hours prior? Remember, this is the big exclusive that you are bringing to you because the Goa Police IGP has also said that they are looking at all angles, but there was definitely an obnoxious chemical, and I'm quoting the IGP here, that was given to Sonali Phogat. They are trying to access all possible CCTV videos coming in from Anjuna Beach in Goa at one of the nightclubs where the actor was also partying. But who was that man who was with her hours prior to that death? Was it one of the accused? Remember, 2 men have been taken into custody right now. Their custodial questioning will begin by the Goa Police. That is on as well. But the police is picking on the drug angle. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Arvind Doja on that. Arvind, इस वीडियो में देखकर पता चल रहा है कि सोनाली फोगट जो है उनके साथ एक आदमी है जिसके सहारे ही वो चल पा रही हैं। तो लग रहा है कि उसी वक्त शायद तबीयत या तो ठीक नहीं थी, क्या सिचुएशन हुआ? क्या ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी एक तरह से एक्सेस और एविडेंस बनेगी गोवा पुलिस के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल एविडेंस बनेगी और इस तरह की कई सीसीटीवी फुटेज है पूजा मैं आपको बताऊं। और ये इंडिया टुडे के पास एक्सक्लूसिव सीसीटीवी इमेज है सोनाली फोगाट की मौत के मामले में। उस दिन 4:27 पर अगर आप सीसीटीवी फुटेज देखेंगी तो उसमें टाइम भी साफ साफ दिखाई दे रही है। 4:27 पर सोनाली फोगाट को जो एक अक्यूज्ड है जिसे गोवा पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है, सुधीर जो उसका पी है, वो पकड़ कर ले जा रहा है। और अगर आप देखेंगी तो जो सोनाली फोगाट है उनकी हालत चलने लायक भी नहीं है। गोवा पुलिस दरअसल इन्हीं सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर आगे बढ़ी और इंटरोगेशन किया गया, दोनों अक्यूज से क्वेश्चनिंग की गई, उसके बाद उन दोनों को अरेस्ट किया गया। और इसी आधार पर गोवा पुलिस ने जब पूछताछ की कि आखिर ऐसी क्या बात थी कि जो कर्लीज रेस्टोरेंट है वहां पर अचानक सोनाली फोगाट की जो हालत है वो खराब हो गई, जिसके बाद जब पूछताछ हुई तो ड्रग एंगल सामने आया है। पूजा मैं ये भी बताऊं, जो सोर्सेज है गोवा पुलिस के, उन्होंने ये भी बताया है कि बाकायदा एक बॉटल में ड्रग देते हुए भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज गोवा पुलिस के हाथ लगा है। चूंकि वो कोर्ट में एविडेंस के तौर पर जाएगा, इस वजह से उसको सीज करके रखा हुआ है गोवा पुलिस ने। लेकिन ये अपने आप में काफी चौंकाने वाला खुलासा है सोनाली फोगाट की।
अरविंद, ये बताइए उसके साथ जो हमें आदमी दिख रहा है, द मैन एस्कॉर्टिंग हर, क्लियरली शी हैज टू टेक हिज सपोर्ट टू इवन वॉक आउट ऑफ दिस नाइट क्लब एट द अंजुना बीच इन गोवा। तो ये जो साथ में उनके है, क्या यही अक्यूज्ड हम कह सकते हैं या वो आइडेंटिटी अभी वेरीफाई हो रही है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए पूजा, जो दोनों अक्यूज्ड है सुधीर और सुखविंदर, वो उस वक्त साथ मौजूद थे और जो सुधीर है वो सोनाली फोगाट को ले जाता हुआ सीसीटीवी में साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। अगर आप सीसीटीवी फुटेज देखेंगे तो उसमें साफ साफ जो सुधीर है वो ले जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, जबकि सुखविंदर भी मौजूद है और आसपास काफी लोग आपको दिखाई दे रहे होंगे। और अगर आप उन जो बाकी लोग हैं उनके चेहरे के हाव भाव से आप समझ पा रही होंगी कि किस तरह के हालात वहां पर थे। और खास तौर पर इस सीसीटीवी फुटेज में सोनाली को अगर आप देखेंगे तो उनकी जो हालत है वो हालत काफी खराब है। और शुरुआत में भी इस तरह की बात सामने आई थी कि रेस्टोरेंट में ही उनकी हालत बिगड़ी थी, जिसके बाद उनके करीबी उनके स्टाफ ने कहा था कि उन्हें अस्पताल ले जाया जाए, जिससे उन्होंने इनकार कर दिया था। लेकिन इस सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जिस तरह सोनाली को लेकर जाया जा रहा है, उसके बाद कई जगह पर वो जाकर बैठी है, तो उसके बाद उन्हें होटल लेकर जाया गया। तो दरअसल जो गोवा पुलिस की थ्योरी है कि ड्रग दिया गया और फोर्सफुली ड्रग दिया गया, वो कहीं ना कहीं सीसीटीवी में ये बताता है, ये सीसीटीवी बताने के लिए काफी है कि किस तरह की उनकी हालत थी, कैसे कैसे उनकी हालत खराब होती चली गई। और उसके बाद होटल में वो जाकर काफी बेहोशी हालत में पड़ी हुई थी। 1.5 घंटे बाद दरवाजा जो है वो तोड़ा गया है। उसके बाद सोनाली माफ करिएगा, दरवाजा खुला है 1.5 घंटे बाद, उसके बाद उनको अस्पताल ले जाया गया। तो सीसीटीवी फुटेज 4:27 का है गोवा के उसी कर्लीज रेस्टोरेंट का, जहां सोनाली फोगाट की हालत खराब हुई थी।
तो 4 बजे सुबह, हम ये बता दें, मतलब जो रात का टाइम है जिस ये नाइट क्लब में है, 4 बजे सुबह का सीसीटीवी फुटेज एक्सेस होता है। अरविंद ओझा हैज बीन ट्रैकिंग ऑल द लेटेस्ट। अरविंद, स्टे ऑन विद मी, आई जस्ट वांट टू टॉक अबाउट दिस वीडियो येट अगेन. The woman you're looking at, we're being told, is Sonali Phogat. She's been escorted by this man on your screen. This is an exclusive footage and we want you to look at it carefully because this could be the last evidence that possibly the Goa police is in access of. And this man who's escorting her, our colleagues are telling us, of course, all of this, 2 men have been taken into arrest, 2 accused, a personal secretary, an assistant and also a close aide. Arvind Oja, as we look at this visual closely, we also must mention it's a sensitive issue. We are talking about drugs and we'll only go by what the police is saying and what the family is claiming. We are not making any conjecture because we're also waiting for all sorts of forensic reports to emerge. But why do you think, Arvind, जो ये ड्रग एंगल आया है, जो फैमिली का भी एलिगेशन था कि कुछ तो फाउल प्ले है, ऐसे ही हार्ट अटैक नहीं हो गया, तो ये जो ड्रग एंगल है किस बेसिस पे गोवा पुलिस के आईजीपी आज इस बात को मेंशन कर रहे हैं, या ऑब्नॉक्शियस केमिकल जो वो कह रहे हैं, वो किस लेवल पे वो आके उनका ये इन्फ्रेंस है कि यहाँ फाउल प्ले था?
देखिए, इस पूरे मामले पर जब ये पूरी सोनाली फोगाट के मौत की जानकारी अस्पताल से गोवा पुलिस को मिली तो शुरुआत में कार्डियक अरेस्ट यानी हार्ट अटैक के बारे में जानकारी दी गई और हार्ट अटैक से मौत हुई। डॉक्टर भी कोई इंडिकेशन नहीं दे रहे थे, पुलिस पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट का वेट कर रही थी। इसी दौरान जो सोनाली फोगाट की फैमिली है उनकी तरफ से एक के बाद एक कई आरोप, सीरियस एलिगेशन वो जो सोनाली फोगाट के स्टाफ है सुखविंदर और उसके पीए सुधीर, उनके ऊपर लगाए जाते हैं, जिसके बाद पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट एक तरफ होता है और दूसरी तरफ गोवा पुलिस वो जो 302 की एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड करती है मर्डर की। उसके बाद सोनाली फोगाट की तमाम जो मूवमेंट है उस रात की, एक रात पहले की, वो सीसीटीवी के आधार पर वो चेक करने की कोशिश की जाती है और उसी सीसीटीवी फुटेज में कई जगह पर ऐसा गोवा पुलिस को मिला कि जो सोनाली फोगाट की हालत वो चलने की हालत में नहीं थी। और वो जो इंडिया टुडे के पास आप एक्सक्लूसिव सीसीटीवी फुटेज देख रहे हैं, इस सीसीटीवी में साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि उनकी हालत काफी ज्यादा खराब है। जिसके बाद जो दोनों अक्यूज, खासकर अक्यूज थे, उनको कस्टडी में लिया गया, उनसे पूछताछ हुई जिसमें उन्होंने इस बात को कबूल किया है कि सोनाली फोगाट को उन्होंने ड्रग दिया है। हालांकि उसका फॉरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन भी वो कराएगी गोवा पुलिस। लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊं कि ये जो इंट्रोगेशन में दोनों अक्यूज है, उन्होंने इस बात को एक्सेप्ट किया है कि सोनाली फोगाट को उन्होंने ड्रग दिया है। किस टाइप का ड्रग है, कुछ देर बाद इंडिया टुडे पर हम उस बात का खुलासा करेंगे अपने सोर्सेज से। लेकिन ये जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है पूजा, इसमें ये साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि किस तरीके से सोनाली फोगाट की हालत खराब थी।
And clearly, Arvind, if we talk about this visual, please stay on with me, that she's unable to walk. Every step that Sonali Phogat is taking is with a lot of difficulty, and that she's clearly, she has the support of the man with her, and on whose shoulder she is trying to take that support and walk. Every step, as you can see, she also stumbles. And the man that manages to take her out of this nightclub in the Anjuna beach. This is a CCTV video. Now, why it is important, remember, because just hours after that, we're talking about 4:27 a.m. Hours after that, there were reports that she's not waking up. The door had to be barged into, and then it was the hospital declared her brought dead. And that is why this could be that last video on your screen that you're looking at, that the Goa police also now has access of and will be investigating. But of course, while we look at this visual, Arvind, the focus will be on the man with her. Was he the last one to drop her back to the hotel? Was he the one with her just before that cardiac arrest took place? So this is going to be the biggest question on that man, isn't it, Arvind?
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। देखिए, इस खास तौर पर जब सोनाली फोगाट की मौत हुई, उस दौरान इनके साथ कौन कौन लोग था, ये तमाम एंगल पर पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही थी। और खास तौर पर उस रेस्टोरेंट से पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू हुई जहां से सोनाली फोगाट की हालत खराब होनी शुरू हुई। और सिर्फ उस रेस्टोरेंट से नहीं, उसके पहले सोनाली फोगाट ने कहां कहां विजिट किया, उन तमाम जगहों का सीसीटीवी फुटेज चेक किया है गोवा पुलिस ने। और सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है पूजा, और जो काफी बड़ी जानकारी है, वो बड़ी जानकारी ये है कि एक बोतल में कुछ पिलाते हुए भी अक्यूज दिखाई दे रहे हैं और सोनाली मना कर रही हैं। ये भी फुटेज गोवा पुलिस के पास है, जो एक तरीके से कहे बड़ा एविडेंस है। और इन्हीं तमाम एविडेंस के आधार पर दोनों ही अक्यूज को डिटेन किया गया, उनसे पूछताछ की गई, उनके बाद उन दोनों को अरेस्ट किया गया। तो अपने आप में ये चौंकाने वाली खबर है।
Arvind, all right, we'll just go quickly back to Arvind. Remember, Arvind is trying to speak to as many senior officials, whether it is in Goa or even in Haryana, people who may have known her, may have been in touch with her. So 42-year-old actor Sonali Phogat died of cardiac arrest on 23rd August. But the family then started to claim that there is a foul play that must be investigated because very little was known about her visit to Goa. Who was she with? But they also suspected two men, a close aide and a PA. Both of them have now been taken into custody by the Goa police. But today's press briefing by the Inspector General of Police in Goa has raised some very shocking revelations. And there is an obnoxious chemical that was forcefully given to her. In the same Anjuna beach that you're looking at, where this nightclub was, that in an inebriated state as it appeared, after that she was taken to a washroom, to a lavatory. And for the next 2 hours, there is no clarity about what happened there or in that premises. And then this video surfaces at about 4:27, according to our colleagues who've managed to access this video. So this man escorting her, on whose shoulder she's managed to leave this premises, then is taken to a hotel. Hours later, she's found dead. So what exactly happened in these hours is the one will be, of course, investigated in some time. Remember, it's a sensitive story. We're trying to put forth only confirmed reactions that are coming in or the claims by the family, but it was only primarily the family, because of which a heart attack report that was mentioned will now have to delve deeper into, was there a foul play at all? So right, it is the death mystery that has deepened into the 42-year-old actor. This video coming in, stumbling Sonali Phogat walking out of this nightclub. And we'll try to get details from Goa specifically, because that's where Pankaj Upadhyay, my colleague, has been. Pankaj, he's now joining me on this telecast. You spoke to the Inspector General of Police. You also asked him questions. Of course, this video could become that final nail. But what are you picking up about the man with her? What are you picking up about what happened after? How is the police going to ensure this video is going to be one of the big evidence?
Pooja, first and foremost, 2 arrests have been made in this case.
Yes.
One, PA Sudhin Sangwan, and secondly Sukhwinder, who is the friend of this PA, Sudhir Sangwan. Now, these two accused have already accepted, confessed to the crime, and police has also established that these two people were very much present in Curly's restaurant along with the victim, that is Sonali, and police has also maintained that along with the help of the CCTV footage and the statements that have been taken with the people who were present, that is the various eyewitnesses, the police has established that yes, it was Sukhwinder and Mr. Sangwan who forced Sonali to have a drink. Now, it has yet not been established what were the contents of this very drink, but the police maintains they are still waiting for the forensic report, which will clearly establish as to whether it was some sort of a drug, what some sort of an alien substance.
Okay.
The police has not cleared as to what this substance really is, where from did these two accused procured it from, whether this was a premeditated crime or not. Police clearly maintains that they are still waiting for the forensic report that will comprehensively establish as to what sort of a drink was given to Sonali. But police clearly maintains, yes, that Sonali was given a drink, and it has been established through the eyewitnesses and also through the CCTV footage. And it's only after having this drink that Sonali lost control of her body, and after that, for 2 hours nearly, she was made to sit in the toilet. She was not taken to the hospital. The police says they are also investigating as to why she was not taken to the hospital. Further investigation into the matter is still on.
So was her drink spiked? What was the chemical or any sort of substance that was used probably in that drink that she had that has led to her losing control, and then she had to be taken to the hotel? All of this is going to be found out. Was it foul play? Was it a party gone wrong? All of this will be tracked. Pankaj, thank you very much for now. I want to go from Goa now to Haryana, because that is where my colleague Milan Sharma SP, she's been getting us the first reactions from the family. Family allegations that there is foul play. Now here, we're not making conjectures, Milan. We are putting out what the family and the police has to say. Family claimed foul play. Police is also now looking at that. Now, this video on our screen could be that last video before she headed out to the hotel and then was found dead. So was it a spiked drink? Was it any sort of foul play? All of that is being going to looked into. Milan, I'll just come to you in a short while, because while we stay with this visual, remember what the Goa police had said, and I just want to reiterate and quote the IGP also here, that they are going to take a look at all the CCTV footage. And Pankaj, here I want to bring you again, because you will need evidence. You cannot go by conjectures as investigators on the job. So of course, the Goa police will want to ensure that they have the CCTV footage, they have solid evidence with them. Only then will they be able to confirm about what exactly happened. But this has clearly come as a shock, because to know that an actor like that, was there a spiked drink that was given to her? Who gave it to her? What happened? And this, remember, when she was in Goa, after which she had a cardiac arrest, according to preliminary report. Now, the viscera samples have been sent for further tests, and only that could establish what exactly was found in that sample as well. Big news now coming in. Goa police have identified a drug peddler who could have possibly given drugs to the accused, who then gave it to the victim, Sonali Phogat. So that's the big news coming in. Remember, this is one by one twist coming in. What we are being told by the cops is they have managed to at least identify one peddler who could have given drugs to Sonali, to the accused, and then who possibly allegedly spiked a drink that she was made to drink. So these are, these are tragic, shocking disclosures one by one that we are bringing to you, that the accused who got drugs, or at least some narcotic substances, because we cannot confirm right now what sort of a drug that was, but some substance that could have been given to the accused, who then gave it to the actor forcefully and possibly in a spiked drink. So this is one by one the revelation coming in from the investigations from Goa police. But remember, only primarily after the family started to put forth allegations that there is a foul play in this case. So this is a stunning twist in the death case coming in. This, remember, with the BJP leader and the TV actor who died on 23rd August in Goa. The state police has revealed that she was forcefully drugged The cops have said that there was some chemical, an obnoxious a substance that they're trying to confirm what it could be. This when she was at a party with two accused, two men who've now been taken into arrest, Sudhir and Sukhwinder. It seems that she died under the influence of some narcotic substance. The Goa police has said that about 4:30 a.m. when she was not in her control, the suspect who, as we can see in this video, this man in black, there is someone in the premises who has taken her to a nearby washroom, a lavatory. There is no explanation then what happened in the next few hours. Now, the two men, though, have been taken into arrest because they were last seen with the woman. The FSL team will then take them to different locations to help identify any more leads that the investigators can manage. They will also be produced in the court. But what shocking disclosures one by one. The CCTV video on one side, and that we can see that the actor not in control, she's being with the support of this man on your screens, is being taken out. But hours after that, the door had to be barged into when she had to then be rushed to the hospital and was declared dead. Absolutely shocking death mystery here with one by one stunning disclosures coming in. First claims by the family and then from the Goa police. So remember, Sonali Phogat has been an actor. She's been a politician. She also contested elections. She was a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the BJP leaders have also now been reacting on that. Kuldeep Bishnoi had also reacted on this case. Funeral rites of Sonali Phogat were done today. But amid the grieving family, they continue to maintain that there is a foul play and they do not want to go just by the natural death theory that it was a heart attack. They do believe that there was some sort of substance that she was given that could have led to a cardiac arrest. Now, we are not making a conjecture. We are putting out the family allegations and we're also putting out what the investigators on the job have to say. The senior most officer, the IGP there in Goa, has given out a press conference today as well, to which he has said that there was some sort of chemical substance that was given to her. But with this last CCTV footage on your screen at about 4:27 a.m. and remember that time also very clearly written on the CCTV video that is on your screen right now. 4:27 a.m. is this video. Stumbling, trying to walk with the help of the man in the black t-shirt, and then she is taken out of the hotel. Arvind Ojha is getting us one by one the first update here on India Today. Now with the CCTV footage जो अरविंद सामने आई है, उसके बाद एक सब्सटेंस का एंगल, एक ड्रग का एंगल भी आता है जो फोर्सफुली इनको दिया गया, मगर एक ड्रग पेडलर को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है. आप इस पे क्या पिकअप कर पा रहे हैं गोवा पुलिस की तरफ से?
जी देखिए, इंडिया टुडे को जो एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है, चूंकि अब इसमें ड्रग एंगल आया है, तो एक ड्रग पेडलर को भी आइडेंटिफाई किया है और बहुत मुमकिन है कि जल्द ही उसको हिरासत में लेगी. उसके लिए कई टीमें गोवा पुलिस की लगा दी गई हैं, क्योंकि जो दोनों अक्यूज्ड हैं उन्होंने कन्फेस किया है कि उन्होंने ड्रग दिया था. और मैं आपको बताऊं पूजा की आज तक इंडिया टुडे पर ये एक्सक्लूसिव सीसीटीवी फुटेज आप देख पा रही हैं कि किस तरह से हालत खराब है इनकी. लेकिन गोवा पुलिस के टॉप सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि उनके पास और भी शॉकिंग सीसीटीवी फुटेज है जो कोर्ट में एविडेंस के तौर पर वो रखेंगे और कि किस बेसिस पर दोनों को ही अरेस्ट किया गया है, जिसमें एक जगह पर एक बॉटल में ड्रग लेते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं अक्यूज, खासतौर पर अक्यूज दे रहे हैं और जो सोनाली है वो मना कर रही हैं. तो इस तरह के कई एविडेंस है जिसके आधार पर दोनों अक्यूज से पूछताछ हुई और पूछताछ के बाद उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है. अब इस मामले में एक ड्रग पेडलर को तलाश कर रही है गोवा पुलिस और उस ड्रग पेडलर को सोर्सेज ने बताया कि आइडेंटिफाई भी कर लिया गया.
अरविंद, हमें ये जरूर बताइए, क्योंकि जो वीडियो हम लगातार चला रहे हैं, कुछ पुराने वीडियोस भी सामने आ रहे हैं जिसमें अलग लोकेशंस हैं और डेट क्लियर नहीं है, बट कोई उनके साथ है जिनके साथ वो पार्टी कर रही है, लेकिन दो जो कस्टडी में है सारा फोकस उन्हीं पर है. पर ऐसा क्यों है कि उस पीए पे और उस क्लोज एड पे ही इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स सबसे ज्यादा फोकस करेंगे?
देखिए, सोनाली फोगाट के साथ जो लोग थे आसपास, पुलिस उनसे ही पूछताछ कर रही थी. होटल के स्टाफ से भी पूछताछ की गई, रेस्टोरेंट के स्टाफ से भी पूछताछ की गई. शुरुआत में जैसा कि मैंने पहले बताया पूजा की, जब इनकी मौत हुई तो हार्ट अटैक वजह बताई जा रही थी, अस्पताल से ही जानकारी मिली थी। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट का इंतजार कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में भी कॉज ऑफ डेथ क्लियर नहीं थी। इस दौरान जो फैमिली ने आरोप लगाया, उस आधार पर मर्डर का केस गोवा पुलिस ने रजिस्टर किया और दोनों ही अक्यूज से जब इंटरोगेशन की गई, साथ ही साथ सीसीटीवी फुटेज खंगाले गए, तो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो क्लू मिला उसको सामने रखकर कन्फ्रंट किया गया अक्यूज से, जिसके बाद ड्रग एंगल सामने आया और उसके बाद कई ऐसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज मिले, जिसके बाद दोनों ही अक्यूज को अरेस्ट किया गया है। बाकायदा गोवा पुलिस ने अब ऑफिशियली भी इस बात का खुलासा किया है कि उनको कुछ केमिकल दिया गया, उसकी एग्जामिनेशन में होगी, लेकिन सोर्सेज ने हमें बताया कि उन्हें ड्रग ही दिया गया था और एक बॉटल में, और उसका जो वीडियो एविडेंस है वो भी गोवा पुलिस के पास है और इसी आधार पर एक ड्रग पैडलर की तलाश जो है वो पुलिस कर रही है।
अरविंद, एक आखिरी सवाल जरूर आपसे लेना चाहूंगी। आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट अरविंद, यू बीन कॉन्स्टेंटली ट्राइंग टू स्पीक टू सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स एंड देयरफॉर यू मे हैव टू गो आल्सो आफ्टर दिस, बट इफ वी स्टे विद दिस विजुअल व्हिच इज द लास्ट वीडियो, डू यू थिंक देयर आर अदर वीडियोज आल्सो दैट द पुलिस इज इन एक्सेस ऑफ? अभी शायद आप भी आई एम श्योर ट्राई कर रहे होंगे, लेकिन ये वीडियो के अलावा भी और सीसीटीवी फुटेज, चाहे वो अंजना बीच के इस नाइट क्लब की हो, उनके अदर मूवमेंट्स, ये सब पुलिस चाहेगी एज एविडेंस बनाना, बिकॉज द पुलिस विल हैव टू एंश्योर दैट दे हैव सॉलिड एविडेंस टू कम आउट विद द क्लेम्स आल्सो दैट द फैमिली इज अलेजिंग।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए गोवा पुलिस के पास, जैसा कि मैंने पूजा बताया, इंडिया टुडे को जो एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी गोवा पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल से मिली है वो ये है कि उनके पास सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी है। वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो सबसे एक बड़ा एविडेंस है, जिसमें सोनाली फोगाट दिख रही है, उसमें दोनों अक्यूज देख रहे हैं, उसमें एक अक्यूज बॉटल में कुछ पिलाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। जब उससे पूछताछ की गई तो उसने ये बताया कि जो ड्रग है वो उसमें किसी एक पानी वाले चीज में उसको ड्रग में मिक्स करके वो दिया जा रहा था। वो एविडेंस भी, वो वीडियो है पूजा गोवा पुलिस के पास। तो इतने सॉलिड एविडेंस है और उसी फुटेज को दिखाकर कन्फ्रंट किया गया अक्यूज को, जिसके बाद उन्होंने कबूला। तकरीबन 200 से ज्यादा सीसीटीवी फुटेज वो सीज किए, उसको खंगाला गया है गोवा पुलिस की तरफ से। उसके बाद ये जो एविडेंस मिले, इसके आधार पर कन्फ्रंट किया गया और तभी दोनों अक्यूज को अरेस्ट किया गया है। अब जो ड्रग पेडलर है,
मगर अरविंद ये भी बात यहाँ कहना जरूरी है कि ये सब जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है इसीलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि फैमिली के एलिगेशन आए थे, क्योंकि फैमिली बार बार कह रही थी कि हम सिर्फ हार्ट अटैक की थ्योरी नहीं लेंगे।
एग्जैक्टली, देखिए मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी भी ये हम अपने व्यूअर्स को बताना चाहते हैं, अभी भी कॉज ऑफ डेथ क्या है, सोनाली फोगाट की मौत की असली वजह क्या है, ये भी अभी भी क्लियर नहीं है। वो ऑटोप्सी रिपोर्ट में आएगी, लेकिन चूंकि मर्डर का केस रजिस्टर्ड किया था फैमिली के एलिगेशन के बाद, उसके बाद जाहिर सी बात है पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन उस आधार पर करेगी। और जो सस्पेक्ट बताए गए थे फैमिली की तरफ से, जब उनको जीरो इन किया है गोवा पुलिस ने, उसके बाद सीसीटीवी फुटेज खंगाले हैं। तो जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज से एविडेंस मिला, उसको लेकर कन्फ्रंट किया गया को, जिसके बाद ये ड्रग एंगल का चीज वो सामने आई है। और उसके बाद वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी मिला है जिसमें एक बॉटल में कुछ पिलाते हुए सोनाली फोगाट को दिख रहे हैं अक्यूज, और सोनाली फोगाट मना भी कर रही है। तो ये भी एविडेंस है जिसके आधार पर अरेस्टिंग हुई है। लेकिन जो इंडिया टुडे के हाथ सीसीटीवी फुटेज सबसे पहले लगा पूजा, उसमें साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो करलीज रेस्टोरेंट है, यहाँ से निकलते वक्त सोनाली फोगाट की हालत किस तरह की है।
Arvind Oja getting us this big evidence of CCTV footage, remember, because who is this man escorting her? Who were the individuals who gave her a spiked drink? What happened before and after? That is what the investigators of Goa Police will want to probe further as well. But what a tragic death also, and the cause not yet clear, leaving a grieving family. And therefore, I want to now, from Delhi and from Goa, go to Haryana. In Hisar, Milan Sharma has been there since today morning. Apart from the cremation and the last rites that were performed of Sonali Phogat today morning, amid a grieving family, they are also fighting for justice because they believe they cannot just accept a natural death case. Milan, over to you now. Has the family reacted ever since the Goa police has come forth with these strong allegations and revelations also, which they are also now investigating, but there is a foul play that is coming in this death?
Sonali Phogat, and her brother is here with us.
who had gone to Goa, registered the complaint, and because of which the entire case actually took shape, and there are many details that are coming forward. I will speak to him about the latest revelations that we have been bringing forward. रिंकू जी, आप प्लीज मुझसे बात कर लीजिए. आप बताइए हमें कि अभी गोवा पुलिस में, आईजी पुलिस ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताया कि आप लोग पहले दिन से कह रहे थे कि कुछ फाउल प्ले है, कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए अब गोवा पुलिस ने कहा है कि हाँ, सोनाली फोगाट को जबरदस्ती कुछ ऐसे पदार्थ या ऐसे कुछ केमिकल खिलाए गए सुधीर की तरफ से, जिनकी वजह से उनकी हालत बिगड़ी और उसके बाद उनकी मृत्यु हो गई. तो ये अब खुलासा आईजी पुलिस गोवा ने किया है. इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
अच्छी शुरुआत है और हम बार बार इसी चीज को रिव्यू कर रहे थे कि हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज की जाए और
Milan Sharma there speaking to the family members as well, and we'll try and get the latest on that. But the CCTV video is the latest that we have. From, every day there is a twist in this death case. 23rd August, Sonali Phogat dies of a heart attack is what officially the family is told. By the time her funeral rites are being arranged, she and her mortal remains are being transported from Goa to Haryana in Hisar, where the family lives. Till then, there is sudden change one by one. But the focus comes down on the first accused, Sudhir Sangwan. He has been taken into arrest. He's a personal assistant of Sonali Phogat, but he's being seen as an accused about, did he spike the drink? What happened to Sonali Phogat? Because this was the man you're looking at, was with her until likely the last moment, since the doors have to be barged open, and then she was rushed to the hospital, where the hospital declared her dead. But amid all this, two men, accused one is a Sonali PA, Sudhir Sangwan, he's been taken into arrest. Another Sukhwinder has also been taken into the custody, and Goa Police will be looking at both of them. But as we look at this video of a stumbling Sonali Phogat trying to take support and control, are we looking at a party gone wrong? Are we looking at a deliberate foul play? Did someone want her dead? Because that's what the family is claiming. The family is saying they're also looking at allegations of blackmail, of rape. All of this, the family has said there is something that was deliberately being done to harm her, and that led to her death. The investigators are saying they are trying to compile all evidence. They are definitely looking at a chemical substance, an obnoxious chemical, in the words of the IGP of Goa Police. They are trying to find out what was that was given to her, whether it was in drink or any other form. And there was a spiked drink is what primarily they are looking at for now. But because the investigations will have to consider not just the accused, but anyone who had interacted with her in the past few hours, specifically the night prior to her death. But this is the latest visual that we can bring to you. But now the big revelation that has come as an update. A drug peddler has been identified by the Goa Police. Could he have given any sort of narcotic substance to the accused, number one, who could have then given it to the 42-year-old actor? Because there has to be a trail of what exactly happened. A 4:27 a.m. video that is taken on 23rd August early morning. This is after when she's taken to the hotel. The investigators will want to have a video before this, because the whole point that the police is also saying is she is seen partying at a nightclub. Many people are. Nothing seems very off. But it's when she's taken to a nearby lavatory, a washroom. After that, about 1 to 2 hours, there's no clarity, there's no explanation that they have what has happened. Then this video emerges of her not in control, being escorted by support out of the nightclub. And that is why the questions will have to be raised, because this, remember, the woman is gone, she's dead. The family says there's a foul play, there was a threat to her, there was something being done against her. But the investigators say while they are looking at all sorts of angles, one by one they're compiling videos. This video could become a solid evidence, at least with the man who was with her right in that moment before she was taken to a hotel. A tragic heart attack, a cardiac arrest for Sonali Phogat. But could this have been much more than meets the eye? Remember, another actor whose death has become a controversy. Many questions are being raised on her. The family is demanding for justice already. The investigators are on the job. Look, let's listen into some of the reactions, but also remember, it is the family. It is the family that had raised objections, to which the investigators have now rushed into a further probe. Otherwise, it was appearing to be a heart attack and the case was closed.
जो CCTV फुटेज
कर्ली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलेज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज्ड को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के बिना आप श्योर कैसे हो सकते हैं? जब आप वहाँ का प्रशासन खुद ही बोला था कि हम मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के बेस पे ही केस चलाएंगे, तो बिना मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के आने से पहले डीजीपी साहब ने और सीएम साहब ने कैसे मान लिया कि उनका हार्ट फेल हुआ है? बस इसी बात को लेके था, लेकिन वो फिर पोस्टमार्टम हुआ, पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट के बेस पर हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज हो गई।
क्या आप कुछ और लोगों के नाम भी लिख कर दे रहे हैं पुलिस को जिन पर आपको शक है?
हाँ, डाउट तो है, लेकिन वो डाउट तभी क्लियर होगा जब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी और उनके बयानों के आधार पर होगा इनके साथ में कौन था। और
ऐसे और कौन लोग हैं जिन पर आपको शक है इस वक्त रिंकू जी?
अभी कुछ नहीं बता सकते जो इस चीज के बारे में।
पर आपने पुलिस को लिख कर दिए हैं और नाम?
बिल्कुल।
कितने और नाम दिए, इतना बता सकते हैं हमें?
करीब 3-4 लोगों हैं अन्य लोग।
From Haryana, now let's go back again to Goa because that's where Pankaj Upadhyay is speaking to senior police officials. Pankaj, you know, it's very interesting that the word that was used by the IGP of Goa Police, an obnoxious chemical substance. You know, what could that be? What do you think he was referring to? Even though if he didn't directly use the word drug, it was a reference to a sort of a narcotic substance. But an obnoxious chemical is a word interesting in itself.
Pooja, obnoxious substance is the terminology that was used by IG Goa Police. Now I asked him specifically, was there a drug overdose? Can this obnoxious substance be categorized under drugs? For that he said that they are waiting for the forensic reports because that will only conclusively establish what was the substance. But he said they have concluded that some foreign substance was put in the water. In fact, it was a drinking water given to Sonali in a water bottle, and he has said that Sudhir Sangwan forced Sonali to have that water that was mixed with this obnoxious substance. What is this obnoxious substance after all? Police does not have a clear answer, for it maintains that the investigation into the matters is still on and that the two accused who've confessed to the crime have not given these details as to where did they procure it from, how was it procured, was it in a bottle, was it in a packet, and how was it destroyed, was the entire quantity used, and where did he throw the packet if at all it was in a packet, what was the end motive? So there are many questions and police still needs answers to these important questions because it has to draw out a motive after all. Whether this was a premeditated crime, this was also one of the questions that I asked the IG when he was taking the press conference. To this again he has said that the questioning of these two accused is still going on and that they will have answers very soon. He has also said that they have procured the CCTV footages not just of Curly's restaurant where this entire episode took place, but also of the hotel where they were staying. Police has also recorded the statements of the various eyewitnesses of not just the Curly restaurant, but at the same time of the hotel where they were, where these people are staying, so that they can have a foolproof timeline and draw a chronological order as to what has happened there. Were there other people involved in it as well? This was yet another question that I posed in front of the IG. He did say yes, there were two other people, there were two other girls who were present along with Sonali, and these two girls knew Sonali. It was supposed to be, it looked like it was a birthday party because these two girls were cutting cake as well. So what was the connection of these two girls? Because I remember Sonali's brother, Rinku Daka had maintained that they did not know that there was another group that was either traveling with them or was already in Goa. But they did maintain that this second group, which has now come into play, also raises suspicion whether they were hand in glove with Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder. That really remains to be seen. Police on this front also maintains that investigation is going on and that they have identified these two girls. Their statements are going to be taken. So this murder mystery is
also I want to add here.
By the day.
So they've not only identified other people who were part of this video, they've also identified a drug peddler. That someone who did give at least some narcotic substances to the accused number one, Sudhir Sangwan, who's been taken into custody, and that he will now also try to be nabbed and taken into custody for further interrogation.
Pooja, police is being very careful right now.
Yes.
They maintain they will not say that her drink was laced with drugs. They are saying we will not call them drugs right now, even though IG at one point of time did say synthetic drug. But police maintains they will stay away from using this very terminology for the simple reason they say they will wait for the forensic reports, because it is only the forensic report that will establish as to what was the foreign element that were present in the body, and chemical analysis, the report of which is going to come out in some days. To this effect as well, the IG has not given a timeline as to when the forensic results are going to be out, but it is only the forensic report, the chemical analysis that
Pankaj, we can say that the Goa police is definitely looking at a foul play. Of course, what sort of a substance was given is prone to investigation, but they're definitely looking at the foul play angle here.
Oh, absolutely. But that's where the motive comes into play. That's what I'm saying. Drawing a motive is absolutely important.
Okay.
And for that, drawing a chronology, of course, is also very important. And that's where these two people that I'm talking about, these two girls who have been identified, who are going to be giving their statement shortly, they also become of a significance here.
Pankaj, please keep tracking all the latest on that, because Pankaj is getting us the investigations from Goa. But remember, where did all of it begin? These videos wouldn't have had to be accessed or investigated had it not been for the fight of the family that was claiming from day one that there is something off about this tragic death case. Listen in now to Milan Sharma, my colleague in Hisar, speaking to the family members, specifically the brother, who was first to say, you need to investigate what led to her death. Listen in to him now.
आईजी पुलिस ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताया कि आप लोग पहले दिन से कह रहे थे कि कुछ फाउल प्ले है, कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए अब गोवा पुलिस ने कहा है कि हाँ, सोनाली फोगाट को जबरदस्ती कुछ ऐसे पदार्थ या ऐसे कुछ केमिकल खिलाए गए सुधीर की तरफ से, जिनकी वजह से उनकी हालत बिगड़ी और उसके बाद उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। तो ये अब खुलासा आईजी पुलिस गोवा ने किया है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
ये इस केस में एक अच्छी शुरुआत है जी, और हम बार बार इसी चीज़ को रिपीट कर रहे थे कि हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज की जाए, और हमारी रिटन कंप्लेंट में यही था कि उनको कुछ खिला पिला के या जिस तरह जैसे भी उनका मर्डर किया गया है। तो अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं। गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन अब कोऑपरेट करने लगा है। तो
क्या आपको लगता है कि ऐसा कुछ हो सका होगा कि उनको जबरदस्ती सुधीर या सुखविंदर ने कुछ ऐसी चीज खिलाई हो या कुछ ऐसा केमिकल दिया हो, उनकी ड्रिंक में मिलाया हो या किसी पानी में मिला के उनको दिया हो, जिसकी वजह से उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ गई?
हाँ, बिल्कुल श्योर है जी, ये चीज़ें तो है ही, तभी तो उनकी जान गई है। वरना उस दिन करलिस में जो भी क्लब है, करलिस नाम है उसका, वहाँ और भी बहुत लोग थे, वहाँ और किसी की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? उन्हीं के साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ? एक सब ये षड्यंत्र था, प्री प्लान था सब कुछ, और उसी के तहत उनका मर्डर हुआ जी।
पुलिस ये भी कह रही है कि कुछ उनको सीसीटीवी फुटेज मिले हैं नए, जिसमें दिखाई दे रहा है साफ कि उनको कुछ खिलाया गया, फिर उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ी, उनको टॉयलेट ले जाया गया, 2 घंटे टॉयलेट में वहां पर उन्हें रखा गया। उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ने के बावजूद भी उन्हें वहां से अस्पताल नहीं ले जाया गया, सुधीर वहीं पर थे।
देखो, किसी को अगर कोई किसी के साथ में है और तबीयत बिगड़ती है तो फर्स्ट एड का बनता है। फर्स्ट एड हमारे पास नहीं है तो हम हॉस्पिटल के लिए लेके चलेंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया, क्योंकि उनका मकसद ही उनको मारना था। तब उन्होंने उनको जो भी है पॉइजन है या ड्रग्स है वो देके और उनको बाथरूम में लॉक कर दिया गया ताकि वो अंदर ही तड़प तड़प के अपनी जान दे दे।
क्योंकि उसके बाद फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट में ये भी सामने आया है कि उनके शरीर पे चोटें भी आई हैं, कुछ शायद मारपीट हुई हो या फिर कुछ ऐसा हुआ हो उनके साथ, ऐसी चीजें भी अब सामने आ रही हैं। तो गोवा पुलिस ने अब कह दिया है कि हमने 2 आरोपियों को जो है अरेस्ट कर लिया है, लेकिन और भी कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ लड़कियां थी वहां पर उनके साथ, उनसे भी शायद पूछताछ की जाएगी। तो क्या आप देख रहे हैं कि आज के खुलासे के बाद जो पुलिस ने कहा है वो उससे आप सहमत हैं?
जी, आज की जो कार्रवाई इस केस में शुरू हुई है उससे एक अच्छा संकेत मिलता है केस को मजबूत होने में, और जिससे हमें भी आशा है कि हमें इंसाफ जल्दी मिलेगा।
और क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे? क्या आपको लगता है कि कोई ऐसा एंगल है जो पुलिस अभी तक जिस पर काम या कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही?
पुलिस आज के कार्य से, आज की कार्रवाई है जो केस में है उसके हिसाब से तो लग रहा है कि केस हमारा ठीक जा रहा है और गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन हमारा सहयोग भी कर रहा है। लेकिन जो शुरुआत के दिन थे, शुरुआत जब मर्डर हुआ उसके 3 दिन तक हमारी एफआईआर नहीं हुई और उसके बाद पोस्टमार्टम हुआ। पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट के बेस पर इन्होंने केस चलाया। तो उस समय हमें काफ़ी परेशानियां हुई और उस समय हम काफ़ी परेशान थे। अदर स्टेट थी, हमारा साथ देने वाला कोई नहीं था वहाँ पर, और हम दिन और रात कभी हम पुलिस स्टेशन और कभी हम सिविल हॉस्पिटल वहीं थे।
रिंकू जी, बस एक और बार आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि जैसे आज के जो खुलासे हो रहे हैं कि उनको जबरन कुछ खिलाया गया, जबरन कुछ केमिकल सब्सटेंस दिया गया, और मतलब ऐसा कुछ उनके साथ पहले भी हुआ था क्या ये पहली बार ही हुआ था कि उनको जबरन कुछ खिला दिया गया या केमिकल दिया गया? ये पहली बार हुआ, आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि पहले भी हो चुका है?
ये पिछले 2.5-3 महीने से लगातार जिस तरह घरेलू बातें होती थी फ़ोन के ऊपर सोनाली जी से, तो वो अक्सर एक चीज़ का जिक्र किया करती थी बार बार कि सुबह का खाना जब होता है तो अच्छा हेल्दी सब कुछ ठीक ठाक होता है, लेकिन शाम के खाने के बाद लगभग उनके हाथ पांव काम करने छोड़ जाते थे और एक बार जिस तरह बिस्तर पे लेट गए तो उनसे उठा नहीं जाता था। ये बार बार उनकी तरफ से शिकायत थी।
तो आपको लग रहा था ये पहले भी हो चुका है, क्या आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं?
हाँ, कुछ न कुछ खाने में उनको कई दिनों से लगातार दिया जा रहा था।
तो सोनाली के भाई हैं रिंकू, वो सीधा कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पुलिस की जो कार्रवाई है इस वक्त सही दिशा में जाती दिख रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से खुलासा हुआ है, जिस तरीके से कहा जा रहा है कि उनको जबरन एक केमिकल सब्सटेंस या एब्नॉक्शियस सब्सटेंस उनको खिलाया गया, जिनके बाद उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ी और शायद उसी से सोनाली फोगाट की मृत्यु हो गई। ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा खुलासा है और इस पर गोवा पुलिस अब कार्रवाई कर रही है। लेकिन और भी चीजें सामने आ रही हैं, जैसे जो ड्रग पेडलर था या जो ये सब्सटेंस बेच रहे थे उनकी भी पुष्टि अब पुलिस कर रही है और पूरे इस हत्याकांड की जो तहकीकात है वो लगातार जारी है। लेकिन परिवार में यहाँ पर शोक का दिन है आज, क्योंकि सोनाली फोगाट जी की आज ही अंतिम क्रिया हुई है यहाँ पे, और परिवार के लिए तो इससे ही अब सहमति बनती है कि कम से कम अब सोनाली नहीं है, लेकिन उनका केस तो सही तरीके से गोवा पुलिस देख रही है और आगे भी देखती रहेगी। प्रदीप गुप्ता के साथ हिसार में मिलन शर्मा, आज तक।
What you heard is the family that's trying to fight for justice and saying there was a foul play, you need to investigate. That's what they have been saying from day one. Now let's go across to Goa, where the police is investigating this case. This latest CCTV video also has emerged about her leaving with the support of another man who's now being seen as an accused, Sudhir Sangwan. Now, let's not forget here, Pankaj, that it has been primarily because of what the family had been demanding and asking is why the police have also taken cognizance of this case. Otherwise, it was just being seen as a tragic case of a heart attack and the matter was being shut.
Oh, absolutely. The police maintains that it was after the complaint that was given by Sonali's brother, Rinku Daka, that they sprung into action. but also the police maintains that they did not want the family to feel that the police was under any sort of a pressure, political pressure specifically from any quarters, and that they were not living up to their expectations. And that is the reason police maintains that they registered the FIR, and the two suspects which were named by the family members, they were put in the FIR as well, and the FIR under section 302 of the IPC was also registered. But now the story has completely changed. Now the suspects are the accused who have confessed to the crime as well. They have been arrested as well. Some big revelations have been made by them, and of course police is also in the possession of the CCTV footage as well. They have the eyewitness account as well, now which has made the case of the police watertight here. Of course, the police maintains that the investigation is far from over. They are still looking at many other CCTV footages from the nearby area, and also the hotel and the restaurant where she was staying in one and had gone partying in the other, and also many more eyewitnesses which might come forward and the police is in touch with. Specifically, the two girls which I am mentioning, their statements will be taken. Will those two girls throw more light into the entire incident? Were they a part of the group that had flown down to Goa along with Sonali? Did they meet here in Goa? What was the purpose of the visit? Why were they together? Did they have any role to play? Were they hand in glove with Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder? All these questions still remain unanswered.
And of course, here on India Today, Pankaj, we will not be making any sort of conjecture. We are only going to put out what the family is saying and what the investigators on the job are saying, because it is a sensitive development as well. But it's also very tragic in the manner as well. One by one, there are shocking and stunning revelations are coming in. The family maintained there is foul play. Initially, it was being seen as a tragic heart attack, a cardiac arrest case that led to the death. But now with videos coming in and this CCTV footage of a Sonali Phogat who's stumbling, taking the support of this individual who then escorts her out of the hotel, of this nightclub, and takes her to the hotel. Few hours later, she's found dead. The doors have to be barged open into, and then the hospital has declared her brought dead. But the man on your screen is Sudhir Sangwan, is what our colleagues have now confirmed from the ground. He's being seen as accused number one. He's already in custody. But there were allegations seriously against him by the family that because he had known her most closely, there has to be something more involved than just a tragic case. So absolutely a very horrifying case that's now coming to light. He is a PA of Sonali Phogat, 42-year-old actor dying of cardiac arrest. Could there be more than meets the eye? Was there a foul play that the investigators will now have to look at it, because there is a drug angle that's also coming. Pankaj Upadhyay is tracking all the latest from Goa, because Pankaj, you're talking about not just the accused, you're also talking about two women. So if it is a birthday party, they are cutting a cake, why are these two women also in the dock now? And visuals now coming on our screen. And this appears to be of the two accused. This is from Goa. This is from the Anjuna police station, where these two accused, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder, are being taken to the court where they will be shortly produced. Both of them were with Sonali Phogat until the last moment at the hotel in Goa. This was after the party that was done at a nightclub in Anjuna, which these CCTV visuals are emerging. The two men are being now taken to a court, a local court there in Goa, and they will be shortly produced there as well. All right, so on one side you see the last visuals of Sonali Phogat with the accused, Sudhir Sangwan. On the other, you see Sudhir Sangwan now in custody of the Goa Police and is now being taken and will be produced before the court in Goa. Remember, these are developments. It's a developing story, and we'll try to get you all the updates from Goa, from Haryana, and also from Delhi, where a lot of reactions are coming in. Our colleagues are on the ground tracking all the latest. I'm leaving you with these visuals. Thank you very much for watching a special telecast at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
Horse racing and polo in India are as much of a celebration as they're a sport. With big classics and important race days comes a lot of fashion. While you will see women sipping champagne in their colorful fancy dresses, the hats and fascinators are a delight to the eye.
The crown of your head had to be covered by something in the presence of the Queen. So that's how really fascinators and hats originated at the race courses all over the world. And then, as always, it became a fashion statement. So you have like the best of designers making hats and fascinators. It's not so big in India. It's huge in England.
How one wears a fascinator or a hat is equally important.
So the color and cut can be anything. I mean, that's absolutely fine. But what you have to remember is not to wear something like a gown, like you're going to an event, because it's a day affair. Then not to wear like you're going clubbing, not to dress like you're going to a cowboy show. It's elegant dressing. So it can be a dress which is very cool and easy to wear for our climate. I love jackets, and right now jackets with statement shoulders is something I would love to see. So anything smart, a skirt and a jacket, jacket tied up with a belt. You can even wear jeans on a casual day with a really nice top.
The face cuts, overall shoulder size and dress play a huge part in deciding the right hat or fascinator.
I've worn a red dress and kept it quite simple because the color is bold, and my shoes are nude, but we have a lot of options that we can play around with this. As you saw, I wore a red and nude fascinator. You can also wear a plain red fascinator. You can also wear a black fascinator or just a nude fascinator. So if the color is loud and bold, then you keep the fascinator either neutral or the same color. And same goes with the shoes. You can keep
watching India Today.
No bigger Congress exit than this.
आपने इतना समय दो
Gulam dumps grand old party. Gulam goes nuclear against Rahul. Five-page letter bashes and bruises Gandhis. Gulam's clear words. Rahul has ruined Congress.
Hello and welcome to our special focus this Friday. For years, one face has dominated or been all over the Congress party in a way. The face of Ghulam Nabi Azad. He's been a permanent fixture for decades, a Gandhi family loyalist. Today, Ghulam Nabi Azad quit the grand old party. While the resignation itself may not be surprising, while the fact is Mr. Azad has a limited political base, the tenor of his resignation letter has sent shockwaves. Because the former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha and Union Minister has gone out all guns blazing, firing away at Rahul Gandhi in particular, calling him a non-serious leader. Azad has accused Rahul Gandhi of running the party in consultation with a coterie of sycophants, including his security guards and his PAs. He even targeted Sonia Gandhi in a way by claiming that under her leadership, the party had lost successive elections. Predictably, Mr. Azad's resignation and quitting the party has led to several questions over the future of the Congress. What direction is it taking? Is this simply a break between the old guard and the new? Or is this an existential crisis for a party which has been out of power over the last decade and has seen several leaders leave it? Today, this evening, we will focus on the state of the Congress with those who've tracked it for years. But first, take a look at Azad either saying he's no longer a Ghulam or he's been modified. Take a look.
Former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, a prominent member of the G23 rebel group, one of the tallest veterans of the Grand Old Party, Ghulam Nabi Azad has worked with 3 generations of the Gandhi family. On Friday, Azad dumped the Congress, dropping a 5-page resignation bombshell on party president Sonia Gandhi. He resigned from all posts, including primary membership of the Congress. Training his big guns on the party leadership, Azad attacked Rahul Gandhi personally, citing the sidelining of senior leaders and the increasing sway of his chamchas and coteries of inexperienced sycophants as the reason behind his exit. Ghulam Nabi Azad lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, blaming his immaturity for the Congress's dwindling political clout and poor performance in election after election. The angry leader tore into Rahul Gandhi, claiming that all key decisions in the party were being taken by his security guards and personal assistants. Attacking Sonia Gandhi, he claimed that her remote-controlled model had destroyed the UPA and now the Congress. Speaking exclusively to India Today first, Ghulam Nabi Azad claimed that he will start his own political outfit and rubbished claims that he was about to join the BJP.
देखो जम्मू कश्मीर में तो मेरा यूनिट बनेगा, दैट इज निश्चित। बाकी नेशनल लेवल पे देखेंगे।
बीजेपी में जाने की बात हो रही है तो वो क्या सही है या गलत है?
वो तो हमारे एडवर्सरीज 3 साल से बता रहे हैं। हमारे एडवर्सरीज ने तो हमको प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट भी बना दिया था।
The Congress claims Azad's resignation was unfortunate and that it came at a time when the party was fighting the BJP against crucial issues with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. In his letter, Azad said what was really needed was a Congress Jodo Yatra instead.
It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened. The entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP.
Ghulam Nabi Azad is the 7th big leader to quit the Congress party this year alone. His exit, while sudden, was not entirely unexpected.
The fact that a youngster like me complained about the sycophant Darbari culture, and now a senior seasoned leader who has given his blood and sweat to the party is speaking about it becoming a club of PAs and security guards shows that leaders across age groups are disappointed, frustrated by this entire coterie culture which is thriving in the Indian National Congress.
The big exit from the Congress come at a time when uncertainty and suspense looms over who will lead the party heading into another cycle of elections. With Mosmi Singh and Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's raise the big questions then. Has Ghulam Nabi Azad betrayed Congress and the Gandhis or simply shown them the mirror? Is Rahul Gandhi's leadership style the dividing factor that is splitting the Congress wide open? Is it time for the Congress old guard now to give way to the new? Is the Congress at the moment a sinking ship without a captain at the helm? My first guests are Pawan Khera, the Congress's chief spokesperson. I'll also be joined in a moment by Prithviraj Chavan, former Maharashtra Chief Minister, who's also a member of the G23, which is the group that Prithviraj Chavan was part of, and so was Ghulam Nabi Azad. But to you, Pawan Khera first. This, in the 30-odd years that I've covered the Congress, is perhaps the most damaging letter that any senior leader of the party has written against your party, and this is an insider. The charges of sycophancy have been made in the past by others of a coterie or bad decision making, but this is an ultimate insider, Pawan Khera, who's made it. How do you respond?
Rajdeep, the letter is damaging, but it damages the author of the letter more, his credibility. The party which, in his own admission, in the first 1 or 1.5 pages of his letter, the party which gave him almost every single post available, whether it was a constitutional post or whether it was an organizational post. And on the second page, he says, I did it all selflessly. So if you enjoy the fruits of all your posts, then you say, I did it selflessly. I think it doesn't befit a leader of his stature to be writing a letter as unmindful of what really this letter does to his own credibility.
But would I be right, Pawan Khera, in saying that while the letter is unusually harsh, there are elements of it which have been echoed at various times by different people, the style of leadership, the allegations of a coterie, of sycophancy at all levels in the Congress, no accountability, and in particular questions over Rahul Gandhi's leadership, and in this instance Sonia Gandhi by Ghulam Nabi Azad. Many have whispered these in private. Mr. Azad has gone publicly and been harsh, but some others would say pretty fair.
Rajdeep, whatever culture he's talking about of the Congress party, well, he was the architect of that culture. So what we see today in the Congress party, we inherit from leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad. What is he complaining about today? So when he is in the driver's seat or he is in the position to decide, he is the core group. But if somebody else were to decide, that somebody else is a sycophant. Just because you are not getting a Rajya Sabha again, or you are for the first time in your 40 years, you find yourself without a position. Suddenly you find all that is wrong with the Congress party. It comes rushing to your mind. If you were so convinced about things going wrong in 2013, why didn't you open your mouth then? Why today? Because in 2013, you were a minister. You were an important minister of the Dr. Manmohan Singh government because you had hope of getting more positions. Today, when you have no hope of getting any position, you find that Rahul Gandhi's conduct was wrong in 2012. For God's sake, what were you doing all these 10 years, 9 years? Why didn't you open your mouth then? So it shows, it actually exposes Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad more than anything else.
You're saying it exposes Ghulam Nabi Azad more than anyone else, but does it at all call for introspection when someone who, as I repeat, is the ultimate insider, who spent his life from Rajiv Gandhi to Sonia Gandhi, in fact, way back, you can even go to Indira Gandhi's year, 1980. The fact is, someone like that speaking out in the manner that he is it simply his own personal frustration, or do you accept that at some level, he is raising concerns that your party needs to address, particularly over the style of leadership?
Rajdeep, his own fellow Congress leaders, who you media euphemistically calls as G23, Sandeep Dixit, look at his response to Ghulam Nabi Azad. They are shocked. They feel betrayed. They thought that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was raising a banner of reform, not revolt. But it turns out that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was essentially trying to lobby for another term of Rajya Sabha, and which he didn't get. Here we are. Now, I know of some leaders, I won't name them, who left the Congress party primarily to get back a bungalow which was withdrawn from them because they'd lost the election. So if this is the kind of commitment you have to an ideology which gets swayed because of a bungalow in Lutyens, Delhi, well,
you're making an allegation. I know who you're referring to. You want to name the person that you claim left your party only for a bungalow?
Well, listen, Rajdeep, I come from a small town. I don't have any family member in Congress party. I'm not afraid of naming people. Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia left the party hankering after a bungalow which was taken away from him. But he grew up in that bungalow. Maybe he had an emotional attachment to that bungalow. God be with that. I mean, I wouldn't really comment on that. But where is your commitment is my question. Well, we all lose elections. When Mrs. Dixit lost elections, we had to vacate our government houses. Fair enough. You can't be so attached to a bungalow in Lutyens, Delhi, which Mr. Azad still retains somehow, I don't know how, that you will forget your ties with the Congress party for 40 years, 4 or 5 decades. You will forget all that the Congress party has done for you. And then you say, oh, it was selfless. If this is selfless, where every year, every single year, you had either a constitutional post or an organizational post. We are all selfless. We should all target to be have this kind of selflessness.
No. So are you saying, therefore, Pawan Khera, each and every one of these allegations that are made, and as I said, they are very serious in nature, are to just be wished away? That Ghulam Nabi Azad has done this only because he wants to retain possibly a bungalow or wants to have some organizational post, or as, perhaps wants to move closer towards the ruling establishment. I mean, surely when someone who has been in your party for 50 years takes this decision, does it not need to be taken seriously, or is it young versus old? Is this simply those close to Rahul Gandhi, like yourself, who have a different worldview, to those who are close to the older guard, who believe the party is moving in the wrong direction under his leadership?
Rajdeep, कुदरत का निजाम होता है कि नई पीढ़ी जिम्मेदारियां लेती है. This is the law of nature. The sooner we realize when we turn 70s or 80s, the better it is for us. No.
So you're saying it's old guard versus new. In your view, it's old guard versus new.
I don't see that. I don't see that at all. But some of us are hankering after positions, even when we've done our innings, we have contributed what we could, good, bad, ugly. I don't want to judge, but we've done our innings. Now, please ensure a smooth transition. If you can't, step away. If you can't even step away, don't go public with your frustration, which has no credibility whatsoever, because everyone has seen you lost your opportunity for a Rajya Sabha, and now here you are venting your frustration out there in public. Why didn't you speak all these 40 years is my question.
You're saying it's about frustration. Prithviraj Chavan joined me, and Prithviraj Chavan is a significant figure because former Maharashtra Chief Minister was also a part of this so-called G23. I don't know how many members of that 23 are left now, Mr. Chavan, but how do you respond? Ghulam Nabi Azad, 50 years in the Congress, is resigning in the manner that he is?
Well, I'm very sad, extremely sad and pained. Ghulam Nabi Azad was a very senior leader. Not only that, he was a secular face of the party, not a minority leader, he was that leader in a true sense. Now, unfortunately, it's being said that we have given so much to him and he got so much and all that thing. See, had Ghulam Nabi Azad was elected to the Congress Working Committee position whenever elections were taken place. Unfortunately, for last 24 years, elections have not taken place. And when we raised the issues and that various issues, that letter that 23 of us wrote, the main demand was that either somebody should, if Rahul Gandhi is ready, let him take over the presidentship of the Congress party, leading from the front, and also take responsibilities and accountability of the position that Congress presidents entail. But if he is not willing to accept that responsibility for whatever reason, after 2 successive defeats, he quit in a huff, then let a new president be elected. Unfortunately, to all organs of the Congress party, elections had not been held for 24 years. That's why when it comes, we have given him so much, we have given. Are we running in a Mughal empire or what? I mean, if there are elections,
no, so you are endorsing. Are you endorsing what is said in this letter? Are you endorsing what Ghulam Nabi Azad says about the state of the Congress, the sycophancy, the coterie, the non-accountability of the leadership? Are you echoing that?
No, I'm not endorsing that. I am stating the letter which we wrote. Why we wrote that letter? We wrote that letter because there was no elected body to all the organs of the Congress party, and that is why we wanted to explore why Congress party was deteriorating, why we're losing elections after elections. We lost 2 Lok Sabha elections, almost 40 assembly elections. Why was that happen? We wanted introspection. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The Udaipur camp was shifted from being a Chintan Shibir to a Navasankalpa Shibir. Forget about what has happened in the past. Now let's think of the future. But if we continue to make the mistakes that happened in the assembly elections, then Congress party will not revive. This is the historical responsibility of the Congress party to provide a credible, viable alternative to the dictatorial policies of Mr. Modi.
No, you're saying
Congress
that
party is failing in that.
You're saying that
elections.
You're saying that
why
because
are people not supporting us?
Okay, you're saying that you need to introspect. Why are you losing elections? Pawan Khera is saying that there is also an angle, in a way, of people who have served the party for years who are unwilling to move out. You need to also give space to a younger leadership.
That's perfectly fine. That's the whole elections. Automatically young people will get elected and they'll have legitimacy. Then you will not say that I gave you this much, I gave you this much, Congress party gave you this much. What is there to give? Now when you form a cabinet, you have to form a cabinet of competent people. If Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was thought to be a competent leader by Mrs. Indira Gandhi, by Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, then he was a competent leader. But if he had elections, he would have been elected. Now, first, you don't hold any elections. The party is not run on democratic principles. You want to accuse Mr. Modi of a dictatorial, running this country dictatorially. But we are not offering a democratic alternative. So all we had said in that letter, which Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was also a signatory, the letter which you wrote 2 years back, we had said that hold elections as per the Congress constitution.
No, you're saying something very big. You're saying, Mr. Chavan, you're saying something very important. You're saying that the Congress accuses the BJP of being run under Mr. Modi like a dictatorship, but you do not have the same democracy within your party is what you're claiming. But the fact is, all of you have come from that same culture. For years, while the Congress was in power, none of you complained. Now, when the Congress is out of power and you don't see any prospect of returning to power, you suddenly are singling out this anti-democratic culture of your party. This is the way your party has been run for years.
Rajdip, come on. Rajdip, come on. Rajdip, come on. A Congress party has got a registration with the Election Commission based on a Congress party constitution. Now, is it a legitimate question to ask whether the Congress party is being run as per that constitution?
Sure,
which has been there for 135
sure,
years?
sir. Sure, it's a legitimate question, but for 24 years you've not had.
That is why we've been losing elections.
For 24 years you've not had a Congress working committee being elected. Now it's only in the last couple of years that you are waking up.
The Congress working committee has been there. Congress working committee has been there, but it's been a nominated committee, not an elected committee. So yes, you can accuse all of us of not raising our voice earlier. fine. But does that not the legitimate question of there should be elections, democratic elections in the party is not a valid question?
It is a valid
and
question.
Will the elections be held now to all the positions, all the organs of the Congress party?
You know, it is a valid question, but let me ask you a direct question. Do you believe that Rahul Gandhi is really the person to lead you into the future? Is part of the problem here between those who, when Mr. Azad makes these attacks, it appears he's attacking those around Rahul Gandhi versus those who are seen to be more loyal to the Sonia Rajiv regime, and they are finding themselves increasingly discomforted in this new Rahul Gandhi Congress. Is that the problem between the Rahul Congress and the Sonia Congress, or the old guard and the new?
Look, no, Rajdeep, I'm not a pleader for Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad or anything else. All I'm saying that some of us, we met together and wrote that letter, felt that Congress party has come to this pass only because it is not run purely on a democratic level. The positions in the Congress party have been manned by appointed people, and appointed people tend to only agree with whatever leader wants. They became all yes men, and that is the real reason why we lost the election. If I have no problem with anybody in the party, whatever names you're taken, but they should be elected. If Mr. Rahul Gandhi wants to get elected as a Congress president, I have no problem, and the rank and file of the Congress party elects him. Whether the elections are fair, transparent or not, on all that, that's another question. We cannot have even national elections are not that transparent, but let's have elections with all their faults.
Okay, so you
all
in a
I'm
sense,
let's have elections.
You are
if
saying
Mr. Rahul Gandhi wants to contest the president's election, let him contest.
Okay, your point is well taken. The Congress, you're saying, needs to restore, you believe, an element of democracy in its style of functioning, which you believe is absent at the moment. And that was what you raised a few years ago. Appreciate Prithviraj Sawan, you're joining us here on this big day. Yeah, 2 years ago. Let's from there turn to our next congressman, who's an interesting figure because Ashwini Kumar was former union minister in the Manmohan Singh government. He's also been a congressman who quit the party ahead of the Punjab elections earlier this year. Appreciate your joining us, Ashwini Kumar. Your response to Ghulam Nabi Azad, has he triggered in a way the deep rift that exists within the grand old party between those who are seen to have been loyal to the Sonia generation versus those who are part of the Rahul generation? Is this a generational battle or a battle for the very existence of the Congress?
Well, I think it is a battle for the very existence of the Congress. It would be wrong to limit it to a generational battle. Nobody has ever accused, as far as I can recall, younger people coming in. That's the order of things. The old order changed it, held in place to the new. Everybody knows that. All that was happening in the Congress party, which led many of us to quit, was that there was a diminishing sense of dignity for a period of time. Now somebody, you are very fond of asking this question, why now? Well, there's a tipping point. In everyone's life, there's a tipping point. Some react earlier, some react a little later. Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, in my view, ought to have quit much earlier. He has chosen to do so now. Good luck to him. I think this was only expected. The way he felt he was being treated, any self-respecting man would have gone. Now the question is...
No, 1 minute. Well, no, 1 minute. I must ask you this. You're saying any self-respecting man would have gone. All of you, the argument today that the Congress is making, whether it's Ashwini Kumar, who was made law minister under Manmohan Singh's government, whether it is Ghulam Nabi Azad, who served several governments, important portfolios, I mean, you have given back very little to the party. Party gave it all to you, is what the argument the Congress is making, in a sense that you, when the party is down and out, you are hitting them when they are down and out, rather than standing by them.
Well, you are very fond of reiterating it, and I have answered it ever and ever again. Let me answer it one more time for you and for the viewers. We have given 46 years of our life for the party. I have given 46 years. Out of that, I was a minister for 6 years. All right? We have given our blood and sweat to the party, stood with the party at all difficult times. But there comes a time when you can't take it any longer. Instead of criticizing that as centers, look inward is my sincere advice to the Congress. We still feel for the Congress. I have no ideological difference with the Congress. I still believe the Congress party should be strengthened. but it will not be strengthened but by our wanting it to be strengthened.
So what
It
do you
can
think is
only
wrong?
be
So
strengthened
Mr.
by
Ashwini
people
Kumar,
at the helm of affairs,
so what do you
taking
think?
those steps that will inspire confidence, both within the party, but more importantly, amongst the people at large. The Congress's renewal is necessary for national renewal, and Congress will not be able to renew itself if it cannot look outside of the box. You have to do outside of the box thinking, do different things, be inspirational. Now, you can't will a leader to be inspirational. Either someone is inspirational or not. It is for the people of India to judge who's inspirational and not. Why is it that for the last so many years, from last 10 years, 14 years, there's been a decline, at least certainly from 1913, we are now 8 years down the line. There is no sign of any upward movement at all. So the Congress must be doing something which is not right. And I say so with a lot of pain in my heart. I'm not reveling in anybody's discomfort. It doesn't make me feel happy that the party of my forefathers and of our freedom fighters.
So are you saying
don't begin to question us.
So are you saying
those who created the conditions?
Many
senior people leaving.
Are you saying, therefore, that you believe that the problem lies with the lack of an inspirational leadership? The words used today by Ghulam Nabi Azad were this remote control model of Sonia Gandhi doesn't work. He refers to Rahul Gandhi as immature in one place. He refers to him as non-serious in the other. Do you believe the leadership is the problem? That the very Sonia Gandhi who brought you in a way to power in 2004, or Rahul Gandhi who, yes, hasn't won a big election, are they the problem? Or is there an organizational problem? Or is it simply that Mr. Modi has taken away your space? He is Neta number one.
Well, politics of any country is not a function of any one factor. As far as Sonia Gandhi's leadership of the Congress party is concerned, I've repeated it ad nauseum that she gave excellent leadership to the party, brought the party back to power. She had the quality of effacing herself. She had the dignity to keep people together, and she never diminished people, to the best of my interaction with her. But from 2014 onwards, you see a perceptible decline, and it is a continuing decline, doesn't seem to be stopping anywhere. The Congress juggernaut is going downhill at a speed faster than any one of us could have imagined. So what has happened from 2014 onwards? Let's ask ourselves this question. Who has been running the government running the party from 2014? Let's ask ourselves the question. Who is the de facto boss? Let's ask ourselves the question. I don't want to name people. I never say anything about individuals. You should know that better, Azad. But a time for alibis is over. The country has passed us by.
No, so are you saying if you dump the Gandhis today and elect a new leadership, all will be well? That the Congress will...
No, I'm not at all suggesting that. I'm certainly not suggesting that. I think Mrs. Sonia Gandhi has a lot of leadership qualities. And in so many ways, she's better than anyone I know in the Congress party. But certainly something drastic has to happen. What that is not for me to advise. I'm not a part of the party. I don't want to be a busybody advising on the national media my old party. They know what is wrong. It is not that Mrs. Gandhi does not know. The only question is, who will bell the cat and how will it be done? And I don't have anything personal against either Rahul Gandhi or anybody else. Everybody has done what they could to the best of their capacities. But that is not good enough. That has been proven over and over again. So what is it to be done? Dumping people is not an answer.
Okay.
You talk of Bharat Jodo, first Jodo the Congress party. And Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation is not the last of it, let me tell you that.
There will be many more, you're saying. You are saying there will be many more, and you're saying before doing Bharat Jodo, Congress Jodo is what you're saying. Ashwini Kumar, you virtually again echoed what Ghulam Nabi Azad says. I'm seeing these growing divides in a way. A lot of you are now coming out, speaking out strongly in a manner that perhaps was unthinkable a few years ago, and in a way questioning the leadership of the Congress. And since 2014, it has been Rahul Gandhi really the de facto and for some time the de jure leader of the Congress party. Ashwini Kumar, I appreciate you joining us and giving us why you believe the time for change has come in the grand old party. Let's move on to meeting two more of our guests on the round table today. Tavleen Singh, eminent columnist and author, someone who's tracked the party for what, 50 years? Tavleen, I won't reveal age as a result, but you've tracked it for years. And Sanjay Jha, someone who was part of the Congress, suspended. I don't know what his position now is. Before I come to you, I want both of you to listen to this string of bites we've collected of different people who've left the Congress, Ghulam Nabi Azad being, of course, the latest. Listen in and I'll come to you in a minute.
इस दल में मैं था, मुझे ये महसूस होने लगा कि हम लोग राजनीति में हैं और राजनीति एक माध्यम है, दल भी माध्यम है। अगर आप अपने लोगों के हितों की रक्षा नहीं कर सकते, उनके लिए काम नहीं आ सकते, तो आपका राजनीति और उस दल से में रहने में क्या औचित्य है? अगर आप अपने लोगों के उपयोग नहीं आ सकते, उनके सहायता के लिए आप मौजूद नहीं हो सकते और आपके इस लायक नहीं हैं कि आप अपनी जनता के हितों की रक्षा कर पाएं, तो वो मुझे महसूस होने लगा कि मैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी में नहीं कर पा रहा हूं।
32 सालों तक मैं एक पार्टी में रहा, ईमानदारी से, लगन से मेहनत किया, परंतु जिस पार्टी में इतने साल रहा वो अब वो पार्टी रह नहीं गई जहां मैंने शुरुआत की थी, और ना तो वो सोच रह गई है।
मेरे पूज्य पिताजी ने और जो पिछले 18-19 वर्षों में समय मुझे मिला है, प्राणपण के साथ और पूरी श्रद्धा के साथ प्रदेश की और देश की सेवा करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन मन व्यतीत है और मन दुखी भी है। मैं ये कह सकता हूं विश्वास के साथ कि जनसेवा का लक्ष्य की पूर्ति आज उस संगठन के माध्यम से नहीं हो पा रही है, और इसके अतिरिक्त वर्तमान में जो स्थिति कांग्रेस पार्टी में है, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी आज नहीं रही जो पहले थी।
ગુજરાતની અંદર માત્ર હાર્દિક પટેલ કોંગ્રેસથી નારાજ નથી, ગુજરાતની અંદર એવા અસંખ્ય યુવાનો એવા છે, અસંખ્ય ધારાસભ્યો એવા છે, અસંખ્ય નેતાઓ એવા છે કે જે પોતાની પરિસ્થિતિને એવી હદે મૂકી દીધી છે કે માત્ર ને માત્ર કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એ લોકોનો ઉપયોગ કરવા માંગે છે, એ લોકોનો દુરુપયોગ કરવા માંગે છે અને સમય આવે એટલે એ લોકોને ફેંકી દેવાનું કામ કરે છે।
Tavleen Singh, how do you respond? How do you see this? We are seeing the melting down almost of the grand old party. Ghulam Nabi Azad may not be a big leader in the definition of getting votes, but he was a prominent face in the Congress for decades. How do you see this from young leaders to the older guard, all of them one by one seemingly wanting to leave?
The rot is very old. Let's not pretend that this is just happening. The change is that the Gandhis are unable to bring in the votes. But don't forget that when Rajiv Gandhi died, the Congress Working Committee, which at that point had chief ministers and, big leaders on it, people who could win states were on that working committee, and they just lay down and said, please, we offer this to Sonia Gandhi. At that point, Sonia Gandhi was not in politics. She really could not even speak Hindi. And from then onwards, it's been, downhill. She actually revived it. We have to give her credit for that. But I think that basically it was turned into a family firm by her, particularly after 2009. After 2009, she turned Manmohan Singh into a regent and, kept waiting. He said, I'm waiting for, whenever Rahul is ready, he can sit. That's not a political party. That's a family firm. And we have to accept that. And all the leaders that have now been dribbling out are leaders that cannot win a single state. We're talking about pygmies. At one point, there was, when Nehru was there, let's not go that far back, but even when Rajiv Gandhi was prime minister, there were chief ministers who could win without him. But since Sonia took over, it has been on her name, and she's made it that way.
So you're saying that Sonia Gandhi is the one who made it a family firm, because there will be those who will say we can go back to the Indira years and she appointed puppet chief ministers, the likes of Baba Sahib Bhosle in Maharashtra was a prime example. Are you saying that the organizational atrophy perhaps began much earlier, but this tendency to concentrate power around only a couple of people around close to the family is a Sonia legacy?
Yes. Don't forget, Sharad Pawar was around under Indira Gandhi. Arjun Singh. There were people who could actually be considered leaders. Under Sonia Gandhi, what she encouraged were political families. They were all heirs. You count the MPs, even the ones who left now. Many of them are just heirs. And they've moved because they now realize that the Gandhi family does not bring in the votes. Priyanka Gandhi worked very hard in Uttar Pradesh during the election. Very hard. She didn't manage to make a difference, because I think that the voter has moved on, and what they're up against is, whether you like him or not, a real leader. I'm not a big fan anymore of Modi, but he is a proper leader. And they don't know what to do with that.
You make a very interesting point about the Gandhis being vote catchers for the longest time. But once they stopped being vote catchers, it appears the likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad now really are looking for relevance beyond the Gandhis. You agree with that, Sanjay Jha? That's really, let the elephant in the room remains the Gandhi family. And today, Ghulam Nabi Azad has directly, in a way, attacked them. You can question the language, whether he's being a Gaddar, whether he's been a beneficiary of the same Gandhi coterie politics that he accuses the party of following today. But do you get a sense that, as Tavleen Singh says, because the Gandhis don't get votes and Mr. Modi does, the Congress is facing an existential crisis in which the Gandhis are an intrinsic part?
Well, Rajdeep, Tavleen is absolutely on the spot when she says that the problem that you're seeing in the Congress today is not a recent phenomenon. The last time the Congress party won an absolute majority on its own was that outlier election of 1984. Since then, it has never been able to cross the halfway mark. So, these are realities that we need to confront. Number two, I think if you look at politicians or political parties, they have two principal objectives. One is to win elections. And second, if you are in the opposition, you work hard to get back into governance or power. I think, a lot of these veterans, and I have known the G23 team rather well, they are pretty mature enough, pragmatic enough to know that you can't win all the elections. You win some, you lose some, it's part of the deal. It's going to happen to you. Even the 44 and 52 seats I'm willing to concede has happened on account of this extraordinary Modi wave, etc., etc. I think the problem that a lot of us, including me, have been rather miffed with is the fact that the Congress party hasn't demonstrated any will to fight back. I'll give you just two examples. Let's not go into the data that we lost 39 of the 49 state elections. I think the world knows that by now. But did anybody see and discuss the A.K. Antony report after the debacle of 2014? Another election rout, and there was a Ashok Chavan report. No conversations at all. This is not the way you bounce back. And I can tell you, Rajdeep, if you look at even a corporate, you are judged on a quarter-to-quarter performance. Here is a grand old party which is fighting for the idea of India. That's what all the Congress people say, and they're right in saying so. But that idea of India is under threat. And the question that anybody will ask is, guys, what are you doing to, preserve the constitutional democracy and the secularism which is inherent?
Rahul Gandhi is going on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi, for the longest time, you've said Rahul Gandhi is not connecting with people. He's only on Twitter. Now he says he's going on a Bharat Jodo Yatra starting early September. Are we saying that Rahul Gandhi is the problem, or is he the solution?
Well, let me concede this,
straight answer.
Yeah. I think what the Bharat Jodo Yatra is a good decision by the Congress, and I wish it humongous success. I think India needs this kind of a mass movement. But the fundamental point remains, what is the job of a leader? Rajiv, you're a veteran. I'm sure you have led many reporters and anchors on your studio. The job of a leader is to be a troubleshooter. You need to be a motivator. You need to inspire. You need to integrate. Now, if the leader is going to be in a cocoon and not having conversations for whatever personal reasons, that is not going to strengthen your party. If you look at all the people's videos that you played, guys who have left, Jyotiraditya, RP and Jitin, and you can add a whole laundry list of people to that, all of them left because they said we are not being heard. I mean, that's ridiculous. In an age of democracy, of conversations, television, social media, you're not talking to your own team. How the hell are you going to take on the BJP?
You know, that's interesting because one of the charges, of course, made against Rahul Gandhi, and a senior leader claims that he's been waiting for an appointment for more than 6 months with Mr. Gandhi. Communication is an issue. But Tavleen Singh, does it boil down to Rahul Gandhi and perhaps his failure to inspire the Congress? Is he the problem? Or is it, as some allege, that many of these leaders themselves are rootless wonders? They themselves cannot win an election. Some of them have turned to the BJP because they hope that the BJP will provide them an anchor that the Congress cannot. How do you, I mean, is this a problem that exists at multiple levels? There's no silver bullet that is going to solve it overnight.
No, there is no silver bullet. But please remember that he's announced this this Bharat Jodo Yatra, and now the whole family is going abroad. So he's not going to be leading it. I think he leaves 3 days before the Yatra begins.
No, he's coming back. They've gone and they're coming. He's coming back on the 4th of September. Yatra starts on 7th. But they're going to have a virtual CWC meeting on Sunday. So it's going to be virtual with the Gandhis out of the country.
This is not how you rebuild a political party. Crisis is a very old one. It's not how you lead. You know, I mean, it's basically, when you ask whether Rahul is the problem, I think he's part of the problem. Because, you know, I know people who know him and he keeps talking about, you know, we're playing a long game. Now, what is this long game if we're not going to win in 24, you know? I mean, when are you going to, what is this game that is being played? And they've all got this kind of strange idea that he seems to be seeing into the future, into some distant future when Modi will just collapse from his own mistakes and they will come back because they've actually done nothing to, you know, Rahul tweets about Modi's mistakes. He makes speeches about them, but they do nothing about it. You know, if the Congress party stands for what it should stand for, it will win. But where have they made an effort to say, this is what we stand for, this is what India needs?
But you don't think if the Gandhis were to walk away into the sunset, what happens to the party? Because there are two views. One is if the Gandhis walk into the sunset, the party collapses, fragments. The other is it re-energizes itself because India wants to see a new leadership in the opposition, you know, someone outside the Gandhis. Rahul Gandhi's lost 2 general elections in a row. Sonia Gandhi doesn't keep good health. You said Priyanka Gandhi Vadra tried hard in UP, didn't win. So look beyond them. Do you believe if the Congress were to look beyond them, they would resolve their issues, or the issues again go beyond just the family?
I think the family should be non-executive members of the board and then allow other people to rise up in the party. They shouldn't be in the leading role, but as a symbol, they're pretty useful to the Congress party because that's all that's left of it. So if they disappear, then you've got to restart the party from scratch. So they are symbolic of that, what they dine out on the whole time. You know, meri dadi football dekhti thi, vagera, vagera. You know, without realizing.
But they're also symbolic of the old, of the Ancien regime, and many people want to be rid of that. There is a new India. What I find interesting, Tavleen Singh, is if you look at even the voter base, India is getting younger, and it's actually among the younger voters that Mr. Modi does very well. So it's almost as if the new India wants a new kind of politics, and maybe the Gandhis represent the Ancien regime. You're saying they can be symbolic figureheads, a point made which Mr. Azad makes today, that they're just figureheads, or whoever is elected now will be just a figurehead, beg your pardon. But the sense I get is that maybe there's a disconnect between the way the Congress is run and the way India wants its politics to go ahead. Okay, Tavleen Singh's frame is frozen, but you want to take that question, Sanjay Jha? You know, is there a disconnect between your party, its workers, and the people of India? You know, the Congress has its own echo chambers, but you have to win elections outside your echo chambers. The one figure I want to give you, Sanjay, is the Congress won about 11 crore votes in 2009, and it has continued to win around 11 crore votes 10 years later. The BJP went from 7 crores in 2010 2009 to 22 crores now. So BJP is getting the younger voters. They are more in tune with New India. Like him or not. Like Mr. Modi or not.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the big differentiator between the Congress and the BJP is the hunger to win. You look at the BJP, it concludes one election, whether it wins or loses, is targeting the next one. And honestly, I have been telling this to a lot of Congress people, that we talk about the idea of India, secularism, liberalism, progressivism. We talk about tolerance, inclusivity. To make that happen, you need to be in power. You need to win elections. The reason why the country is now looking at hyper-nationalism, Hindutva, communal polarization, is because that's the BJP's agenda. And they are obviously being brazen about it because they say, listen, I told you so, and you know what we are all about. So end of day, Rajdeep, I think that is fundamental. The second point remains that the Congress, despite losing such amazing talent, still has a very strong reservoir of good people. I think the mistake that Rahul is making is sticking to a few people in his caucus. Many of them, I can tell you, are political entrepreneurs. They are people who are on their own self-driven agenda. And the Congress, unfortunately, is back to that same old coterie problem. Therefore, I'm saying I'm disappointed with Rahul because I've known him for a long time. And he should have been a breath of fresh air. But he seems to have become part of the status quo.
Tavleen Singh, the cameras went away at a rather inopportune time, because I was just saying, if the Gandhis were not around, which way does the Congress head? Do you see the Congress reviving at all? Should we be scripting the obituary, or do you believe after all the years that you've done political journalism, never script the obituary of anyone?
Yeah, well, you should never do that in any case, not for a political party that is more than 100 years old. I believe it can revive. I believe that actually, God knows what's going to happen in the next year or so. But if, for instance, the communal divisions explode, which there's every likelihood that they can, because it's getting pretty ugly. But you see, the Congress party needs a lot of people to be out there literally at the panchayat level, reaching out, finding out what's wrong. You can't try to revive the party by sitting outside Sonia Gandhi's house. You've got to move out. You've got to find leaders. And there are people who disagree with the BJP. What happened to Prashant Kishore's advice? He had to leave in despair. And I think he gave them some pretty good advice. So they haven't actually made any effort to change. They've just been hoping that they hoped in 2019 that they would win. They were sure they were going to win. Do you remember? So, obviously...
And I was sure they were going to lose.
Oh, well, you were among the few.
Yes, I was.
Because a lot of people thought that they would win. And they certainly did. The Gandhi family certainly did. And what was the new thing he offered? His sister. Rahul Gandhi's sister was introduced as the new idea. Where is it showing that they are a real political party, that they are there for the people of India? And, as for that idea of India that Sanjay was just talking about, they should stop talking about that. They should talk about pluralism and all that sort of business. But it's now Modi's India. It is Modi's India. We have to accept that. And that is what they're up against.
So if you were a member of the Congress and you had to choose a Congress president, would you have a choice? Do you see someone out there who could be a potential Congress president who could, in a way, offer a challenge in terms of leadership? Because elections are becoming presidential. You see a face outside there who could, according to you, challenge the Modi leadership?
Look, I really don't even want to stick. I don't want to go there. Ask Sanjay that question.
Okay, I'll ask Sanjay that question. Sanjay, since you've been an insider more than both Tavleen and me, I'm not calling you a darbari because that is an offensive word, and you weren't one. That's why you were suspended, perhaps. So I'm going to ask you, you have a leader in choice, if you would choose, who could arrest this hemorrhaging that's going on?
Well, firstly, you can't use Darbari because that is Tavleen's intellectual copyright. That was the title of a book. But on a serious vein, I have mentioned this publicly. I've written an article on it. I've done another one today. I believe the Congress needs its own double engine, which is a Priyanka Gandhi Sachin pilot combination. And I'll tell you why. I'm telling you this because I know the Congress from within. Priyanka Gandhi can be the glue for the Gandhi loyalists within the party, because that's what the Congress doesn't want to move away from. It's a reality, let me tell you that. If today the Gandhi stood for the Congress president, it's a 99.99% vote going to them, whoever opposes them. On the other hand, bring in Sachin Pilot. Priyanka Pilot is hungry, ambitious. I know Sachin. He's a guy who's clued into the nitty-gritties of politics. He's someone who has dreams. He's willing to slog his guts out. Now, he can be your pan-India campaigner. He's bilingual. He's super smart communicator. You need somebody hungry, and a combination of Priyanka and Pilot could just be the right fit for an India.
Two Ps is what you're suggesting in a way. Well, the Congress, we can offer all the solutions we can. It's the grand old party, and even though the party has suffered electorally, it continues to gather a lot of public attention and attraction because, as many people have said, it's been there for the longest time. And when something is there for as long as the Congress, you feel a sense of affection for it. And today, Ghulam Nabi Azad, affection or not, has decided to leave, but not without a note of anger. Tavleen Singh, Sanjay Jha, wonderful to have you. And it's been really educative over the last few minutes to get a sense of what people have to say about the Congress party. Will the Congress party listen, or will it be status quoist? Well, time will tell is the cliche. I leave you though with an intriguing thought. What will Ghulam Nabi Azad do next? He's Azad from the Congress, but is he Modified? Well, I leave you with this little clip of Prime Minister Modi when Ghulam Nabi Azad was retiring recently from the Rajya Sabha, paying tribute to his friend Ghulam Nabi Azad. Netas will come, netas will go. Political parties will continue. We're not writing any obituaries tonight, but who knows what happens next. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
उस रात को एयरपोर्ट से उन्होंने मुझे फोन किया और जैसे अपने परिवार के सदस्य की चिंता करें, वैसी चिंता
You are watching India Today.
Kinmen Island. This is Taiwan's most threatened outpost, just 10 kilometers away from mainland China. If China made the Great Wall, Taiwan made a series of such tunnels right from 1949 onwards. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I report live and exclusive from Ground Zero, Taiwan, only on India Today.
जो भी हुंदा है वो हम कर दें या फिर हम हवा विच एवं ही उड़ते फिरते हैं यहाँ से वहाँ
आजाद मैदान में भाषण देते वक्त गंगूबाई ने आंखें झुका कर नहीं, आंखें मिलाकर अपने हक की बात की है भाई।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं।
कश्मीर के मसले का एक ही हल, अल जिहाद।
अरे जब शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि ये तीनों ही औरतें हैं, तो इन मर्दों को किस बात का गुरूर?
Can pets around us be infected with monkeypox? Yes is the answer to that. In fact, a case was seen in France of a human-to-dog transmission, which then prompted the World Health Organization to come out and say that there is a possibility of animals being infected from humans, and that's the reason why humans who have been infected with monkeypox must isolate from the animals as well. Earlier this week, French researchers documented the first case of a dog with confirmed monkeypox infection in a Lancet report that the dog might have acquired this infection through human transmission. In fact, there has been a lot of speculation in the US already that the outbreak in the country was because of a dog. The WHO, however, says that human-to-dog transmission is actually not surprising. The WHO says that experts have been working with partners such as the World Organization of Animal Health and the Food and Agriculture Organization to address this matter.
This has been a theoretical risk. You may see that a number of public health agencies have advised those who contract monkeypox to make every effort to isolate from their pets or to isolate their pets from themselves because of this hypothetical risk, particularly both in the household for domestic pets as well as in possible risks of contamination of animals outside the household. For example, rodents accessing garbage and things like that.
The CDC has also advised that people with monkeypox should in fact avoid coming in contact with animals, including their pets. The infection can spread with prolonged physical contact, for example, hugging your pet or kissing your pet. Petting, cuddling, licking and sharing sleep areas and sharing food could lead to the spread of this infection. The CDC says pets who had close contact with someone with monkeypox symptoms should also be isolated, should be kept at home and should be kept secluded for some time to observe symptoms. The CDC also says that they are unsure if reptiles, amphibians or birds can get monkeypox. They say it is unlikely since these animals have not been found to be infected with other orthopox viruses.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ, Amrita Hospital, Faridabad, Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Big twist in Sonali Phogat death mystery. Sonali was drugged in Goa.
एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है.
Videos of drug party out. Sonali's family demands CBI probe. Was Sonali Phogat murdered?
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali. Another actor, another death, now leading into a deepening mystery. Sonali Phogat's death case has now led to some stunning twists and turns, and I'll be getting the latest on that first. Let's begin with the headlines. A jolt for the Congress party. Veteran leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from the party in a scathing 5-page long letter. Names and shames Rahul Gandhi and says consultative process was demolished by Rahul Gandhi. Azad also alleging it's a coterie of inexperienced sycophants who are running the party. But the Congress party in turn calls Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit unfortunate, says sad that Ghulam Nabi Azad left the party during a time when the Congress is fighting against centre over mehengai and unemployment. Trouble is mounting for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi flags off irregularities in the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools. Says construction cost was enhanced and without tender. The Supreme Court sent freebies case to a 3-judge bench for a review. Issue of the Election Commission directions and the scope of judicial review will be examined in detail. It's the Savarkar showdown peaking in Karnataka after the Congress Neta compares Savarkar to Jinnah. Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai hits back, says Congress loves Jinnah. Security tightened in Hyderabad for Friday prayers after days of endless protests. Telangana Chief Minister KCR, AIMIM Chief and Hyderabad Member of Parliament Asaduddin Owaisi appeals for peace and calm after MLA T. Raja Singh's arrest. After the family claims of actor Sonali Phogat's death that happened due to a cardiac arrest, and they were claiming there is some foul play. They wanted it to be investigated. And now with the Goa police taking the matter into their hands and now investigating the matter, this video has surfaced of the CCTV. A visibly unwell Sonali Phogat is being taken out of Curly Shack, which is a nightclub in Goa's Anjuna Beach. This CCTV video on your screen was taken at 4:27 a.m. on 23rd of August. And this has added a shocking twist to the death mystery that is deepening. As you can see, a stumbling, struggling to walk Sonali Phogat is walking with the help and support of Sudhir Sangwan, who's the man in that black t-shirt. He is her personal assistant and the main accused now in an alleged murder case that the police is also investigating. The case has been filed, and the BJP leader and social media sensation Sonali Phogat, remember giving you a background, had died just hours after an alleged drug-fueled revelry in Goa, that on 23rd of August. So remember, this case is now being seen via different states as well. In Haryana, where the families that was the first to ask for a fight in this case, and they had been claiming that there is something amiss, that is not simply a heart attack, but they alleged a foul play. Milan Sharma was our reporter who's been speaking to the family. She also took a reaction from the brother after the Goa police held a press conference. Milan, you're in Hisar today. You've been speaking to the family, and on a day, remember, also when the cremation and final rites were done today. What is the mood like? Are the family now fighting for justice and hopeful with the Goa police investigation?
Yes, certainly. In fact, when we spoke to the brother, he has said that now is what the Goa police is doing is in line with what the family has been saying from day one, that there was an alleged foul play that came into fore. And the fact that the foul play was proven by the forensic report that said that she had injury marks on her body. And now that the Goa police has confirmed that she was forcibly given an obnoxious chemical substance that she had and was given by Sudhir, who took her then to the lavatory, and then for 2 hours they were in the lavatory, and there's no explanation for what they were doing inside there. And the police in their cross-questioning has said that in the custodial questioning they will ask more from these two accused who've now been apprehended by the Goa police. But there are other people who may even join the dots in this investigation, and certainly one of the major things that's coming forward is that that chemical substance perhaps has taken her life. And as we have been reporting on India Today, the police is trying to track the peddler who was peddling this substance. It's being said that it is a type of drug. But when we spoke to the family has said that yes, she did complain of being fed something, and it had been happening in the past as well. Rinku, the brother, has told us that in the evenings when she would have food, perhaps something would be added to it so that she would feel uneasy and very drowsy towards the evening every day. And this was happening time and again. So this was the first time that it has happened. But there are other angles that's being explored. Why there were injury marks on her body? Was an assault, done? Did an assault take place? Because the police has said there's also a live-in relationship angle. So
and we'll be playing out what Milan Sharma has sent as an interaction with the family members in Hisar. They were the ones to first push the police and the system to say this is not just a heart attack, you need to find out more. Let's go across to Arvind Oja. Also on your screens you can see Pankaj Upadhyay, because he's in Goa and he's tracking all the latest on this case. I request all our reporters to please stay on with me, because remember, this is a stunning twist in Sonali Phogat's death case. She's been a BJP leader, she's been a popular TV actor, social media sensation, died in Goa on 23rd of August. Now the state police of Goa has now revealed that the actor was given, and I quote the IGP here, some obnoxious chemical, some substance, when she was partying with the two accused, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhvinder Vasi, who've now been taken into arrest. This report will tell you more about all the highlights from today.
A visibly unwell Sonali Phogat being taken out of the Curly's shack in Goa's famous Anjuna Beach. This CCTV video, taken at 4:27 a.m. on the 23rd of August, has added a stunning new twist to her death mystery. Sonali can be seen struggling to walk as she is supported by Sudhir Sangwan, her personal assistant, and the main accused in the murder case that has been filed. The BJP leader and social media sensation died hours after an alleged drug-fueled revelry party. The Goa Police claims they are in possession of videos that show Sonali allegedly being forced to consume drugs by her associates.
और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है.
The police claim Sonali appeared to be unwell after taking the alleged drugs.
करीब 4:30 बजे जब वो अपने आप को संभालने में नाकाम रही तो मुलजिम विक्टिम को बाथरूम टॉयलेट की तरफ लेके जाता है और फिर वहां करीब 2 घंटे वो रहते हैं टॉयलेट में, जिसका एक्सप्लेनेशन अभी तक एक्यूज ने नहीं दिया है.
The police have already registered a murder case and are grilling 2 suspects, Sonali's personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhwinder Wasi. The new revelations about drugs have changed the course of this investigation. The autopsy had earlier pointed to blunt force injuries on Sonali's body. The celebrity's family has been claiming she was murdered.
हम बार-बार इसी चीज़ को रिपीट कर रहे थे कि हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज की जाए और हमारी रिटन कंप्लेंट में यही था कि उनको कुछ खिला पिला के या जिस तरह जैसे भी उनका मर्डर किया गया है. तो अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं. गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन अब कोऑपरेट करने लगा है.
Sonali's death has sparked a political firestorm. The opposition in Goa is alleging an attempt to cover up.
That the chief minister likes to give clean cheat and likes to jump the gun, and all this is giving Goa a bad name.
Sonali Phogat's body reached Hisar in Haryana on Friday, where she was cremated. With a drug angle coming to light now, the police are looking at all possible angles, including murder. With Arvind Ojha in Delhi, Pankaj Upadhyay in Goa and Milan Sharma in Hisar, Bureau Report, India Today.
3 reporters, different states, and they are trying to get every single update from the family, from the officials, and as per the investigation as well. Arvind, you have been tracking basically from day one. क्या कहती है preliminary report? उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अब क्या नया माना जा रहा है और किस तरह से ये ड्रग पेडलर का एंगल आया है? किसी को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया है अभी अपार्ट फ्रॉम द अरेस्ट ऑफ द अक्यूज्ड? अरविंद,
देखिए, इंडिया टुडे को सोर्सेस से जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक एक ड्रग पेडलर को गोवा पुलिस ने आइडेंटिफाई किया है और बहुत जल्द उसको हिरासत में भी ले लेगी गोवा पुलिस. जिस तरीके से सोनाली फोगाट की मौत के मामले में ये जो ड्रग एंगल सामने आया है उसके बाद
जी अरविंद बोलिए बोलिए. All right, I just go across to Arvind Ojha and that we seem to have some audio communication issue there. But remember, Arvind Ojha got us that big CCTV footage. He has been getting us from day one about what precisely is up to with regard to the investigation and the probe. And I'll go back to him in just a short while. But in an exclusive conversation to India Today, we also spoke to the brother of Sonali Phogat, who has first claimed that this is not a natural death. There is a foul play and that the investigators need to find out. Remember, it was because of the family, their constant allegations and claims asking for justice, that now the police has also taken up this case and are investigating it further. Listen in now to this interaction.
आईजी पुलिस ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताया कि आप लोग पहले दिन से कह रहे थे कि कुछ फाउल प्ले है, कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए अब गोवा पुलिस ने कहा है कि हाँ, सोनाली फोगाट को जबरदस्ती कुछ ऐसे पदार्थ या ऐसे कुछ केमिकल खिलाए गए सुधीर की तरफ से, जिनकी वजह से उनकी हालत बिगड़ी और उसके बाद उनकी मृत्यु हो गई. तो ये अब खुलासा आईजी पुलिस गोवा ने किया है. इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
ये इस केस में एक अच्छी शुरुआत है जी, और हम बार बार इसी चीज़ को रिपीट कर रहे थे कि हमारी एफआईआर दर्ज की जाए और हमारी रिटन कंप्लेंट में यही था कि उनको कुछ खिला पिला के या जिस तरह जैसे भी उनका मर्डर किया गया है. तो अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं. गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन अब कोऑपरेट करने लगा है. तो एक
क्या आपको लगता है कि ऐसा कुछ हो सका होगा कि उनको जबरदस्ती सुधीर या सुखविंदर ने कुछ ऐसी चीज खिलाई हो या कुछ ऐसा केमिकल दिया हो, उनकी ड्रिंक में मिलाया हो या किसी पानी में मिला के उनको दिया हो जिसकी वजह से उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ गई?
हाँ बिल्कुल श्योर है जी, ये चीज़ें तो है ही, तभी तो उनकी जान गई है। वरना उस दिन करलिस में जो भी क्लब है, करलिस नाम है उसका, वहाँ और भी बहुत लोग थे, वहाँ और किसी की डेथ क्यों नहीं हुई? उन्हीं के साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ? एक सब ये षड्यंत्र था, प्री प्लान था सब कुछ, और उसी के तहत उनका मर्डर हुआ जी।
पुलिस ये भी कह रही है कि कुछ उनको सीसीटीवी फुटेज मिले हैं नए, जिसमें दिखाई दे रहा है साफ कि उनको कुछ खिलाया गया, फिर उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ी, उनको टॉयलेट ले जाया गया, 2 घंटे टॉयलेट में वहां पर उन्हें रखा गया। उनकी तबीयत बिगड़ने के बावजूद भी उन्हें वहां से अस्पताल नहीं ले जाया गया, सुधीर वहीं पर थे।
देखो, किसी को अगर कोई किसी के साथ में है और तबीयत बिगड़ती है तो फर्स्ट एड का बनता है। फर्स्ट एड हमारे पास नहीं है तो हम हॉस्पिटल के लिए लेके चलेंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया क्योंकि उनका मकसद ही उनको मारना था। तब उन्होंने उनको जो भी है पॉइजन है या ड्रग्स है वो देके और उनको बाथरूम में लॉक कर दिया गया ताकि वो अंदर ही तड़प के अपनी जान दे दे।
So what was that obnoxious substance that was being given to Sonali Phogat? What was of narcotics that is now being suggested also here by the Goa Police? I have 5 questions that need to be asked with regard to this mystery death that is also deepening. What drug was Sonali Phogat forced to take? Who procured the drugs that were given to the actor? Because that is where it will be a trail of chain of what and how the drugs were procured. What happened importantly in the 2 hours that she was in the washroom with the accused? Why was she not rushed for any first aid if her situation was going out of control? Who took Sonali Phogat to her hotel from the shack? Because those would be the last people, and this appears to be that video on your screen where she was then rushed to the hotel, after which hours later she was found dead. Is this a case of suspected poisoning? Of course, all eyes will be on the 2 accused who are currently in custody. But importantly, is this a case of deliberate poisoning of the actor? These are 5 questions that are now surfacing as well. And now I want to go to Goa because all the investigation presently is happening there by the police. Pankaj, of course, because it is a sensitive story, we are not making any conjectures. We are putting out what the family is saying, and we're also saying putting out what the Goa Police has to say. But this obnoxious substance, chemical, these are the words that have come forth. A very interesting choice of words. How is the Goa Police ensuring that they manage to track all evidence in this case? What are they telling you?
Pooja, I am outside the Anjuna police station where the 2 accused are kept. Police, as I said, has already mentioned that the 2 accused have already confessed to their crimes. But what the police says, while on one hand they are still collecting evidences, they are getting the statements from the various eyewitnesses and other people who work in the restaurant and the hotel and the hospital as well. At the same time, what the police says, they are questioning these 2 accused as well, because there are many important questions that need to be answered right now. And the most important is the motive. What was the motive, if at all this was a premeditated crime by Sudhir and Sukhvinder? And of course, the biggest question, was there a drug overdose which ultimately led to the death of Sonali? Now, even though police says that they have got evidence at hand in the form of statements that have been given by the eyewitnesses and the evidence in the form of CCTV footages, but still the police maintains that they will go in a scientific fashion.
Yes.
Thereby meaning they will wait for the forensic report, they will wait for the chemical analysis to comprehensively establish that this obnoxious substance with the IG of Goa Police was talking about was indeed a drug,
yes.
Given in a water bottle, forced to Sonali. So even though police is saying that they have evidence at hand, they are yet to question what are the designs of Sudhir and Sukhvinder. Why would they do so? Was taking Sonali to Curly's restaurant decided beforehand? And also, of course, Pooja, are there more players involved in this murder mystery? But police says they are not going to come to a finality right now. Their investigation is continuing. They are questioning the accused right now because many more questions need to be answered. But most importantly, most of all, they are waiting for the forensic report, which will completely establish as to what was the foreign substance which Sonali was fed.
So was this a party gone wrong, or could this be a pre-planned murder? And what was that substance? That is what the scientific samples are also going to tell us. And importantly, what was the motive, if at all there was a foul play involved? Arvind Ojha has been speaking to senior officials of the police, to the family members. He's been getting us constant updates from the sources in the police as well. Arvind, काफी अभी इसमें चेन है जो एक तरह से बांधना है पुलिस को, पर एक बाय एक करके एक एंगल आ रहा है कि कोई सब्सटेंस दिया था, कैसे दिया था, किसने दिया था, कैसे गोवा पुलिस अश्योर करेगी कि एक सॉलिड एविडेंस चेन बनेगा जिससे जो भी कॉज ऑफ डेथ है वो क्लियर हो जाए, और अगर फाउल प्ले है तो उसके आगे फिर जो जस्टिस है वो परिवार को मिले।
देखिए पूजा, सबसे पहले जो कॉज ऑफ डेथ है उसके लिए जो विसरा प्रिजर्व किया गया था सोनाली फोगाट का पोस्टमार्टम के बाद, वो जो विसरा प्रिजर्व किया गया है वो उसकी जब रिपोर्ट सामने आएगी उसके बाद क्लियर होगा कि सोनाली फोगाट की मौत की वजह, असली वजह है क्या। लेकिन इन सब के बीच लगातार पुलिस को शिकायत दी जा रही थी सोनाली फोगाट की फैमिली की तरफ से, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने मर्डर का केस रजिस्टर किया। तो मर्डर के केस को रजिस्टर करने के बाद जब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू करती है और सोनाली जिस कर्लीज रेस्टोरेंट में बैठी होती है वहां का सीसीटीवी फुटेज, उसके अलावा उस रात का सोनाली के हर मोमेंट का सीसीटीवी फुटेज खंगाला गया। तो जैसा कि पंकज उपाध्याय कह रहे थे कि बॉटल में कुछ मिलाकर पिलाया जा रहा था, वो फुटेज जब गोवा पुलिस के हाथ लगा, जिसमें जो सुधीर है जो उनका पीए वो कुछ बोतल से पिला रहा है और सोनाली कहीं ना कहीं उसको मना कर रही है। उसके बाद पुलिस, जो गोवा पुलिस है, उनके कान खड़े हुए। उसके बाद उस फुटेज को जो अक्यूज्ड है उनके सामने रखकर कन्फ्रंट किया गया, जिसके बाद शुरुआती जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें पूछताछ में उन्होंने खुलासा किया अक्यूज्ड ने कि ड्रग उस बोतल में मिलाकर हम सोनाली को दे रहे थे। उस कन्फेशन के बाद और जो सीसीटीवी इमेज है उसको सीज करने के बाद अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट किया गया है। ड्रग पेडलर जो है, जिस तरह से उन्होंने खुलासा किया, ड्रग पेडलर के को आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है और जल्द ही गोवा पुलिस उसको अरेस्ट कर लेगी। लेकिन फिलहाल तक जो शुरुआती पूछताछ है उसमें अक्यूज्ड ने यही बताया है कि उस बोतल में लिक्विड के साथ ड्रग मिलाकर वो सोनाली फोगाट को दिया।
The mind boggles with the constant updates that are coming in this case as well. Our reporters Milan Sharma in Hisar, Pankaj Upadhyay in Goa, Arvind Ojha has been tracking different state polices trying to get as much information, and that CCTV video also that you have been tracking and watching all this while on India Today. I want to thank all you three colleagues for constantly updating us. It's a developing sensitive story and we will update you on all that as well. Two accused who have been mentioned in this case. Remember, the two accused are closest to Sonali Phogat. The first about Sudhir Sangwan. He has been taken into arrest. He is accused number 1 and that is going to be in deliberation. Accused number 2 is also Sukhbir. He's a close aide of the PA who's been arrested. All two of them were there with Sonali Phogat. So that's the big development that's coming on your screens right now. We continue to track all the latest on that, but clearly remember, a tragic death case and a death mystery that is now deepening. That's all for a special telecast. I'm heading to a very short break, but when I return, it's the countdown beginning for India's biggest demolition. Now less than 24 hours to go. The super tech towers will be reduced to dust on 28th of August. Next 48 hours then. More on the other side. We get you the latest from the ground and more.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct. setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
G. Chokalingam joining us now, founder Economics Research and Advisory. Mr. Chokalingam, expiry day, tons of volatility, and markets have definitely had a bit of a setback this week.
Yes, certainly. I think the most important reason was sudden spurt in the oil price last couple of days. After falling as low as $93 Brent oil, today it picked up above $100. So $100 per barrel becomes a psychological mark for Indian investors or for Indian market and economy. So according to me, that's the major reason, because if oil price has to go up again $120, then this will have a major risk for the markets.
But Mr. Chokalingam, what if oil does continue to spike? What's the worst case scenario that we're looking at here? We've also got the Jackson Hole meet coming up, so a whole lot of moving factors.
See, this is what I've been saying for last 10 years quite aggressively, that a mild recession worldwide is too good for India. people would be surprised to know my hypothesis, but it is amply proven to be right, since Lehman crisis. What I mean is that today, again, oil at $100, you are spending more than $120 billion for import of oil. On the other hand, export growth has stagnated in the recent month. Trade deficit is widening and forex reserves are dwindling. So in this scenario, like 2008-9, like in 2016, again in 2020, 3 times oil price crashed and rescued the Indian economy. So the reason for being bullish is that the oil price has to eventually fall because there is a fear of recession in US, Europe. Chinese growth has slowed down terribly. So ultimately, my firm view is that oil should fall. Risk is also the same in case the oil doesn't fall and goes up beyond $120. That will be a major risk. But according to me, that is not a risk. The major risk to the market comes from only single factor in my view. I am of the firm view that if US Fed cuts down the balance sheet drastically, then again the rupee will start depreciating substantially. Then the FIS would stay away or even start selling once again. It's very surprising. The FIS had mentioned that, the US Fed had proposed to cut down the balance sheet by $47.5 billion starting from June month. Every month, $47.5 billion. Starting from September, they wanted to cut it down by $95 billion. But if you look at the actual balance sheet as of last week, there is no reduction in the balance sheet size at all. So that is surprising. So in case US Fed again goes back and starts executing severe reduction in the balance sheet, then the rupee will fall badly.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
The countdown begins for India's biggest demolition on 28th of August. In less than 48 hours, the Supertech Twin Towers will be reduced to dust on court orders. Here's a detailed report about what is the final plan, what does the ground situation look like. 3,500 kilograms of explosives laden into 9,000 holes, and 9 seconds is all when all of this will come crashing down. Take a look.
In less than 48 hours, 32 floors of Supertech Twin Towers will be reduced to dust. 9 seconds will all it take. It will be the biggest demolition in India and one of the most explosive in the world. Abu Dhabi's Meena Plaza, 1.5 times taller than the Twin Towers, was bulldozed in 2020. 4 towers with 144 floors was brought down in a controlled explosion that lasted just 10 seconds. At 381 feet tall, the 1972-built AFE Tower became the tallest building to ever be demolished under explosives when it came down in Frankfurt, Germany in 2014. The 50,000-ton skyscraper in the heart of the city attracted over 10,000 onlookers on explosion day and a wall up to 20 feet high ran around the site to help stop any potential flying debris. Built as part of the Manhattan Project in 1943, the K-25 gaseous diffusion building at the East Tennessee Technology Park only stood at the world's largest building under one roof. In 2013, the Department of Energy finished a year-long demolition process that started in 2008, the largest the organization had ever undertaken. Company's flagship downtown Detroit store took up an entire city block at 2.2 million square feet. The building was the tallest department store in the world at 26 stories or 439 feet. But department stores aren't quite what they once were, and explosives brought down the structure in 1998, just ahead of the company itself going under. When felled, Hudson became the tallest building ever imploded and the largest single building imploded. One of the most famous Seattle buildings ever, the King Dome, was brought down in March 2000. Built in 1976, it was the largest building ever demolished by implosion at the time, with a volume of nearly 700,000 cubic feet. Two miles worth of concrete blew up in unison in 2013. Built in 1997, the viaduct in the Chinese city of Wuhan needed a precision blast to end its 15-year life. Wires carrying 100,000 volts ran alongside the bridge and a gas pipeline underneath it to trigger explosives in sequence. Bureau Report, India Today.
So while all eyes will be on the illegal skyscrapers, the Twin Towers of Supertech that will be coming down and demolished after detonated with regard to a 9-second duration. But it's not just about the Twin Towers. Remember the adjacent neighboring localities. About 5,000 residents are likely to be evacuated through the day, through the weekend in fact, till the dust also settles down. I tried to find out how close are the neighboring adjacent buildings to the Supertech Twin Towers. Just 9 to 10 meters is the Astor Tower of the Supertech Emerald Court. This ground report to help you understand about how close this illegal skyscraper had come up, blocking view, sunlight, wind, and importantly, just all embroiled in corruption.
So I am standing on top of 11 floors of the Emerald Court. This is the adjacent neighboring locality, and this is the Supertech Twin Towers. All eyes are going to be at this location on 28 August at 2:30 p.m. when it is going to come, when after being detonated and an implosion will bring it down. But what you see around me, before I go across to our reports, take a look. As I stand to give you the topmost possible view, you can see how gigantic this Twin Tower is. I'm 11 floors above, and yet this is the 32-story building that's going to come down. It's been deemed illegal by the court. Let's bring you the Noida skyline. We're looking at atop these buildings. All of this area is going to be evacuated on 28th of August by afternoon. All of this area is going to be lightly covered. You see people right now, you see families still living there. All of them will be out of this place through the day. They will return if this, of course, operation, as we are hoping, will be successful and the dust settles. I'll, of course, get you some ground reports as well. But I want to first also help you understand about what is the neighborhood looking like. Remember, importantly, the neighborhood societies have come to help.
So, of course, all eyes will be on the demolition experts. Now, the Jet Demolition MD and Master Blaster Joe Brickman from South Africa have visited the Supertech Twin Towers to take stock of the preparations. Listen in now to him, to this team of engineers and experts who will want to ensure this is a successful operation and there will be no collateral damage.
It's a challenge. It's a big challenge. But we have designed it and we have implemented it, and it's right. Way to start at the southwest and move across to the northeast is the progression of the blast. So it's going to be pulling it away from the north, away from ST2, to the south, and then collapse. Edifice has handled all of that. It will be cleaned up over a period of 3 months. 3 months. It will be recycled and reused and under very controlled manner.
India Today is also trying to get you all the top voices of experts to help them understand about what precisely is the precise planning. Remember, this needs engineering, this needs all sorts of principles of physics and mathematics and experience. And Kerala's Maradu Towers is going to give that level of experience and study. But this time, we spoke to Advocate Abraham Matthews. He's a lawyer for the home buyers in the Supertech Twin Towers case. Let's not forget about the home buyers who were told to buy this skyscraper, an apartment in here, unknown to them about the corruption behind them. The lawyer has said around 50 home buyers are still at least waiting for the compensation for their apartment that they bought with hard-earned money.
What the court today said is that it has made it very clear that all of these people will be paid. However, it will be paid pro rata based on when the money comes in through the insolvency process. Within a month, they've been asked to deposit around 1 crore. The petitioners who are before the court, they will get that money pro rata. What is important is that the court has made it very clear that all of these people will get their money.
So remember, the matter has reached the top court as well. There was a hearing today in the Supreme Court on the Supertech Twin Towers with regard to the home buyers who still do not have compensations. Take a look closely. What was being mentioned by the amicus curiae is that 652 out of 711 buyers have got compensation only because of the court intervention. But 59 at least still await compensation. 59 families, 59 people. That means 14 crore rupees worth compensation still needs to be given to these rightful home buyers who bought an apartment in the Supertech Twin Tower. How does that happen? According to the amicus curiae suggested to the top court, the funds from other projects of the Supertech can be now used to pay off to these buyers as well. Now, this is what the amicus curiae had told the top court. But what did the Supreme Court say today in the order? Very important mentions. Home buyers' interest is paramount. Every home buyer should get due money. So it's very important, good to hear the court say that. Which also now means that the IRP, which is an interim resolution professional, will have to deposit 1 crore rupees by 30th September in the Supreme Court registry. There also will have to be a time schedule made, a plan for the repayment to the buyers. Now in the month of October, there needs to be a meeting between the IRP and the developer so that they can plan a workout about the repayment that must be as soon as possible given to these home buyers. All of this, remember, is only happening because of a legal fight that the Supertech Emerald Court RWA decided to fight for 11 long years in the court. Anisha Mathur was in the Supreme Court today, and also now joining me is Nalini Sharma with the latest. Nalini, these are important observations because while we wait for that spectacle of India's biggest demolition, let's not forget about 1,000 apartments at least and hundreds of home buyers whose dreams of a dream house has been dashed forever.
Well, absolutely no doubt about that, Pooja, and it's been a long-standing battle. It's been a long legal fight for all of these home buyers who've been trying to get their money compensated through the legal means. They've approached the Supreme Court multiple times, and let me make it clear that it's not that they've not gotten their money for the lack of a court order, but rather because Supertech itself right now is caught up in insolvency proceedings, and that is essentially why the Supreme Supreme Court has today ordered that the IRP, the interim resolution professional, like you correctly pointed out, which has been appointed by the NCLT because Supertech is right now currently undergoing insolvency proceedings under the IBC. So that is essentially why he was appointed. So they've asked him to deposit 1 crore at least for the meantime with the Supreme Court registry, so that all of these 50 people who've approached the Supreme Court trying to get their money back can at least get some of the money back on a pro rata basis. This is of course only going to be a drop in the ocean for the kind of money that they would have put in to purchase these flats.
Yes.
And it's quite sad that after so many years they still have to come back to court trying to get it. But there is a silver lining in all of this, because one thing that the Supreme Court's made clear is that all of these home buyers will definitely get their money back. The Supreme Court will be making a schedule on the basis of which this money can be returned eventually. It might be a few more months before they see some actual returns, but the Supreme Court has definitely stepped in to protect their rights and ensure that they get justice at the end of all.
Nalini, yesterday we also ran a ground report about 2 of the home buyers, and one of them had adjusted to an offer of a separate flat. That also turned out illegal. So they didn't only not get the compensation, they also got an illegal apartment in return. So there are many such stories like this. We're talking about people also, Nalini, who must be already paying rent and an EMI, then this happens. So when we talk about this compensation that the court has also mentioned, will it be the whole money that they had deposited with a 14% interest, or will it be a set amount of compensation that they get?
Well, Pooja, like I told you, these proceedings have been going on before the Supreme Court for a really long time.
Yes.
In fact, all of the over 600 people, the people who had bought the flats who've gotten their money back, has also been because they've initiated and taken up the legal fights. Now, of course, in the longer run, the kind of money that they would have put in to purchase the flat, they're not going to get all of it back because of concerns like inflation, concerns like interest rate that they are not possibly going to get back from Supertech, and also because now Supertech itself as a company is stuck in insolvency proceedings. It remains to be seen as to how much money can they even afford to pay back these home buyers who are now knocking on the doors of the Supreme Court. So all the Supreme Court from their side has assured them that they will do everything to ensure that they get their money back, but it all depends on the NCLT proceedings and the insolvency proceedings that happen now to see exactly what comes out of this.
Nalini Sharma, our legal department chief, tracking all the latest on that. Thank you so much, Nalini. But also, you know, a resident of Supertech Emerald Court who had championed this court told me something very important yesterday. And he said, had the Noida authority officials, had the fire department, all these authorities in the first place ensured that they did their duties, this illegal skyscraper wouldn't have come up at all. Now, of course, it will be demolished on court orders on 28th of August. I'm heading into a very short break, but it is a shocking incident of racial abuse that has surfaced from Texas, United States. What happened? And this, remember, was caught on a mobile camera of a woman who dared to record all of this because she knew she had to about what was being said in abuse to her. We want to get you this shocking video after a very short break.
Geeta, this seems to be that there is possibly an attempt, would you say, to provoke China further with this call to, in fact, invite the Dalai Lama to Taiwan?
Well, it certainly will not go down well with Beijing, Paulomi, and what the representative of the Dalai Lama here in Taiwan said to me was that they've already engaged the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and have asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to look into the requests. A representation has been made with the requests that were put to his office, and are engaging the Foreign Office to ensure that the Dalai Lama's visit takes place sooner than later. They are also looking at a time frame because we know that the Dalai Lama is aging and cannot travel a lot. So yes, it is going to be a huge provocation should the Dalai Lama visit in the coming future to Taiwan, because now the dynamics with regards to Tibet and Taiwan have really changed for China. I'm here right at the Sensational air base, a very important air base for Taiwan, Polemy, and it just seems like the Chinese aggression in terms of the military operations, the transgressions into their airspace continues, and that's why we're seeing through the day over here fighter jets doing the sorties and coming back. So that's the scenario right now when Nancy Pelosi visited. Imagine if the Dalai Lama visits Taiwan, what will become of the situation over here? Certainly, there's some confidence now within the community over here, followers of Buddhism as also the Tibetan office, that Pelosi's visit did invite a lot of aggression in terms of these transgressions that you see, but not in terms of real action. So China also in many ways right now cannot afford a war or a real conflict. And it's the reason why now they're looking at engaging the Foreign Office to have an invitation go to Dharamshala for a visit by the Dalai Lama.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these megastars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A shocking incident of racial abuse surfacing from Texas in the United States of America. A woman outside the 60 Vines restaurant in Texas's Plano was caught yelling racist, objectionable remarks at a group of Indian American women who were standing talking in a parking lot. This woman, as you can see on your screen, is abusing. She even struck one person in the face, swiping at the mobile phones of two of the women who decided and chose to film all of these objectionable remarks that have been said. At one point in time, the woman who identifies herself as a Mexican-American woman is even assaulting an Indian mother and her 3 friends. The Indian woman is then seen contesting the arguments made by this Mexican-American woman, and must I add that the Indian-American woman replied with a lot of dignity. She did not pass in return any racial slur, even though she was being subjected to the same. The entire incident caught on camera. The woman has now been identified. Take a look at that. Esmeralda Upton has been taken into arrest. She has also been issued a single charge of assault, bodily injury and terroristic threat, which are Class A and Class B misdemeanors as per American law. She has been now held with a $10,000 bond. So next time you make a racial abuse, think about it.
You're the one who came and talked to me. I'm talking with my friends.
Like everywhere I go, you Indians are everywhere. If life was so great in India, why the y'all here? Turn your camera off. I'm happy to talk. Turn it off.
And no, why should I turn it off? You're the one who came and talked to me.
I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican, and I paid my way here.
What? Why would you come and talk to us and make a racist comment?
Camera off.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You don't touch me. Talk to you.
Oh my God, guys, record. She's hitting me. She's hitting me. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, she's hitting me. She's hitting me.
In Finland, Prime Minister Sanna Marin is caught in the eye of storm once again. This time, Finland's Prime Minister gave a forceful defense of her work record and her right to a private life also. This after the criticism of a video of the 36-year-old Prime Minister seen partying with her friends. Marin had to face mega backlash for this video that turned viral, which had leaked last week, showing the Prime Minister in her private time dancing, partying with a group of friends and other celebrities. After the picture of women, some of the women posing topless as well in the residence of the Prime Minister went viral, Sanna Marin has now apologized in a tearful video. She has claimed she was human too and that she hadn't missed one single day of work as a Prime Minister. In fact, the Prime Minister of Finland has also taken a drug test on Tuesday that has turned out to be negative. This, she said, was a moral responsibility.
Ja myös minä kaipaan joskus.
In my opinion, the picture is not appropriate. I apologize for it. That kind of a picture should not have been taken, but otherwise nothing extraordinary happened at the get-together. At the time, friends were spending the evening and going to the sauna. I feel like footage is being shot of me all the time, everywhere, and it doesn't feel good. Even normal things are made to look bad.
Se on iloa ja se on elämää.
6 p.m. Prime for now. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up at 7, it is the big political story coming in from the Congress camp. Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit is being called unfortunate by the senior Congress leaders, who've said that they're sad that Ghulam Nabi Azad left the party at a time when Congress is fighting against centre over mehengai and unemployment. But it is Azad's 5-page long letter that is scathing and shaming Rahul Gandhi. Let's bring you that after a break.
The Mittals were planning to move into their dream house, but they were cheated and instead left to deal with a nightmare. With the planned demolition of Supertech Twin Towers in Noida on August 28th, hopes of almost 1,000 home buyers are dashed. KK Mittal, a chartered accountant based in Pune, had made full payment for the flat he booked in the Supertech Twin Towers in 2009. But his dream house turned into his life's biggest battle. In 2014, the Allahabad High Court, while ordering the demolition of the tower, also asked the builders to pay interest and compensation at the rate of 14%. Then the builder got a stay from the Supreme Court. As buyers insisted on a refund or substitute flats, Supertech offered flats. Mittal accepted the builder's offer, but the apartment given to him has also turned out to be illegal.
My mind, unless and until OC is given, physical possession of the flat cannot be given by the builder. But builder has given the flat. People are staying, and today also the occupancy is 100% of the Azure Tower. But there is no registry of the flat, and as a result, either we cannot sell the flat or take loan against that flat. So we are in a catch-20 situation.
Pankaj Kaushik had booked flats in both Sian and Apex units of Supertech Twin Towers. He received a refund in 2016 after much difficulty. Between 2014 and 2016, he made innumerable visits to Noida Authority and builders.
दोनों फ्लैट थे मेरे, एक एपेक्स में और एक सियाने में. उन दोनों का ही मुझे रिफंड मिल चुका है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कृपा से, और ये मुझे 2016 में रिफंड मिल गया था. बहुत सारी बड़ी जिद्दोजहद और केस फाइल करने के बाद और लड़ाई झगड़े करने के बाद मुझे ये मिला.
For hundreds of buyers, their dream home has become a bitter nightmare. The least the government can do now is ensure that they get their rightful compensation and the officials behind the fiasco are punished. Bureau Report, India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
By Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by 2022 Hyundai Kona Electric. In association with Lovely Professional University. Think big. Spotify. Download the music app for free.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. Our top focus, Ghulam Nabi Azad, in a scathing resignation letter, has quit the Congress party. Multiple reactions coming in through the course of the next 20 minutes. You stay with me, but let me take you through the headlines first. Veteran leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from Congress in a scathing letter, names and shames Rahul Gandhi. Another Congress veteran, Prithvi Raj Chavan, echoes Azad, asks, is the party a Mughal empire?
Unfortunately, to all organs of the Congress party, elections had not been held for 24 years. That's why when it comes, we have given him so much, we have given. Are we running in a Mughal empire or what?
Congress calls Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit unfortunate, says sad that Ghulam left the party during a time Congress was fighting against centre over mehengai and unemployment. Trouble mounts for Aam Aadmi Party. LG flags irregularities in construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government. Says construction cost enhanced without tender. Supreme Court sends freebies case to a 3-judge bench for review. Issues of EC directions and scope of judicial review to be examined in detail. Savarkar showdown peaks in Karnataka after Congress Neta compares Savarkar to Jinnah. Chief Minister Bommai hits back, says Congress loves Jinnah. Karnataka High Court allows Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan, the grounds at the centre of a polarizing political war. Sonali Phogat's death mystery deepens. CCTV video. Night before death accessed. Video shows a drugged Sonali being taken away by a man. Top story, viewers. What is clearly shocking, especially to the grand old party, the Congress, Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the top 5 of the Congress party, has now quit the party. In a scathing exit letter, he indicted none else but Rahul Gandhi, naming and shaming him. A big jolt for the Congress as veteran leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned. Azad resigned from all posts, including the primary leadership, sending a 5-page note to the party interim president Sonia Gandhi. Training guns at the party leadership, he attacked Rahul Gandhi, saying the situation only worsened since the 2019 elections after Rahul Gandhi stepped down in a huff. Azad wrote to Sonia, claiming that the remote control model that destroyed the UPA got applied to the Congress. Azad citing the sidelining of senior leaders and the increasing sway of a coterie of inexperienced sycophants as the reasons behind his exit from the party. Azad also lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, blaming his immaturity for the Congress' dwindling political clout and poor performance in elections. He went on to suggest that even the likes of Rahul Gandhi's security and PA were taking big political decisions.
If you read the Ghulam Nabi Azad letter and the letter I wrote in 2015, you will get lot of similarity. The problem is in the Congress party is that everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is an immature, whimsical and unpredictable leader. As a result, what happened? The people who were loyal to the party or who are loyal to the party, they are deserting one by one. I think these are natural process, and in 2015 I have predicted that in Congress party some time will come, only Gandhis will remain, all other will desert.
The fact that a youngster like me complained about the sycophant Darbari culture, and now a senior seasoned leader who has given his blood and sweat to the party is speaking about it becoming a club of PAs and security guards, shows that leaders across age groups are disappointed, frustrated by this entire coterie culture which is thriving in the Indian National Congress.
All right, joining me right now exclusively is Mr. Farooq Abdullah. He's the president of the National Conference. He's also been the chief minister of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and he has also been a close friend of none else but Ghulam Nabi Azad. Mr. Abdullah, thank you for taking out the time and joining us, sir. You must have read the resignation letter of your friend and the scathing indictment of none else but Rahul Gandhi. What do you make of it?
I feel very sad, extremely sad. My heart is bleeding that he has left a party that he worked for 50 years. He was not only a member of the party, he was a member of the family. He was one of the Gandhi family members. And they trusted him and they treated him as one. What happened, I think, is sad. There must be some people in that or near that house who are trying to destroy that house and destroy the party itself. Otherwise, this situation would have never arisen. Never arisen. When they wrote that letter, it was 23, they had all the respect and they still have all the respect for the family. And that respect will always remain. But they did not treat that letter as it should have been treated. That is one of the tragedies that these people have felt.
Mr. Abdullah, you seem to suggest that somebody in a rather Machiavellian way is trying to destroy the house of Gandhis. But having said that, you also said that he was taken care of. He was like the Gandhis themselves. But for somebody who was as close to the Gandhis as you say, who was part of the family, to come out and, you know, he's been one minister who's publicly not just named but shamed Rahul Gandhi to the extent where he says his security guard or his PA would be taking decisions for him.
That is what I said before. He was not only a member of Congress, he was a member of the family. And if he was treated like this, obviously he felt completely ignored. He felt that he was part of the thing and what he was saying was for the good of the family as well as of the party. And I tell you very frankly, there must be somebody in that central position who is not a member or good well-wisher either of the Congress party or of the Gandhi family. And they must try and trace him out before he destroys them further and he weakens the party further.
The word coming in from the party, Mr. Abdullah, is that it was time for Ghulam Nabi Azad to give back. He enjoyed plum postings through the course of his career. The party was on the downslide, and this is the time that, elders like him, the top 5 of the Congress, should have been the pillars that supported the party, which was down in the doldrums. He hasn't done it.
I think my advice to all of them will be, It's a most difficult time for not only the party but the nation. We're on crossroads. We have enemies on all sides. Time has come when we have to unite to strengthen the party and strengthen this nation. Therefore, rethink, re-sit down and try and mend fences. Unless you mend fences, we're not going to get anywhere. For us, Congress is very important. Today, opposition has to be strong. As the Prime Minister himself said, a strong opposition is needed to control the government. And I think Congress can give that strong opposition. I hope they will try to listen to what I have said in the best interest of the party and the nation.
Farooq Saab, you are still pinning your hopes on the Congress, that the Congress can give a strong opposition to the government. But having said that, you said rethink. Is this the advice that you're going to give your friend Ghulam Nabi Azad to possibly rethink? But what can be rethink? Abdullah Saab, after a resignation in the public shaming that has gone in it of Rahul Gandhi?
I think that I will advise every one of them, of those 23 and others, think for the nation and think for the party. Party will remain only if the nation will remain. If nation sinks, no party will remain. Therefore, rethink. Not once, but 1,000 times rethink.
Farooq Saab, what are you thinking as being the president of the NC? Because Ghulam Nabi Azad is very clear that he is quitting, and your friend now is coming to Jammu and Kashmir and saying that he's going to launch his own political outfit from the grassroots level. Will the NC maybe look at possibly in time, if he creates something tangible, plausible, to partner with him?
Good luck to him. My best wishes. God bless him.
Farooq Abdullah, appreciate you taking the time out and joining us. Thank you, sir, for taking the time out there. Farooq Abdullah asking Ghulam Nabi Azad and the 23, he said it thrice over in this course of the questions that I asked him, that all those 23, rethink, come together. Well, is it too little, too late in terms of advice? Well, time will only tell. Right now, with the latest resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad, it surely seems so. Viewers, I want to now cut across to Mr. Sunil Jakhar, who a few months ago, after the debacle of the Punjab elections, had quit the party and said that he blamed none else but the top leadership, Rahul Gandhi himself. We also are joined by Priyanka Chaturvedi. Well, she quit the Congress a long while ago and built her own career. These are two sides, the two polar sides of the Congress. One, the old guard, the other, the younger guard. Both unhappy, both have quit the Congress. Jakhar Saab, my first question to you only. You must have seen the resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad. The letter, very, very scathing. A lot more criticism heaped on Rahul Gandhi than what you did in your resignation.
I'm saying he has reaffirmed all that I had said when I said goodbye to Congress over 3 months ago. I think he has gone through the same process. He has been humiliated, and rather than resolving the issue, I think the Congress leadership or the people whom he called Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahib in his letter said the totally of sycophants. We have perpetuated this situation. And this is the result why Ghulam Nabi Azad, a stalwart of Congress, had to resign.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, you know, what went through your mind when you read the resignation? Because you quit the party for whatever the reasons that you did for. But do you agree with Mr. Jakhar, where he says, you know, that Ghulam Nabi Azad is right, he was humiliated and it was time he moved on?
So I was not surprised with the resignation, but what surprised me was the tone and tenor and the timing of this particular resignation letter, simply because every charge he's made is in hindsight, and after having been in the Congress party for over 4 decades, almost 5 decades, enjoying top 5 positions in the party, enjoying ministries across the various governments that Congress party was a part of, being the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir, And like I said, in organization also he was amongst the top 5. So it was surprising with the tone and tenor that was used and the attack that was made in that particular letter.
Thakur Sahab, you say he was humiliated and it was time he went, and his criticism is right, but the party, the Congress party that you once belonged to, is saying, you know, that he was an elder. He enjoyed plum postings during his career. Not many did. You know, you wanted it, you didn't quite get it. It was time for the likes of him to give back to the party when the party was on the downslide.
But I cannot comment upon what Azad Sahab has, plum positions he has served at. But in my position, yes, we have been with the party for the 50 years. We have stood by thick and through thick and thin times, tough times when even the shadow had left Congress leaders, when likes of Ambika Soniji, who hoisted the flag on this 15th August in Mrs. Gandhi's absence, she was asked to do this. Well, Mr. Azad was standing there, is the senior most CWC member. Mrs. Soni had left, not only left Congress after emergency, but she had called all kind of unsavory names against Mrs. Gandhi. She had contested against her, and on her bidding, I was issued a notice. The sole purpose of trying to insult and humiliate me. That's when I had left Congress.
Thakur Sahab, you talk about the sycophancy there where, you know, after Sonia Gandhi, it should have been the likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad who unfurled, you know, the flag of the Congress, but an Ambika Soni did so. It was at her bidding. So you talk about the sycophancy that Ghulam Nabi Azad has also underlined in his letter where he's been aggrieved. But Priyanka, I'll ask you one quick question, and you know, that comes from, there was always you know, a push between the old guard and the new guard, where the new guard always felt that they didn't quite, you know, was given the space, and it was time that the old guard was graceful and allowed the new guard to come in and take charge.
To be very honest, in the when the Congress tenure, there was always this feeling of not having enough place to be able to prove ourselves to our potential, because the top 5 positions were always blocked by those who are senior in the party, whether it is in terms of positions in the organization, whether it was the campaign committees, whether it was star campaigners, whether it was election going states, whether it was general secretary organization or general secretary of various states. So yes, there is a churning. Whenever the new order comes in, the old order changes. But the old order not willing to let go and making it such a bitter parting is actually quite unfortunate. Whether the new order is successful or not successful is for time to decide and for people of this country to decide. But not letting go of that charge and having faith in the next generation is, I think, speaks about wanting to keep, you know, holding on.
Priyanka Chaturvedi and Sunil Jakhar, appreciate both of you for taking the time out and joining us and giving us your point of view and why you both quit the Congress and what do you make of the resignations of Ghulam Nabi Azad. With that, viewers, I want to quickly shift focus to the other big developing news that we're tracking very, very closely, and that is the death mystery, which is only deepening when it comes down to actor and politician Sonali Phogat. Now, the accused has told during interrogation that 1.5 grams of MDMA was prepared for the party by putting them in a bottle. Sonali was given drugs from that same bottle. According to Goa Police sources, questions have revealed MDMA used, but a chemical investigation will also be done to determine the role of the drug in the death of Sonali Phogat. Well, the fact is, this comes in, viewers, as a stunning twist to the murder mystery which continues to deepen. The family of Sonali Phogat is clearly saying that this is not death by a cardiac arrest, which initially was the theory behind the death of Sonali Phogat, but it's a deeper mystery and there are people involved who killed Sonali Phogat. India Today has accessed the CCTV footage of Sonali being drugged at a shack in Goa's Anjuna beach. In the video, a drugged Sonali can be seen being taken away by a man. Earlier, the state cops revealed that Sonali was drugged. Cops say she was given an obnoxious chemical when she was partying with the two accused, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Vasi. The two accused have been taken for medical examination at Seolim Public Health Center. The BJP leader and TV actor died in Goa on the 23rd of August. Goa cops say that at 4:30 a.m. when she was not in control, the suspects took her to the toilet and there is no explanation of what happened in that toilet for the next 2 hours.
प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में दोनों एक्यूज्ड एस्टेब्लिश हो रहे हैं और उनको 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। फर्दर तफ्तीश ऑन है। फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी के एक्सपर्ट को बुला लिया गया है और एक्यूज्ड को फर्दर तफ्तीश के लिए एफएसएल की टीम के साथ बाकी मौकों पर ले जा करके अन्य साक्ष्य इकट्ठे किए जाएंगे।
All right, viewers, one would have thought that the entire face-off between the LG, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party would have ended with just the liquor policy face-off. No, there's something else which is brewing. A fresh political tussle has erupted between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG, VK Saxena. The Delhi LG, Vinay Kumar Saxena, has sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on 2.5 years of acting upon the CVC inquiry report. The LG has also recommended a detailed investigation into the construction of extra classrooms in Delhi government schools. The CVC report found gross irregularities and procedural lapses in execution of the projects for the Delhi government schools. The report that was sent was taken a serious view by the LG. The inordinate delay that appears to be obvious attempts at covering up gross malpractice pointing towards corruption is what the LG says. The LG Secretariat had received a complaint enclosed in a copy of the CVC communication to Directorate of Vigilance. Meanwhile, viewers, the Savarkar showdown rages on, and the latest now to step in is the Chief Minister himself, Mr. Bommai. Well, the latest that is coming in on that, after Congress MLC compared Savarkar with Jinnah, Chief Minister Bommai has lashed out at the MLC, claiming that the Congress party always dreams about Jinnah. Bommai attacked Congress, claiming that Congress leaders love Jinnah because they broke the country and started ruling it. Earlier, Congress MLC BK Hari Prasad compared Savarkar to Jinnah, claiming that Savarkar was an atheist.
ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಅಲಿ ಜಿನ್ನಾನ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಓದಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬರೀ ಜಿನ್ನಾನೇ ಕನಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣೋದು. ಜಿನ್ನಾ ಅವರೇ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಆ ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಒಡೆದೇ ಅವರು ಆಡಳಿತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಸ್ತಿಕರನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ನಂಬಿಕಸ್ಥರ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಯಾಸ್ಪದ. ವೀರ್ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ದ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಆತ್ಮಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಓದಿಲ್ದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡದೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ವೀರ್ ಸಾವರ್ಕರು ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಸ್ತಿಕ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ದೇವರು ದಿಂಡ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ನಾಸ್ತಿಕರೇ, ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಅಲಿ ಜಿನ್ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ನಾಸ್ತಿಕರೇ. ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ನಾಸ್ತಿಕರು ಸೇರಿ ಈ ದೇಶನ ಈ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
You just heard Chief Minister Bommai, him coming in, reacting on the entire showdown which is raging on in Karnataka on Savarkar. After Congress MLC compared Savarkar with Jinnah, Chief Minister Bommai has lashed out at the MLC, claiming that the Congress party always dreams about Jinnah. He attacked the Congress, claiming that Congress leaders love Jinnah because they broke the country and started ruling it. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. You stay with me on the other side as our fact check segment. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief
the toughest assignment for any journalist to be from those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting a video showing an army chopper carrying out rescue operations in Madhya Pradesh's Shiopur. Well, factually incorrect, fake news. Video is from 2021 from a rescue operation in Andhra Pradesh, nothing to do with MP. With that, a quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is To the Point.
The ship of the desert is facing grave existential threat. The camel population of Rajasthan has come down from 11 to 12 lakh 10 years ago to around 2 lakh. Experts attribute the fall in population to large-scale slaughtering and smuggling of camels to the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, where there is a demand for meat and goods made out of camel skin. People for Animals, an organization in Sirohi district, has now stepped in to rescue the camels.
अभी तक हमने 5000 के लगभग ऊँटों का हमने रेस्क्यू करके ट्रीटमेंट किया है और उनको वापस पशुपालकों को निःशुल्क सुपुर्द किया है कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के साथ। ऊँटों का रेस्क्यू करना हमारा इसलिए ज़रूरी हो गया कि पूरे भारत से अब ऊँट की उपयोगिता ख़त्म हो गई है राजस्थान में, और जबकि वो राजस्थान का राज्य पशु है।
One of the reasons why camels are under threat is that rearing them does not make for good business.
Right now, a lot of farmers and people who rear camels, right, they don't have business. Camels were used for transportation. But now all of that has changed, right, because we've got vehicles. So, and to take care of the camels is very expensive. They need space, they need land. They don't have any of this, right? There's no use, especially of the male camels.
What it means is farmers end up selling camels at animal fairs.
लोगों ने उपयोगिता खत्म होने से उनको कसाईयों के हाथ भेज दिया। कसाई उनको स्मगलिंग के तरह खाड़ी देशों में भेज रहे हैं जहां उनको अच्छे दाम मिलते हैं। उनके लिए अनुपयोगी होने से अब हमारे पूरे भारत में जहाँ जहाँ जो एनजीओ हैं उनको पता चलता है कि ऊँट कटने में जा रहा है तो वो उनको रेस्क्यू करते हैं। रेस्क्यू करके फिर वो हमारे सिरोही शेल्टर पे भेजते हैं। हम उनको लाके हमारे तरफ से पूरा ट्रीटमेंट करते हैं।
The already dwindling population of camel, also known as the ship of the desert, has been under increased threat in Rajasthan in recent times. However, in Sirohi district, work had been going on the ground so as to ensure that not only attempts to smuggle them are nipped in the bud, but also to provide them with a safe house where they can be catered to and nurtured as well. With camera person Manish and Rahul Tripathi, Devankur Vadhavan in Sirohi for India Today.
In association with Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Now, the face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party over the Delhi liquor policy is only getting fiercer. Today, Arvind Kejriwal on the floor of the House called BJP an assassin, making sure that there is no government that actually lasts. On the other hand, the BJP says here there's more proof of indictment where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned in corruption where the liquor policy is in question.
Fancy stores, 1+ offers, and a staggering revenue of around 9,000 crore for the Delhi government from license auctioning. But the Aam Aadmi Party government's new excise policy for liquor sale in the city was short-lived. Central agencies have launched investigations into accusations of corruption, kickbacks and irregularities in the implementation of the new system. And the capital is now set to return to the old excise policy starting September. India Today has accessed documents being probed by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate at the preliminary stage. These papers have led investigators to suspect that the new excise policy could have been designed to favor liquor retailers in the first place. They suspect that the measure brought in by Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in November last year could have jacked up the retail margins for sellers by almost 1,000%. Here's the breakdown of retail margins for a 750 milliliter bottle of a single brand from available documents. The figures show the margins shot up from around 33 rupees to 363 rupees in the new excise policy, a jump of almost 330 rupees per bottle. Conversely, the consumer ended up paying more for the same quantity, from 530 rupees earlier to 560 rupees now. In the old system, the excise duty stood at around 224 rupees for a bottle of a liquor brand worth 530 rupees. In the new policy though, the duty was fixed at just around 2 rupees shelled out by liquor vendors for the same bottle, a dip of over 98% in tax collections. In its FIR, the CBI has alleged that Sisodia's associates were paid 1 crore through bank account transfers and 4 crore in cash at 2 instances by a liquor vendor.
ये सारे केस फर्जी हैं। मैं एक ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। इनफैक्ट मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की टीम में हूँ ही इसलिए कि मैं एक कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी हूँ।
On its part, the BJP has demanded an explanation from the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi.
यहाँ राजनीति में सीएम बनने के
The Delhi government has rejected all accusations. The Aam Aadmi Party has issued an explainer showing a 60% increase in government revenue from license fees, without any increase in retail prices for end consumers.
As far as revenue is concerned, the expected revenue from the new policy was rupees 9,500 crore instead of 6,000 crore rupees, which was there in the old excise policy. However, because shops not opening in the non-conforming areas, that target was not matched. And as per the Delhi government sources, what we are learning as of now is that the idea to increase the license fee of the license holdees was that, this would actually streamline the entire system, and it would also weed out the illegal liquor sale in Delhi, which was happening because of high excise duty, which was there in the old policy.
मोदी जी फर्जी एफआईआर लिखवा रहे हैं मेरे खिलाफ।
The Deputy Chief Minister has called the FIR bogus.
जब इन्होंने रेड की रेड भी एक ऐसी एफआईआर पे, जैसा मैंने कहा कि सोर्स से की हुई है, और मैं पूरा अभी एक्साइज चिल्ला रहे थे। ये पहला ऐसा भ्रष्टाचार है जहां जनता के ऊपर कोई बोझ नहीं डला, सरकार को कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ, बोले भ्रष्टाचार हो गया। हवा में चल रहा है एकदम, मैंने इसीलिए कहा धूल में लठ मार रहे हैं।
As the CBI and ED investigations progress, there is no immediate end in sight over the raging political war between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the issue of alleged corruption. With Amit Bhardwaj, this is Munish Pandey in Delhi for India Today.
All right, viewers, let's get you both versions right now. I want to pull in my colleague Munish Pandey, who's joining me from the newsroom, who's been keeping track of all the CBI developments, the charges, the annexure, which comes in with the FIR. I'm going to get him in, as well as Amit Bhardwaj, who has been speaking to the Aam Aadmi Party, who's been getting in all the documents from the Delhi Excise Department. Two very different points of views there. Munish, will you elucidate what are the charges that have been laid by the CBI which say that, listen, look at this is blatant corruption?
Yeah, well, Preeti, as far as the Central Bureau of Investigation is concerned, remember there is one FIR where Manish Sisodia is accused, number one, and there are three main allegations. The first one is of corruption, and that becomes very important. And according to CBI's FIR, a copy of which is available with India Today, according to CBI's FIR, liquor vendors paid money to the associates of Manish Sisodia. That is charge number one. Charge number two is that the policy was tweaked in a way that it basically benefited the liquor vendors. And third is the policy was designed in a way that the profit which was generated in this entire liquor business through the new excise policy was basically for the liquor vendors. So these are the three main charges. But coming to the point, the documents which we have accessed, and here lies the entire investigation, the line of investigation which both the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate are, on the very same lines they are investigating. Now I have these documents, and according to Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, both the agencies, the liquor price for a 750 ml of a particular brand was 530 rupees, for which in the earlier regime, the excise duty and VAT duty was around 329 rupees. But in the new policy, it was reduced to 1%, and the total benefit which the government was getting was 4 rupees. That is less than 325 rupees lesser than what they were used to get earlier. That is, I'm talking about a particular bottle of a particular brand of liquor. Now, coming to the main point, this is the document which we have. According to this document, earlier the retail margin for a bottle of liquor which was worth rupees 530, the margin was 33 rupees and 35 paise. But in the new policy, the retail margin was increased, and it was increased to more than 10 folds, 989%, and it was 363 rupees 27 paise. So what ED and CBI are essentially looking, that when the revenue declined to almost 98% lesser than what the government was generating in earlier policy, the revenue for the liquor vendors increased by almost 989%. So where this money was going, was it going directly in the accounts of the liquor vendors, the liquor lobby, or this money was also going to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, specifically to Manish Sisodia and the other ministers? Manish
Pandey, appreciate you joining us. I want to bring in Amit Bhardwaj, who's getting us the very latest from the Excise Department. Amit, the Aam Aadmi Party contends that these charges are fabricated. What they say is, we'd already taken the money up front when we auctioned licenses. So the reduction of excise was made by auctioning licenses upwards and over of 5 crores a license.
Well, absolutely right, Preeti. In fact, we have to also refer to the Rule 153 and 152 and 154 of Delhi Excise Rules 2010, which allows the government to change the rate of the excise duty as well as the license fee from time to time as per their convenience, as per whatever they feel, could be the right step. And this is not a new trend that has happened in Delhi, but it has been happening for quite a while. In fact, this time around, what we saw was a revolutionary change in terms of the license fee that is received from the license holdees of different categories of liquor vends, be it L1, L7 and the other categories. So what the basic difference that we are getting here between the old excise policy and the new excise policy, that is of year 21-22. So I'll just read out from the data that we have received from the excise department, Delhi excise department. In the old policy, L1 license fee, per shop, it used to be 10 lakh rupees per year. And this has been now increased to 5 crore rupees per year, which means nearly 5,000% increase in the revenue, upfront revenue for the Delhi government, for the excise department. Now, if you go for the L7 licenses, which is basically for the retailers, earlier in the old policy, it was 8 lakh rupees per year per shop. That was the license fee. Now, there's a big drastic difference out here. The license fee in the liquor policy, excise policy for the year 21-22 for L7 for the retailers was increased to 11 crore 18 lakh rupees per year per shop. So this is nearly 14,000% increase in the rate. So basically, if you look at the whole idea of changing the excise policy in the year 21-22, there was a committee which was set up. The committee sent it to the group of ministers, and there were 5 points that were looked into. And what we have also learned from our sources is that there were instances like Munish was just reading out the rate and the excise duty for a particular brand. So there were instances where the excise duty was up to 300% on particular brands, Indian brands. So which would mean that many of the license holders might indulge in illegal selling of the liquor so that they can save on that particular 300% of tax, and they can actually sell it out for 200 or 3 at a much cheaper rate, which means loss of revenue for the government, but gain of revenue for the illegal liquor vendors.
Well,
back to you, Preeti.
There are charges and then there are counterpoints that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. It's all now up to the CBI to actually prove the charges that they have laid. But the fight has also become highly political, viewers. So I'm going to draw in our political panel for this evening. Thank you, Amit, for joining us. Jasmine Shah from the Aam Aadmi Party, he's joining us, spokesperson. I also have BJP MP Aparajita Sarangi. Ms. Sarangi, the fact is, when you look at the claims and the charges that have been laid by the CBI, the Aam Aadmi Party says, wait a minute, we have an explanation for everything.
Very good evening, and I must compliment you for this kind of investigative journalism. This is a very good report that you actually shared with the people who are watching you at this juncture. Now, let us talk with facts and figures. See, this is what your anchors had been doing, you have been doing, and the Bharatiya Janata Party in a couple of press conferences have been talking of certain issues backed by arguments, backed by facts and figures, and we had actually raised 10 questions. Unfortunately, we could hear about the school model and the health model, but we couldn't get answer to those questions. Now here, let us understand. See, there are two things when we talk of a policy. I have come from the government, so I know, how things function within the government. When a policy is drafted, we look at two things. The intention of the government which drafts the policy, and number two, the method of implementation of that policy. Now, the intention and the method of implementation, these two should be above all doubt. Now here, as far as these two are concerned, I think we have lots of doubts and we have lots of questions to ask the Aam Aadmi Party. And Aam Aadmi Party, unfortunately, has not been able to answer. The new excise policy came into effect on 16th of November 2021. We all are aware of it. Now, 8 months after, when they realized there was too much of hangama, and they knew there were irregularities, and they knew that the irregularities had surfaced, and they knew everybody was talking about it, they withdrew the policy. Now, if they knew their integrity was beyond doubt, If they knew everything was fine, then why did they withdraw the policy? That's the question. Now, here is a group of people in the Aam Aadmi Party, with all regards for all the leaders, I must say this, they are full of sound and fury, signifying that all is not well. They have been, holding series of press conferences answering everything but not the questions that are being posed. Now, here what happened? There were irregularities. Then the LG, Mr. Saxena, called for a report from the Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary submitted reports, scathing attack, and many procedural lapses. Now it is linked to the method of implementation of the policy, came to the surface, and of course, thereafter, LG requested the CBI to go for raids. Now, when the Chief Secretary submitted the report, he talked of two things. One, procedural lapses, violation of rules, and number two, post-tender undue benefits to liquor licenses.
Right.
So I think, yes. Can you hear me, Preeti?
Ma'am, we can hear you. Please finish your point and then we'll go to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson.
Yes, that's it. So these two things actually Chief Secretary reported to the LG, and then LG, of course, asked the CBI to get into it. CBI and ED are on the job. They are getting into things, meticulously working day in and day out. And as we say in Hindi, doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani ho jayega. But one thing, of course, before I conclude, as my opening remark, I must say one thing. See, interestingly, there was 87% increase in the liquor sale after the coming of this policy. But then, it was hoped that we would be having a revenue of rupees 9,500 crore, which was also...
It didn't translate into revenue, yes.
But then, it came down to rupees 1,450 crore. Loss of 8,050 crore. So how do you explain this?
I'm going to bring in... I want to bring in Jasmine Shah into this conversation. Jasmine Shah, pertinent points which Ms. Sarangi has raised, which the CBI is also raising. One of them particularly on bringing down the excise from 200% on a bottle to 1.88% on a bottle.
Preeti, I think first, let me just put some facts about the excise policy straight. Because one needs to understand, rather than throwing random allegations, throwing numbers, helter and skelter, let's understand what the excise policy sought to achieve. And I must credit your journalists, they got the right point. That earlier, like in many regressive regimes, the entire tax was collected after the sale of the bottle, which is up to 300%. And therefore, there was a lot of incentive for the shopkeepers to sell through extra legal manner. What Delhi government did is collected the entire tax upfront and reduce the tax on sale. And what did that achieve? You can ask the question, eventually the proof of the pudding is in the eating. When the new policy kicked in, the state government revenues jumped from 6,000 to 9,500 crores. That was what the bidding amount was. Now, there was only one catch. This bidding amount would have been realized if the LG had allowed the 850 excise or liquor shops to open in Delhi. If you can build the finest bridge and a tollway, but if you not allow vehicles to pass through the bridge, then how are you going to collect the revenues? And that is exactly where, this entire policy was weakened. 2 days before the policy came into implementation, Delhi LG prevented excise or liquor shops from opening in 1/3 of part of Delhi. Regardless, let me put this on record that in the first year itself, the jump in revenues in 2020-21, the excise revenues was 4,100 crores. In 2021-22, it was 5,400 crores. So this is the first scam, Preeti, where they're claiming that there is a huge scam, but the government coffers, the revenues increase. And if I ask the BJP spokesperson, scam kahan pe hai? Kitne rupiyon ka hai? What is the amount that you are claiming? You yourself are not clear, ma'am, because CBI FIR talks about some random figure. CBI FIR doesn't even talk about where is the involvement of Mr. Manish Sisodia. It talks about one liquor shop owner transferred some money into the account of another liquor shop owner. And it's been 7 days now that the CBI has raided the house of Deputy CM. What is the evidence? What did they find? Doesn't the people of the nation deserve answers to all this? So it's very convenient to hide behind roundabout arguments. The plain question is, what is the scam? What is the amount of the scam? And third, what has happened to the CBI raid on Manish Sisodia's house? Was this not just about Operation Lotus? which the Aam Aadmi Party has been claiming about toppling Delhi government, just like you have toppled the governments of Maharashtra, Meghalaya, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Manipur, Assam. I can go on and on. But the reality in the front of the nation is that this is nothing but an attempt to unsettle Arvind Kejriwal as he is striking ground in Gujarat. The ground beneath your feet is sinking. Aam Aadmi Party is today emerging as the national opposition, and therefore you're holding the crutch of your CBI and EDI. Kal aapne, you talked about liquor policy. Today you're talking about classrooms. Tomorrow you'll talk about mohalla clinics. So please make up your mind, ma'am. What is the issue? Where is the scam?
Okay, okay. Ms. Sarangi, there are so many figures, permutations, combinations that are floating about, which what Mr. Shah is also saying. What is the scam in terms of hardcore money that there is a trail to, which leads to Manish Sisodia?
See, CBI is doing its job, and I think all of us need to have a lot of faith in the ability of these institutions to deliver, and they would be filing the charge sheet and all the figures would come out. But at the same time, I would like to quote the LG. He's a very senior IAS officer, and we must trust him. Certain institutions have to be trusted. The institution of LG also needs to be trusted. Now here, I have the report of the LG with me. Please allow me to read out just 30 seconds. He says, no law in Delhi allows for opening of liquor vents in non-conforming areas. And just give me 15 seconds more. He says, why this report dated 10 December 2021, the committee was of the view that as regards 67 non-conforming wards, the excise department can consider allowing the licensee of such wards to open additional vents in the conforming areas of such adjoining wards where conforming areas exist, or any other ward allotted to the licensee accordingly. I repeat, no permission was granted for opening liquor vents in non-conforming areas, but unfortunately, the excise minister ensured that these kinds of liquor vents existed everywhere, both in the conforming and non-conforming areas. So, in fact, many things were done to ensure that the private liquor barons benefit.
Let me respond to
there
that.
Were procedural lapses with what you're saying. Okay, I'm going to quickly bring in Ms. Shah for a quick comment, but Mr. Shah, Jasmine, the fact is, the CBI sources say, listen, this might be the FIR, there's an annexure to it. The annexure has all the monies in it.
That's it.
No, that's not true. That is just the paperwork that BJP leaders have been, reading in TV debates and press conference after press conference. That does not construe hard evidence. But let me call again out the hypocrisy of BJP on this. Every point that they make has no legs. This issue of non-conforming areas. What is non-conforming areas? Let your viewers understand that 1/3 of Delhi is constituted of unauthorized colony. Close to 10 to 12 lakh people live in unauthorized colony. So if you're saying that no liquor shops can open in 1/2 or 1/3 of Delhi, then you are basically trying to talk about a partial prohibition, a Gujarat-like prohibition in Delhi. Let me also remind that in the earlier regime, the LG of Delhi himself, successive LGs of Delhi have allowed close to 250 shops to be opened in this so-called non-conforming areas of Delhi. So what did suddenly happen on November 14? That your LG suddenly woke up overnight after the policy was notified with his approval and said that, you know what, I'm not going to allow 250 shops to be opened. I don't care about the bidding that has happened. I'm not allowed. I don't care about the entire law that has been passed. I'm going to target the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm going to introduce a Gujarat-like prohibition, and then I'll send CBI and ED after Aam Aadmi Party. So
I know, Ms. Sarangi, you want to come in, but with both your permission, I need to bow out of this debate. Appreciate both of you for joining us. I'm sure we're going to have you back in because the argument is not going anywhere, and we're going to see it fester while the CBI, whether is going to make an arrest or not, time will tell. The Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has made it very clear that it's going to happen very soon because the Aam Aadmi Party calls it a witch hunt. The BJP calls it due diligence. When will it happen is the big question. A quick break. Stay with us.
जो भी हुंदा है वो हम कर दें या फिर हम हवा विच एवं ही उड़ते फिरते हैं यहाँ से वहाँ
आजाद मैदान में भाषण देते वक्त गंगूबाई ने आंखें झुकाकर नहीं, आंखें मिलाकर अपने हक की बात की है भाई।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं।
कश्मीर के मसले का एक ही हल, जिहाद।
अरे जब शक्ति, संपत्ति, सद्बुद्धि ये तीनों ही औरतें हैं, तो इन मर्दों को किस बात का गुरूर?
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Congress veteran leader Azad today declared he is no longer Rahul Gandhi's Ghulam. In an explosive 5-page resignation letter, Ghulam Nabi Azad gave out a very clear message. Rahul Gandhi has ruined the Congress according to him. Now, will this lead to introspection in the Congress party?
Azad, not Rahul Gandhi's Ghulam. Ghulam goes nuclear against the Gandhis. They sidelined, ignored and taunted Ghulam. He fires back with painful truth bombs. Clear word, Rahul has ruined the Congress. Bharat Jodo, now Congress Chodo. Big focus on the news track.
The Congress party has hit right back, saying the Congress gave everything to Ghulam Nabi Azad in 50 years. Just when it was time to give back to the party, looking at greener pastures, he quit. Much more on this big story coming up. First, as always, the headlines. Congress veteran Prithviraj Chavan echoes Ghulam Nabi Azad, asks if the party is now like a Mughal empire for Gandhis. Congress comes out to discredit Ghulam Nabi Azad, brands him an opportunist.
Unfortunately, to all organs of the Congress party, elections had not been held for 24 years. That's why when it comes, we have given him so much, we have given. Are we running in a Mughal empire or what?
Trouble mounts for the Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor flags irregularities in construction of classrooms in Delhi government schools on the basis of a vigilance report. Says the construction cost was enhanced and no tenders issued. Supreme Court sends freebies case to a 3-judge bench for review. Issue of EC directions and scope of judicial review to be examined in great detail. Karnataka High Court allows Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan, the ground at the center of a polarizing political war. Stunning CCTV video of Sonali Phogat hours before her mysterious death. The BJP leader and TV actor is seen struggling even to walk. Goa Police says she was forcibly drugged. So just days after, Congress party leaders Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi left India for Congress President's medical treatment overseas. Party loyalist Ghulam Nabi Azad, former union minister, former chief minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, resigned. In a 5-page resignation letter, Ghulam Nabi Azad directly blamed Rahul Gandhi for the mess that the Congress party finds itself in, calling the Congress member of parliament from Wayanad in Kerala immature and childish, accused him of surrounding himself with a coterie of sycophants. Ghulam Nabi Azad dropped several truth bombs. India Today's Mosmi Singh with our top story.
Former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, a prominent member of the G23 rebel group, one of the tallest veterans of the Grand Old Party, Ghulam Nabi Azad has worked with 3 generations of the Gandhi family. On Friday, Azad dumped the Congress, dropping a 5-page resignation bombshell on party president Sonia Gandhi. He resigned from all posts, including primary membership of the Congress. Training his big guns on the party leadership, Azad attacked Rahul Gandhi personally, citing the sidelining of senior leaders and the increasing sway of his chamchas and coteries of inexperienced sycophants as the reason behind his exit. Ghulam Nabi Azad lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, blaming his immaturity for the Congress's dwindling political clout and poor performance in election after election. The angry leader tore into Rahul Gandhi, claiming that all key decisions in the party were being taken by his security guards and personal assistants. Attacking Sonia Gandhi, he claimed that her remote control model had destroyed the UPA and now the Congress. Speaking exclusively to India Today first, Ghulam Nabi Azad claimed that he will start his own political outfit and rubbished claims that he was about to join the BJP.
देखो जम्मू कश्मीर में तो मेरा यूनिट बनेगा, दैट इज निश्चित। बाकी नेशनल लेवल पे देखेंगे।
बीजेपी में जाने की बात हो रही है तो वो क्या सही है या गलत है?
वो तो हमारे एडवर्सरीज 3 साल से बता रहे हैं। हमारे एडवर्सरीज ने तो हमको प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट भी बना दिया था।
The Congress claims Azad's resignation was unfortunate and that it came at a time when the party was fighting the BJP against crucial issues with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. In his letter, Azad said what was really needed was a Congress Jodo Yatra instead.
It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened. The entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP.
Ghulam Nabi Azad is the 7th big leader to quit the Congress party this year alone. His exit, while sudden, was not entirely unexpected.
The fact that a youngster like me complained about the sycophant Darbari culture, and now a senior seasoned leader who has given his blood and sweat to the party is speaking about it becoming a club of PAs and security guards shows that leaders across age groups are disappointed, frustrated by this entire coterie culture which is thriving in the Indian National Congress.
The big exits from the Congress come at a time when the Gandhis, all 3 of them, are abroad and when uncertainty and suspense looms over who will lead the party heading into another election cycle. With Mosmi Singh and Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And there have been a string of resignations. We'll tell you about that in greater detail. But stung by Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation,